Everybody, welcome to Thursday. It's the 10th of June. Don't ask me about the weather. It's too hot for me. If I'm outside, if I'm inside, I'm fine. Because it's quite cool. It's actually quite nice. And you can sort of sit there in your shorts and all the rest of it. It's very nice. But of course, what did I forget to do the day before yesterday? Water the plants. What do you have to do? Water the plants. So yesterday when I got in, I looked at a couple of them. They'd gone distinctly limp. And I thought, right. So connected the hose up out there, and everything's all perky and upright, which is the way we like it. So that was quite nice. So I shall have to do it again today, because you tend to forget that and we've got a fountain as well, which is and I say a fountain, it makes it sound very grand, but it will get through about 2 litres of water a day in this heat. It really is quite amazing. You need to literally, I fill up the water butt, because it's not been raining, and then top it up. It takes 2 watering cans to fill it up again, and by the end of the day, if it's hot, it will just, it'll use all the water up. It's very disappointing. Nothing worse than just a little dribble, as opposed to some full... I'm not exactly looking for something out of Versailles, but I'm looking for something a little bit better than a little dribble. And it's got lights in it. It makes it sound particularly naff, but I promise you it does look very pretty at night time, when it's sort of dark outside. And you just see the little... It's like a little bubbly fountain. It's not sort of mega shooting up in the air. So it's classy, yes. It used to have a ball, it turned. But then somebody picked up the ball and dropped it on the ground, and of course it doesn't turn now, so we've had to take the ball off it, which is okay. Do you know that Rick Mayall, the comedian, he's been dead now for 7 years? I couldn't believe that. To me it seemed like yesterday. A third of us swear more than we did 5 years ago. No, we didn't. I'm terrible. And Philip's 100th birthday today, so he gets a rose called the Duke of Edinburgh. It's a bit imaginative, isn't it? And Britain's given a triple dose of good news, the case to end the lockdown. Although, what was it yesterday? Record numbers of people since February, none as high since February. And what's it down to? People who don't wear a mask. That's who's spreading it at the moment. Yeah, or getting vaccinated. It really... Waterloo Station really is beginning to annoy me. There are more people working at Waterloo Station not wearing masks than I've ever seen. They can't all be bloody asthmatics. It's not physically possible to have that many people, but they're not wearing masks and chatting away to customers. Don't go anywhere near them. It's too dangerous. Too dangerous. You want to know why? Well, how many people in hospital now? 400 people? Thanks, Poppet. 400, good Lord. 1,000 people have gone into hospital. How many people have gone down with it, though? I think it's quite a few. There's 1,000 gone in hospital. I think there's about 4,000 people have actually gone down with COVID. And that's purely... Waterloo Station is notoriously bad. So many staff there not wearing masks and just chatting away like there was no such thing as COVID. You feel like going up to them and going, are you particularly stupid? It's very annoying. Very annoying. Here we go. People tested positive. 7,540. That was just yesterday. Just thought I'd tell you that now, just in case you were thinking, it's gone away. For all those nearly said a rude word there. All those thick people who go, don't worry, we're not going to get the coronavirus. Well, 7,500 yesterday. 7,500 people yesterday. And you wonder why we might be going back into lockdown. They might be changing it for a few people, but it's too dangerous. Victoria Beckham's got a new T-shirt out. The overpriced old baggage. Guess how much this one is? Because it's got something to do with Pride. It's basically just a white T-shirt with some lettering on it. 80 quid she's charging. 80 quid. All the money goes to charity, which is lovely. But 80 quid. Who seriously is going to spend 80 quid on a white T-shirt? You must be able to get T-shirts with Pride written on it, which cost a lot less than 80 quid. I forget what it says. Something to do with Pride. It's to do with wannabe something. Anyway, whatever it is, it's 80 quid, which seems way too expensive. The tax man swooping on book festivals. That'll please a few people in this building. Not. And wait for this one. The latest thing, which is being called racist, the apple pie. The apple pie is being called racist. And it was in the papers yesterday. And somebody said, "Oh, it signifies slavery," and somebody went, "No, no, 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 no. The apple pie was invented by Geoffrey Chaucer in about the year 1380, I think, something like that. This has come from Raj Patel, and it's so it's been linked to slavery, an apple pie, and the genocide of indigenous people, an apple pie. Even though, obviously, Raj Patel doesn't know this, but it was invented by, as I say, Geoffrey Chaucer in about 1380, something like that. You know, because people like to sort of tag things onto it. And, I mean, to be honest with you, I do like an apple pie drenched with cream, squirty or otherwise. You can't beat, or ice cream. Actually, ice cream. Oh, ice cream. I could have an ice cream now, couldn't I? What are you eating, dear? Oh, honestly. Think of your figure. I know we are. We're all thinking of your figure. Well, we're certainly watching it. What was that? Who was that? What was it? A line from Ab Fab, which said, "Inside me is a thin person trying to get out," and the mother goes, "Just the one, dear." Yeah, it's awful, isn't it? Really, no matter which way you look at it, you know, we just put on weight now. You know, just for eating a few cakes. I mean, I ask you, for goodness' sake. Anyway, excuse me. Happy birthday to Dustin Lance Black. Of course, you know who he is, don't you? We all know who Dustin is. Tom Daly's other half. Absolutely. They seem quite happy together, don't they? That's lasted, which surprised me. They got baby, and they do a very successful podcast, which seems to be going quite well. But when they first got together, Tom Daly got heaped with, you know, abuse and stuff like that. And you think, well, he's probably happier than the sort of people who are sending the abuse. Again, this morning, I had to look at Karens on the television in America, the racist, fat, over-bloated old bags who shout obscenities at people. One woman, there's a black guy, and he's delivering pizza on a private estate, and this woman's standing there with her camera phone going, "Who are you?" And he goes, "I'm delivering pizza. What are you doing here? You don't live here." You don't, and I'm thinking to myself, are you really as stupid as you make out? And the answer is, yes, they are, I'm afraid. The college head defends the students in the row over the Queen's portrait. Of course, it was students who voted to put her up in there in the first place, but they don't represent it. In fact, the main protagonist in this one is an American, if you please, telling us what to do. Can you believe it? Also, a British man. What were we talking about yesterday on the programme? Apart from loads of very interesting things. But yesterday we talked about this jumping off balconies into swimming pools. So some bloke does it the other day, and he's now fighting for his life. It's called balconing, where you have a loads of booze or drugs or something like that, and they think it's great. And he was on the 3rd floor. Now, I don't care what anybody says. I think the 1st floor is quite high enough. And he jumped into the swimming pool. He's now got, I think, a broken back, and he's got all sorts of dreadful things. And you think, well, more fool you. More fool you. I mean, you know, you just don't jump off balconies. You know, whichever way you look at it. I mean, there was somebody the other day, they were way up high. They obviously think you can leap into a swim. You can't do it. It's tombstoning, only worse. No, actually, nothing's worse than tombstoning, because there you don't know what's under the water. At least if you're jumping into a swimming pool, you would assume there's nobody underneath you. What happens if on the way down somebody doesn't see that you're on the way down and they get in the way and you jump on top of them? That's 2 people who are now seriously damaged. Annika Rice says Strictly left her broken. She moans an awful lot, Annika Rice. She really does. It's all a little bit, you know, she was so much better when she was doing Challenge Annika, and we got to see her bum all the time. Oh, my God, can you say that? I don't know if you can say that. But that's what the cameraman did. He spent all his time photographing her bum as she was running from... Did you ever see Challenge Annika? Oh, God, it was legendary. It was legendary. The idea was they had clues, and she was in a helicopter and had to fly her around within a certain time frame to find the clues out. And so the cameraman spent most of his time photographing her bum. She had the most photographed bottom in the country. Yeah, well, she must have done. He was behind her. So I'm assuming he wasn't doing her boobies. And it was a great programme. Great programme. Kenneth Kendall was back in the studio going, OK, and, well, it was a treasure hunt. It was a treasure hunt to see. And if she did it in time, they go, Annika, quickly, you've got to find this within, you've only got a minute left. And then there'd be a bong. Oh, Annika. And she went, oh, I'm so sorry. And they won a prize back in the studio. So they had to try and solve the clues, and she had to act it out for them. It was a good programme, actually. Yeah. I wouldn't be jumping in and out of helicopters. I'm not that sort of person. I'm not one of those sort of, fitness people, Although, actually, now I've got to walk every day to platform 21 at Waterloo Station. What a bugger that is, I tell you. It's such a long way, especially as I'm coming in from the other end of the station. If I was dropped by the steps, I've got to go up the steps and straight onto the platform. No, I've got to go up the steps. It's just awful, I promise you. It really is. I saw a bloke the other day who was wearing a pair, because I've got a lovely pair of trainers which Jonathan Shallett bought me, but they're quite smart. But I saw a pair the other day. A bloke was wearing them at the bus stop, and I nearly said to him, "Where'd you get them from?" They're Adidas, but they've got no laces in them, and they're like Adidas slip-ons. And I thought, oh, that looks quite good. And I tried to find them on Amazon. I couldn't find them, so I might have to go to one of those places where they sell trainers. But I mean, I'm going to look like the oldest person in town, aren't I, going in there? Oh, here we go again. I choked the other day on water. I took a mouthful of water, and it went down the wrong hole. How many I've got no idea. And I sort of, do they have no, you see, they're, Adidas Performance, they're Terex Voyagers. Right. And are they, no, you see, they're not Adidas. Are they Adidas? They're not, are they? Yeah, you got it wrong. No, don't show me something that's not Adidas. Because his definitely had the Adidas logo on. They look quite smooth. And I thought, because I suffer with my feet. I'm a martyr to the cause, I'm afraid, as indeed are most diabetics. And all this pounding the pavements up and down, I mean, it's just not for me at all. It's bad enough getting to the bus stop without having to sort of worry about sort of getting to the station, then up the stairs. Luckily, I take the escalator. If you think I'm walking, think again. And then you've got to walk all the way from platform 1 all the way to platform 21, looking at all these people who work at Waterloo Station with no masks on. Breathing, and that's why another 7,500 people the other day went down with COVID, because people are not bothering with the masks on. I don't care whether you're asthmatic. I don't care whether, I can't wear it, I'm medically exempt. Well, then you're going to go down with it, aren't you? That's the way it is. It's a shame, really, because we're going to go backwards as opposed to going forwards. Oh, and don't forget, 10 o'clock this morning, what are you going to be doing at 10 o'clock this morning, apart from this lot going to sleep? You're going to miss the partial eclipse. 10 o'clock this morning. That's where it will go dark. Sort of semi-dark. Better semi, I suppose, than sort of nothing at all. But nice. I'm looking forward to that. 10 o'clock this morning. I shall try and remember. Actually, I'll probably think to myself it's going to rain or something like that. But it won't be. It'll be a partial. I think it's bedtime. I'll be sort of snuggling down.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Were they Adidas Swift Run trainers? I've got no idea. We're going to check. Because I quite fancied the idea, actually. Annika Rice's programme is called Treasure Hunt. Challenge Annika was very good, but that's where she went out and helped people. She did the Romanian orphanage. A friend of mine worked on the film crew on that one, Susie. He was one, and he said it was heartbreaking. They went out there. Do you remember? If you don't remember, you should really watch it, because it was one of those heart-touching. And they went to the Romanian orphanages. This is during the reign of Ceausescu, where they shoved children into orphanages. And they literally, some of them were physically handicapped, mentally handicapped. They were just lying in cots. Loads and loads and loads of children. And they were so grateful. This friend of mine, Dave, who was working on the film unit, went out there. He said, and they hadn't had cuddles. He said, for their whole lives. He said, and so when everybody turned up, he said they just wanted to be loved by somebody. They were in orphanages, and to watch it, they were in pitch darkness most of the time. He said it was absolutely horrendous. And the idea was that she then rebuilt the orphanages for them. Luckily, we executed the Ceausescus, a vile, filthy, disgusting, depraved people. Was it Christmas Day? I always remember, because it was put on the television, and they were found guilty in the court, and they said death penalty, and she poo-pooed it. Yeah, get your hands off me, I'm Mrs. Ceausescu, and all the rest of it. But they took them straight outside from the courtroom, tied them to the post, and executed them there and then. There was no messing about. And I think it was when she was being tied to the post, she suddenly realised this was it. It was really, but it was this orphanages of all these hundreds and hundreds of children lying in their own mess, and nobody was looking after them at all. It was really something that, just broke your heart. Absolutely, and this friend of mine, he said once a sort of a kiddie had latched on to you, he said he had one, he said, and you just wanted to bring them home here to give them some sort of life. 20,000 children died under the Ceausescu's. 20,000 children. I mean, it was the most heartbreaking thing I think I'd ever seen. And when he came back, he said, I was so deeply affected by that. He said, because you get up in the morning, there'd be this little lad again, he said, and he just wanted to sit with you when he had something to eat, because they weren't getting proper food or anything at all. And people in this country put their hands in their pockets, and thank God for that. That's why when we have money that we raise for Make Some Noise, sometimes it's the most heartbreaking stories that we can't show you because we're on the radio, but we can certainly talk about some of the things. And I've been to some places and seen some things that just affect you, and you remember for the rest of your life. Because whatever it is that you've got, it's never as bad as what some of these other people have got. Steve, thank God it's just not me. I was beginning to think the world had suddenly been hit by amnesia, said Zach, when it came to COVID. Yeah, well, 7,500 the other day go down with COVID. And they're going, oh, don't worry, it's all finished. You see them sitting on the bus. Really awful. One here from Eve, who's in a little village in Northamptonshire. And she says, I've got terminal cancer. Not good this morning. But then I've waited for you to come on. You're the best pain relief ever. I know. I think I'm available on the NHS. I think they go, have you heard that Steve Allen programme? No matter how, excuse my language, crap you feel, at least we can take you out of it for a while. And if you're not having a good time this morning, and this would be the time when things go a bit bad, don't they? When you're sort of lying there and you're thinking, oh God, because it's dark and and if you listen to the radio, most of the radio stations, glorious that they are, and I'm deeply in love with every single radio presenter, they're playing music. And music brings back memories of certain things. I can listen to a piece of music and I think, God, I must be getting really old now because that's brought back some memories. And I had the record The Herd from the Underworld, which it was on a television programme. It was Heartbeat. And I remember thinking, and I went through it in my mind. It took me a good part of a day to try and work through the words to find out what the blooming song was called. And it was from the Underworld. So I downloaded it and then I bought their box set. And it's like 4 CDs or something. I forgot. And they had some, Paradise Lost was one of theirs. And they were big orchestral numbers. Whether they were big orchestras doing them, I don't know. But we listened to something. So, Eve, I know exactly how you feel when you say that, you don't feel good this morning. Because you will feel bad. You'll have days where, you think it depends whether you're having chemo and stuff like that. And that can make you feel a little bit, you know what I mean? Well, you know what I mean. In fact, anybody who's been there will know exactly. I met a lady once, in fact, I met quite a few ladies who've been terminal as well. There was one lady turned up to my show at the Shaw Theatre. She discharged herself from hospital. And because somebody had said to me, there's a lady in the queue for tickets at the Shaw Theatre, Steve. And I went, oh, lovely. They said, she's got a hospital bracelet on. She'd walked out of hospital. She was supposed to be in there. And I bumped into her at the show. And I said, you're supposed to be in hospital. She said, I know. I'm going back after the show. And that was her big treat to come and see the show live at the Shaw Theatre. But it was the fact she had her hospital bracelet on. I've had exactly the same. Don't worry, I've been there as well. And then I had another lady, and it was I think we were doing it for another charity, and it was her sister, and she was terminal as well. And she said she'd love to meet you. She said it'd be a lovely surprise. Could you surprise her? I said, probably yes. And so we went down to the hospital, and they brought her into the waiting room thing, and she said, I'd have known it was you, she said, even if they hadn't told me it was you. She said, because you look like you. I said, it's true, isn't it? I mean, sometimes, I know, sometimes people see you and I get people looking at me thinking, is it, isn't it? Is he, isn't he? People ask questions like this. And then they suddenly realise it is, and they're quite disappointed. Quite disappointed. They would go, good Lord, you're so much fatter than I thought you were going to be. And I go, no, listen, just healthy eating. But Eve, we're with you every morning. Listen, you don't need to ask people permission to listen to this programme or to listen to this station. And it's not just me. I mean, if you want to learn big words, you listen to James O'Brien. You won't understand them because I don't understand them and I'm supposed to be educated. And Nick Ferrari, who's just sort of everybody's busy mate, and Sheila, and Eddie Mayer and Ian Dale. I mean, it's a cast lift. I mean, I'm proud to say to people, I know them. I don't know them that well, but I know them. You know, I've worked with them for a number. We're not going out buying curtains or nothing like that. You know, we're just sort of people who work together. And yesterday it made me laugh because I couldn't work out what to have for breakfast. I got a bit confused, and it was going to be either peanut butter on toast or scampi, and it turned out to be neither. Turned out to be a bacon baguette, and then the watering of the plants. I was so desperate to water the plants because a few of my petunias had keeled over. And I remember looking at them thinking, I don't, you know, once they go limp, trying to get it up again is a bit of a hassle, as you can imagine. And so I did. And it was very therapeutic, actually. I've often said, you know, I could often work in a garden. I could work in a garden centre. It'd suit me down to the ground. Or a boarding house. Or a fish and chip shop in a little fishing port. Somebody was saying the other day, it's so expensive to stay in this country now. That's why people go abroad, because it was cheap. And they said that there was a shop in one of these places. Oh, on earth are they? Oh, dear. Oh, they're dipping insects in chocolate. Oh, how horrid. They turn them into crunchy treats. We sent Alan Dodgen out once. He went to Fortnum & Mason's, and we had, what was it? Was it a tarantula lolly? Or something like that. We had chocolate-covered giant ants. Oh, we had all sorts of horrible stuff. I wouldn't eat it. I made him eat it. It was a lot easier. And so he was very game, and he did try all these different things. And Fortnum's do these giant ants covered in chocolate, and also beetles covered in chocolate, and you just eat them. Because if you go to the street markets in Thailand or things like that, you can find all sorts of strange things. Tarantulas threaded onto sticks and then grilled. Tarantula kebabs. I mean, I just wouldn't eat that. Anything that looks like the animal, I wouldn't eat it. I don't know why. I'm just a bit peculiar. Mind you, I'm like that with anything, really. A bit funny. I don't mind eating a piece of steak, but all these things. I mean, 2 billion people. Insects form part of their diet. Crickets apparently required 12 times less feed than cattle, 4 times less feed than sheep, and half as much feed as pigs and broiler chickens to produce the same amount of protein. I don't care. I wouldn't be eating them anytime soon. Little birds threaded onto sticks and then grilled, and then you eat the whole thing. Not for me. Not for me, thank you very much indeed. Oh, ghastly. Zach says, bring back Challenge Annika. Great show. Didn't she wear a jumpsuit? She did, actually. And Shane says, it's me moaning on about the Sydney weather. I'm with you. They're Adidas NMD trainers. See, that's what I like about you as an audience. That's what I like about you. I can appeal to your better nature and say, where do I get these Adidas trainers from? And immediately, people just enjoy going onto the internet to find stuff for Steve Allen, who's totally useless when it comes to anything like that. I'm absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Apparently, I'm due another... So, no, these have got lace. They've got laces. We don't want laces. We don't want laces, and they're not as big as these things. They're so expensive. Have you noticed? It's so expensive. They look a little bit flatter than these ones. These are what, 84 quid. It's a lot of money for a pair of trainers. Yeah, keep trying. So it's no laces, please. Thank you. John says. Another one says, LBC, you sow anything for money, say anything to report whatever you're told to say. Shame on you. Oh, that's sweet, isn't it? How nice that the schooling system has failed John completely. Bless his heart. Obviously not bright. It doesn't matter, because we're talking about the weather on the programme this morning. Victoria Beckham and a fifth of pubs facing closure by August. You know why? They can't survive. They cannot survive. It's not good enough, is it? And the dog napper. Somebody goes to Marks and Spencer's, ties up 2 Labradors, and this bloke nicks them from outside. I mean, a complete ace dustbin. He's been jailed for 6 months, which is good news. And a telescope has found mysterious radio bursts in space. Where are they coming from? They don't know. But they've got loads of these. So... Are there people on other planets? Are they sending out radio? Or are they doing their sort of welcome to UFO on 5? and they do things like that. I like the idea that there's sort of other radio stations out there in the galaxy. I saw a thing the other day, and it was a lady. She was in the middle of nowhere, and she was broadcasting presumably to herself, which I felt a bit sorry for. Oh, and it's a lovely day. I'm Betty or whatever she said she was. I can't remember what she was. And she said, "Oh, it's a lovely day here, isn't it?" And I'm thinking, who are you talking to? And then it turned out she was talking to herself, which is actually good because I do that every single day of my life. And this morning we're doing it for Eve, which is good news. Apparently, slip-on Adidas trainers, says John. Take a look at the Adidas Contestant Pro training shoes. Oh. And do they haven't got laces, have they? Yeah, £45. They say that's a better price. £45 is more in keeping with me.
This is the story of that day you cleared out the garage. Classics with the best MC in the galaxy. Or the story of that workout when you lifted a weight off and harnessed the power of your emotions. Or the story of that long-haul flight, sat on the plains of the Namibian desert, soothed by the returning rains. From the Corrupt FM podcast to Darren Brown's Bootcamp for Emotion and Sleep Sound with Maya Jama. For the story you need right now, listen on Audible. Subscription required. See audible.co.uk for terms.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Well, we think we found them, or something looks very similar. They look quite... Do you think they'd be very comfy? Adidas Contestant Pro training shoes, $49.99. I wonder if they do those on Amazon, because I don't like ordering from a shop I don't know anything about. Whereas with Amazon, I'm a bit okay. And also, they do size 5. I mean, seriously, who's got size 5 feet? They do 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then they jump to 11 and then 12. So they don't do any bigger. But why don't they do 10 and a half? 10 and a half is sort of... Yeah, so I'd always go 11. But if they do these on Amazon, I'll buy them from They don't. It's typical, isn't it? Very naughty. Wonder why they don't do them. And how do you pay for these things? Will they do PayPal or something? I don't even know where this shop is. Is it registered in this country or we elsewhere? It's martial art footwear, they go. Pfft, just see me doing martial art, can't you? But they say they won't be beaten on price. I don't mind those, actually. I don't, Yeah, they look... Do you think they would be comfy? Because some of them say don't wear for walking, but use them for the gymnasium. Well, with no chance of that, is there at all? I don't do a gymnasium. The Navy couple marrying at the fourth attempt. And the lawyer who swindled £200,000 from a disabled woman. And the village's church bells, which have been silenced after just one person complained. Oh, tell him to sod off. Seriously, one person complains about the church bells. That's the whole idea. If you move into a village and it's got a church, they're going to ring the blooming bells. And somebody goes, oh, sorry, can you not ring the bells? And you go, well, we're going to. One person complaining. So, I tell you, you'd be going around booing them, wouldn't you, at the garden gate? Definitely. Nicola Sturgeon bans the English cruise ship, even though 75% of the passengers have had 2 jabs. And don't forget, 10 o'clock this morning, the dark side of the eclipse. The moon partially covers the sun and it'll go dark, not pitch black. And tell you more about that later. And the big story on the front page of all the papers, enjoy, only they could call in the lawyers over the baby's name. Seriously, honestly, they have become the most litigious, boring couple in the world. I mean, everything, it's just all a little bit mamby-pamby, isn't it? It's a case of, don't say that, we don't like that. And you think to yourself, oh, grow up, for God's sake. And with Jane Moore, the columnist, and loads of other people who say, why don't they just go away? Do us all a favour. We don't care about them anymore. Let's not bother covering his Olympic Invictus Games and see how they cope then. Because they rely on the journalists, and yet they don't seem to like journalists. They don't seem to like the royal family. Who do they like? Do they actually have any friends? Have they been out to visit them in, I like to be in America? Or is it just, people always write it, they go, oh, you just always got to find something about... No, they're front page of every single paper this morning. Because they've said one thing and it is claimed that the palace have said something else. I mean, to be honest with you, who gives a stuff? Who really gives a stuff? Now the twins saved from the crocodile. Do you remember the twins out there and the crocodile? And we did say at the time, I think we said it on this programme, what happens if she's swallowed any water? And also from the crocodile's teeth. And it turns out she's now got sepsis, which is not very good at all. We thought that might have been... something that might have happened. What was the other one? Oh, the OAP, the old age pensioner, left homeless by a van raper. They stole her caravan. Who steals somebody's caravan? What sort of peasant steals somebody's caravan? 2 of them. They just hooked it up and drove away with it. Not very good, is it? David Beckham's eyeing another spell as a skipper on a super yacht. I'm sorry, shouldn't you build the stadium first, Dave? You know, we're not too worried about you. You're really wearing that top, are you? Good God in heaven, where'd you get that from? Where is this from? Are you... The England store? Is it? Oh, right. Oh, it's got a badge on it for football. Is that Chelsea's colours? Or something? Or... Oh. I can't believe that design is actually something to do with football. How much was that? I bet that was ridiculously expensive. 40 quid! Blimey. It's not designed by Victoria Beckham, is it? The world's most successful designer. I just thought it was one of those things you'd found in a cheap shop. I had no idea it was something to do with football. No, you're not Luke, I know. Well, thank goodness. £40, honestly. Somebody saw you coming. What was the other one that I quite liked? The Apple... Oh, the Build star, Derek Roberts, has died. And if you see a picture of him, you'll know. He was 70. And I thought he was lovely. He was one of those people who looked like a policeman. Simple as that. Steve, I think the Adidas laceless were first used in the Run DMC video with Aerosmith, says Sunil. I like Run DMC, I think. And Steve, has Rod Liddell got anything interesting to say today? He certainly has. And we'll tell you about that a little bit later on. Let's have a quick look, front page. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's Noel Gallagher. What's he saying, I wonder? Well, this time he's laid into Harry, calling him an F-word, woke snowflake. I don't like the word woke. It doesn't really sit with me because it doesn't mean anything. And he says Harry comes across as a rude word again. When criticising his family, he added to the Duke married to Meghan. This is what happens when you get involved with Americans. I mean, to be honest with you, he's turned into a right mamby-pamby. You know, it's complaining about everything, you know, and of course he's having to take time off because his job is just so stressful. He doesn't have a job, but it's good. It's very exciting for him. Bradley Walsh has brought his own forest. It's lovely. A bulldozer and a lorry unloading clay was spotted there recently. It's got a huge drive and is flanked by the M25 in Essex and a golf course. It's been bought by his company. His company, TV firm Wing It Productions Limited, is currently sat on £11.5 million profits. Which actually, you know, Bradley's been in the business a long time. I would expect him to be sitting on a lot more. Noel Gallagher says, I don't know why he's done this one. I feel William's pain having an effing younger brother shooting his mouth off. He's very articulate, isn't he? Very rude. You notice I don't use the proper words. And he said, just don't be... And we use the F word again, I'm afraid, dissing your family, because there's no need for it. Well, I said that as well. But then Harry doesn't really know who his family are. I don't think, you know, well, he knows who they are, but he has nothing to do with them. He's got nothing in common with them at all. He didn't want to do anything because it involved work. And you know what it's like when you try and tell Harry something, he thinks he knows better. And that's why he's sort of upped and left this country. I'm opting out, you know, because I've got a girlie, all right? Got a girlie here, you know, which is nice. Annika Rice revealed that starring on Strictly Come Dancing left her broken and depressed. She needed months of physio for a whiplash injury. Good Lord. Anyway, she told a podcast, I'd never really been badly injured in my life, considering all the lunatic stunts and things that I've done. I don't like it when they start moaning about something. You know, somebody gives you an opportunity and they put you back on the telly, you know, and then months and months later, you know, they moan about it. It broke me. I had mental agony. I had this and that. Listen, people don't care. You know, you were very, very well paid for that job. I tell you what, why don't you do us a favour? Come in the papers and say, listen, I got paid £60,000 for basically 3 weeks' work or whatever it happened to be. I think you'll find there's very little sympathy for celebrities. And she also had a dig at celebs who claimed not to have much ballroom experience. Because some people have had loads of dancing experience, haven't they? You know, people like, you know, Ashley Banjo. He's sort of a dancer. Tony Beak with his hair transplant. Have you seen it? Seriously, look, it makes Joe Swashes look almost half decent. And I did watch that dreary old programme the other day. Steph's draggingly on, boringly, rubbish packed lunch or something. To be honest with you, I'd rather eat the Tupperware box than watch any more of that garbage on the television. You know, they've got Tony Beak on there who thinks it's his show, and a load of other people. Yesterday we had Jordan was on there again. God knows why. Is Beak on? Yes, he seems to be on daily. Yes, very dull and dreary. If anything's going to kill their audience, that'll be it. Plus. A woman has been arrested in São Gonçalo, which is overseas somewhere, and she murdered her husband. And the reason, she cut off his willy and she pan-fried it. I mean, like you do. I've never heard of that one before. Cops found his body and the knife used to kill and butcher him. She's been arrested, but the couple ran a pizzeria and had 2 children. Interesting, isn't it? The things that people do. Here's Her Majesty looking all cash. Pair of elasticated waist jeans. No, joking. But she's wearing what I call her sort of casual. Do you know she must have her hair done every day? A bit like me, actually. I get my hair done every day. I wake up in the morning. Occasionally one of the rollers has fallen out and I sort of give up on it. The student behind the vote to remove the Queen's portrait from an Oxford college is the son of an American millionaire lawyer. Oh dear. Computer whiz Matthew Katzman in Oxford to do research for Google tabled the motion to get rid of it. Wish somebody get rid of you, love. Sick to death of people sort of coming over and sort of saying, oh, I don't think we should have this anymore. Because if you remember, Matthew, but you won't because you're not old enough. But all those years ago, the students voted to put the Queen's portrait up in there, OK? Perhaps they'll vote to get rid of you. Here's Bev. Call me Bev. Beverly Turner. Rod Liddell says today she has a right to speak out. She says it's happening too often. You don't win arguments by silencing people. Je suis Bev. So there you go. But I mean, listen, they had a thing the other day. Adil Ray was arguing with somebody. Well, I didn't think it was an argument. I just thought it was a discussion. They had 2,000 Ofcom complaints. 2,000 people bothered to complain about somebody complaining about, I think it was the pandemic or something, whatever it was terribly tedious. And I thought to myself, good God, 2,000... Honestly, I've never had 2,000 complaints in my entire life.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Apparently, Prue Leith is to be made a dame in the Queen's birthday honours. Not if her son goes out and lets his dogs loose in Richmond Park again. Thank you very much indeed. Fine, £700. Have you noticed that when the weather gets warm, what do we do? What do we go and buy? Fans. You can't buy fans for love nor money because everybody goes out and buys fans. Which is nice. Steve. I hope that woman didn't confuse pepperoni for her husband's manhood. Wouldn't want to visit that pizzeria, says Zach. Yes, it's an odd thing to do, isn't it? That was like that other bloke, wasn't it? Who was out with his wife and she cut off his willy and threw it out the car window. So they go to hospital. John Wayne Bobbitt. And the doctor says, OK, he says, she's cut off me willy. And so the doctor says, well, where is it? And he said, well, she threw it out the window. He said, well, go and get it. So he had to go back to where it was thrown out the car window, find it, and then take it back to the hospital so they could sew it back on again. And you think your life's complicated. Isn't that an odd thing? People are very strange nowadays. And then the porn industry offered him $1 million to make a film. And he made a porno film, and I interviewed him. It was even more bizarre. You know, interviewing people who are in we now call it the adult entertainment industry. Steve, have the Gallagher brothers made up? I thought they were always arguing. I don't think they've made up yet. I'm pretty certain. I think what they do is they just sort of... I mean, I don't know if it's publicity or if they really don't like each other. I think it's probably easy to fall out with people, isn't it? I think. Steve, we now out in Glasgow for John, methinks, says Kim. Morning, Kim. And somebody says here, could you play a clip of you and Alan eating those insects? I remember it so well and it still makes me laugh, says Andy in Welwyn. I think that's Welwyn Garden City, isn't it? Which always sounds quite nice, actually. It's sort of a bit like the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Welwyn Garden City. What didn't exist? Yes, they so did. They so did. And the lighthouse at Pharos and all the rest of it. Yeah, Alexandria. They all existed. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon. They so did. Honestly, I've never heard anything like it. Arguing with me about history. Thank you very much indeed. Don't start that one. Oh, blimey. I was trying to find actually one of our newsreaders the other day on Twitter, and I found him on Twitter because he's another one of these fit people. They go out running and they do bodybuilding and all the rest of it. And you think that's great when you're young, but you get to that certain stage where you discover, booze and women and men or whatever it is you happen to be sort of taken with, and then you just sort of let yourself go. And it's very easy once you've let yourself go to sort of just keep letting yourself go. It's very difficult to try and get yourself back to where you were, which isn't. And another one here, which says, I'm going to buy a heater, says Shane. It's freezing. Oh. And somebody says, I'm sorry, says Roger, but people who expect us to do as I say, not as I do, like Harry, are a bit woke. But the trouble is, nobody's ever told him off before. I argued this for his sort of an excuse for Harry, for the way that he is and the way that he has been in the past, is that nobody's ever told him off. His mother died when he was very young. His father didn't bring him up. They were stuck with nannies and things like that. So nobody ever told him right from wrong. So he always assumed that because he was Prince Harry, he could do what he wanted. And he suddenly realised that he can't. He suddenly realised that the majority of the British public can't stand him. Which must have come as a bit of a nasty shock when you're sort of privileged and brought up, not having to worry about money. They don't need to worry about bills. Do you imagine him and Meghan sitting there, or him and William going, we've got 192 electricity, but how do we do that? They wouldn't know. They don't know any of these sort of things. So that's why, actually. That's why he's the way he is, because nobody's ever told... He never had that motherly figure. She took him out to sort of things like that, but she was too busy, gallivanting here, gallivanting there, and the father didn't do anything at all. They were like strangers, in the same way that Prince Charles was a stranger. Because if you remember, there's that famous picture of his mother, and she's come back on a train from somewhere, and he has to shake her hand at the station. And he's a little boy. He's wearing his little sandals and his little coat, and his hair's brushed, and he's shaking hands with his mother. You think, that's your mother. Shouldn't you put your arms around them and go, where the hell have you been? And that was the same for the boys. Diana wasn't there a lot of the time. She was for most of it, but there was lots of occasions she wasn't. So he had nobody to tell him off. And she wouldn't tell him off because she felt guilty having left him on numerous occasions. And Charles didn't, boys, do boysy things and all that kind of stuff. Nobody knew. So that's why he's the way that he is. It's a shame, really. Another one here, which says, oh, right. A civil servant stopped from listening to music on headphones at work is in line for compensation. Unbelievable. Misbah Hanif got the OK from her boss to help cope with anxiety, but she was told to stop after a colleague at the Department for Work and Pensions in Stockton complained. An employment tribunal ruled that she'd been discriminated against. It's amazing. We are actually mirroring our American cousins. They sue at the drop. Do you remember the woman who sued McDonald's because her coffee was hot and she spilt it, burnt herself? And they said, but it's a cup of coffee. And they had to start putting on their apple pie, caution, filling may be hot, because there were stupid people going in there. It is absolutely amazing, isn't it, that people complain about everything. And here it is. An employment tribunal. This is for people on sick leave. The temptation to sneak to the pub for a crafty drink is too great to resist. Now a judge's ruling has suggested you needn't fear being spotted, because a tribunal in Newcastle were told that staff on sick leave are entitled to visit their local. Judge Andrea Pitt ruled that an employee was unfairly dismissed after he was seen drinking at a social club while on sick leave. He's a driver for a company that lays tarmac, and he's now in line to receive damages. Apparently damages compensates for it. Doesn't it? They go, oh, right, my feelings are so hurt. Oh, right, would you like some money? How much money would you like? And that's how it works nowadays. We've gone compensation mad. It's like, going into the hairdressers and you go, OK, just do what you want with it. And you come out and they go, what the hell have you done to my hair? And they go, I'm suing you. There was a woman who actually turned up at a hairdresser's years ago. She'd applied for a job. And so the bloke said, yes, I'll give you the job. You start on Monday. She went there on Monday. By the Friday, she's announced she's pregnant. So she wants leave. And he went, well, you've only just started the job. She took him to court. She won. Because she was discriminated against. It's just phenomenal. It'd be like me sort of coming in and saying, I don't think I'll go on air today. You know, my hands are a bit cold and I need a fingernail buffing up. And, I tell you what I saw the other day. There used to be a guy who was on QVC, and I think his name was Leighton Denny. Leighton Denny was this rather sort of over-the-top person who sold nail polish. And that's all he did, and just nail polish. And he was on QVC, and he was on all the time. And he was obviously a little bit big-headed. Here he is. He's now changed his appearance because the hair's fallen out. And he turned up the other day. I happened to be flipping through the channels, you know, flip, 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 like that. And he was on TJC, which is like the cheaper end of the market. And there he was. But unfortunately, because he didn't have a model to do the painting of all the colours on there, he painted himself. It was the saddest thing I've ever seen. Obviously, he's fallen from grace. And when he was dropped from QVC, or he left QVC, or whatever happened to QVC, he doesn't appear on QVC now. They use other people. But he turned up on TJC. And you could tell that the woman who was presenting the programme couldn't get a word in edgewise with him, because he was going, oh, people like this colour here and this is very popular. And you think, God, you're an annoying person. But he's grown a moustache to make himself look butcher. But it's nail polish. And they say, oh, you can have these colours, because there's some really lovely colours. It's just that I was surprised to see him pop up on a cheaper channel. That's all I could tell you. And he's still on. Are you sure? Because I've looked on QVC. And I watch QVC a lot. And they do the nail varnish, but they don't do his nail varnish. I'm very up on who are on the things, because a friend of mine works on QVC, and he's one of the only men on there working on the women's side. Because he used to work on my programme on a Sunday, and I quite like it. But their most money is made on the women's fashion. It's absolutely, you won't find them doing men's fashion. None of the channels do men's fashion. It's a bit, occasionally you might get a puffer jacket or something like that, but mainly it's Sally Jackson, her droning voice. Oh, you want this one here? It's great, isn't it? She's really odd. And they'll have her advertising flashlights, and then they'll put her on a running machine, and she doesn't do that very well. So they're selling things. I found an enormous fish. It's a halibut. I don't know anything about halibuts, but this one weighs in at 12 stone. 12 stone. Look at it. It's the length of that man. That's how big it is. That man is lying down. Where did he get? In the bath. What do you mean, where did he catch it? In the sea. The North Sea. It was taken to Peterhead and Eddie's Seafood Market in Edinburgh with worker William Elliott lying next to it. They're big, aren't they? Well, it's like tuna. Tuna are the size of this thing. Tuna are in... Have you ever seen tuna? Oh, they're like massive things. A haul of tuna on a boat could be worth up to £10 million. Really? I can tell you're not really impressed. I don't care. I don't care. People sort of poo-pooing me. I don't mind. Steve, when Harry was gallivanting around with Chelsea Davy and Cressida Bonus, he was not like he is since he met Meghan. No, he's a different person. Everybody grows up, don't they? You know. Jason says, I was in the army and at Royal Military Academy Sandhurst when Harry and Wills went through. My friend was at Sandhurst as well, which is quite nice, isn't it? Oh, he was telling me some stories about Sandhurst, which I can't even repeat to you. But it doesn't matter, because we've got the news coming up. It's Thursday morning in London town. I trust wherever you are okay. And over the UK, absolutely. But we come to you live from Leicester Square, where we're having our new generators put in, which is very exciting. It's the 10th of June. It's another hot day today. We're going to end up with about 24 degrees, I think, or something. Either way, listen, get everything done by lunchtime, then put your feet up indoors and, just have a window open or sort of slight breeze blowing through. Makes no difference. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice. You made my day, Steve. Took more pain relief, pain easing. This is Eve, isn't it? Yes. And says, you've been the best medicine of all. Ready for sleep now, as I'm a care and look after frail people. Not at work till 10. Catch up with you on the podcast. Yes, in fact, you should definitely catch up. There are so many podcasts to catch up on, really. And Steve, your show cheers me up, says Natalie in Dubai. Have you ever had a wisdom tooth out? I don't think I've got any wisdom teeth. Have you had your wisdom teeth out? Oh, right. Why do they take them out? Is it because you end up with sort of problems? But she says, currently I can't speak properly. So it hurt. No, I've never had a wisdom tooth out. I don't think so. I've had root canal. Didn't like that at all. I always tell people that hurts like hell. There we go. Wisdom teeth. Third and final set of molars that most people get in their late teens or early 20s. They can be a valuable asset to the mouth when healthy and properly aligned, but more often they're misaligned and require removal. Well, if I've had them taken out, it was done without my knowledge. So I'm not that... the tooth fairy. Because when you lost another tooth, did you ever do it? You know, you had a tooth that was loose when you were sort of growing up, and you go, and it's like hanging on with a bit of... Yeah, and so what we used to do is put a bit of cotton round it, and then tie it to the door handle, and then shut the door, and it would pull it out. Do you ever... No. Just us again. We did that when we were younger. You didn't do that. Yeah, because you could play with it, and it would wiggle about, and then you'd think, oh, I mean, effectively, if you sort of pulled hard, you could pull it off the skin it was attached to. But no, we used to put a piece of cotton round it. There could be other people listening who did this, looking at me here like I'm from another planet. And it wasn't a punishment. No, it wasn't, because we used to get sixpence. You'd put it under your pillow, and the tooth fairy would come in the middle of the night and would leave you sixpence for a tooth, which I thought, to be honest with you, did you get 50p and you got £1? I was very hard done by. We were a very poor family, actually. We were in the iron and steel business. Mother ironed, father steeled. And we were a little bit psychic. Sorry, I can't do that one. No, I mean, we did that with a bit of cotton, attach it to the door. Then my father would say, OK, we shut the door now, Stephen. You stand there, shut the door, and it would pull the tooth out. You're right, actually. It sounds very barbaric. The more I think about it, the worse it sounds. I'm so sorry. You're all thinking about this, but kids do that, and then you end up with a gap, and you stick your tongue through the gap, don't you? Just me again. And that was good. That was good. I used to hate going to the dentist, occlusal, blah, 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 and they go through it, and he was sort of marking it off. I wish I'd perhaps... Do you think dentists have to go to other dentists, or can they do their own dentistry? I don't know. I used to have a very good dentist in Twickenham, but the blooming man's retired now, which was a shame because I thought he was brilliant. He was very selfish. He was very good. He was he used to help nervous patients, and God knows I was a nervous patient. Ian the Skip says I'm on Fleet Street and it's 18 degrees already. Oh, ghastly. I always remember Fleet Street. Well, because we were in it for so many years. And at the bottom there used to be a bridge that went across, and then they took it away, and you got a clean view of St Paul's Cathedral, which is quite nice. You can go up there and have a wander around and go inside the church. But I like anything to do with the river, and looking at. And I played in the theatre down there, which is lovely. It's all very exciting. It's called Fleet Street because the River Fleet runs underneath. It ran underneath our building, our studios. The River Fleet ran underneath, and in our master control room, there was a big metal hatch, and you lifted it up and you could see the river underneath. It was diverted. Yeah, it used to run down the middle of Fleet Street, and years ago people threw everything out their windows, and I mean everything. There was no flushing lavatories. It's all covered. It goes under the ground actually. But we used to have rats and mice come up. But yes, it's still there. So it's Fleet Bridge, largest I think of the I think it's the largest of all the subterranean rivers. And I think actually, wait a minute, aren't the headwaters, I think, are up on Hampstead Heath, I think. Two of them, the Hampstead Ponds and the Highgate Ponds. And then they descend underground as sewers and come in at Camden. But yeah, the River Fleet was underneath there. But it went down the middle of Fleet Street and people threw everything in there. It was, dead animals and toilet stuff and things. It was really ghastly, actually. Really ghastly. And of course, but remember, London in those days was so bad. The stench from the rivers, including the Thames, was so bad that at the Houses of Parliament, they had to hang up curtains made out of sackcloth, slaked in lime to keep the smell from the river out. And then they only came back a few years ago and said, we know that the river's clean now. We've just seen salmon in the river. People threw sewage in. Bodies, everything. Dead animals. You didn't sort of, wait for the vet to pop round. You threw them in the river and everything floated down the river. Sounds ghastly, doesn't it, really? But I'd love to have been there at the time to just to see what it was like. London must have been fascinating. Absolutely. Steve, I'm sure that thing about tying your tooth to the door only happened in the Beano. No, seriously, we did that. There you go, the Great Stink. 1858. The problem had been mounting for years because inadequate sewerage, which emptied directly into the Thames. They had all sorts of problems. The Silent Highwaymen, 1858. Death rose on the Thames, claiming the lives of victims who've not paid to have the river cleaned up. And so the man who should be considered the hero of London is Mr. Bazalgette. Very famous, very, very famous. And the sewage system operated into the 21st century, servicing a city has been grown to a population of over 8 million. So the sewage was no longer dumped onto the shores of the Thames. You can imagine what it must have been like. Oh, Lord above. It's so much cleaner now, but, fish there and all the rest of it, which is quite nice. Shane says, please, the dentist scares me. It scares most people. Most people, for some reason, we don't like dentists, we don't like snakes, we don't like heights. I used to have a nightmarish dream that I was in the Royal Albert Hall and I was right at the very top in one of the alcoves, and they went, just climb down here, and I went, I can't move. I was frozen to the spot because it's so high up there, and people have been known to, they go above the auditorium, there's a hatch, and you can look down from the top. I've been to St Paul's Cathedral and been up, and there's a piece of glass in the floor, way up in the ceiling, and you look down, and you think, oh, like that sky pool. Like the sky pool. There was a reporter the other day, did a piece on it, and he said it's quite frightening. Quite frightening. He said, if you're actually in it, you can't see what's under you, but if you dive under the water, he said, you can, that would be enough to put me off. Even thinking about it makes me feel slightly queasy. Jackie in Watford said, Steve, the Tooth Fairy gets £1. And I couldn't hear a whisper in the Whispering Gallery. I couldn't hear anything either, so don't worry, not alone. They go, if you turn round and face the wall in the Whispering Gallery in St Paul's, you whisper into the wall, the person the other side of St Paul's can hear you. No, they can't. Well, they certainly couldn't when we were there. But I did walk all the way up the stairs. I did go up the stairs to the top. And the best thing is, you see Sir Christopher Wren's workman's graffiti, which, as you go higher and higher, they chipped into the wall, Will Whatsit was here and, the year and all. Oh, yeah, it was really amazing. Oh, yes, genuine, totally genuine. Oh, yes, because it wasn't it wasn't meant to be seen by the public. It was only for the workmen. So you have to climb through little gaps, and then you go up and you go into the wedding cake, and then there's one more tier above that. I was rooted to the wall. I was like that. I was frightened to move because I've got no head for heights at all. I'm bad enough sitting on a chair at the moment. Seriously, I feel quite queasy if I have to sort of slip off the chair. Any time now. So here's loads of stuff about the Spice Girls getting back together. I don't think with Victoria. And so what she's done is she's sort of basically flogging her sort of pricey T-shirts. So it was interesting. It says here, it's hard to understand why she wanted out of the band so badly. Now, of course, I'd never knock a charitable fundraiser for a great cause, and 100% of the proceeds go to the organisation. Unlike last year, when she was criticised over a similar £95 top, which only paid out 25% to good causes. See, that was... so had to do it all. Mind you, I don't know how well her business is doing at the moment. I'm really not sure. So they've all reunited to help her launch her Pride collection. I mean, to be honest with you, it's got absolutely nothing to do with the Spice Girls, this. It's to do with giving publicity to Victoria Beckham, who does the, V for Victory sign. And you think, oh, God, honestly. And here are the marvellous family. Everybody's doing everything except Harper, who isn't cooking up a storm or appearing on anything at the moment. But all the other ones are doing modelling. They haven't done anything with Brooklyn because he's going to get married very shortly. And he doesn't have a job. He couldn't make a cup of coffee, and his photographs are positively laughable. Romeo's doing a little of modelling for somebody where you have to just look vacant, which is not very difficult, actually, for most of the Beckham family. And Dave, of course, has done his own fair share of modelling. It's all very lovely, isn't it, really? A car gifted to a Manchester City kit man by Sergio, is it Aguero? Oh, blimey, I got it right. Is on sale just days later for $23,000 on eBay. It's a Range Rover Evoque, which was won by Ali Marland in a raffle organised by the departing striker to thank the staff. So they reckon it could fetch 60 grand. I mean, what would you rather have, the car or 60 grand? You'd rather have what, the car? You'd rather have the money. Exactly, we'd all have the money. Blow that for soldiers, thank you very much indeed. Also a drug pair who were caught here moving £3 million worth of cocaine in skin cream tubes, in tubs. They sort of come up with all these things. A dealer sent another one on runs to collect 30 kilos of the drug, often in the moisturiser tubs from boats. One's got 16 years, 9 months, and the other one 11 years in prison. Where we're doing that. They seem to catch them fairly quickly nowadays, mainly because the sort of people who are doing the drug dealing, not sort of way at the top of the list, but the people who are underneath them, the little foot soldiers as they call them, they're so dumb, they get caught easily. The FBI caught 200 of them the other day. They'll be spending time relaxing at the president's further delectation. And an NHS psychologist has been suspended because she spent sessions with patients offloading about her personal troubles. Seems all right, doesn't it, really? Martina King ignored her client's problems as she wasted hour-long therapy appointments discussing her job, family and health. But her outpourings left her patients feeling worse than ever. So she was doing it for her own benefit. So they decided that she's got a 6-month ban. Apparently one patient said she was frantic, unhinged, not calm and on edge. Another said she became tearful and her unburdening was a cry for help. A third said their session overran by 45 minutes and Mrs. King spent most of it moaning about the NHS and its managers. Shouldn't laugh, actually, really, but I mean, it was obviously therapy for her. 2 thieves left a widow homeless. I'll tell you about her in a moment.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. 1 in 5 will defy holiday traffic light rule. Millions of Brits are ready to defy official advice by taking a holiday in an amber list country. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day and she loves her holidays. I mean, she loves her holidays. Whereas me, I mean, I'm not remotely bothered about holidays or lying on beaches, but you know that. You know that anyway. But some people will do anything to get their holidays in. Some parents take the kids out of school. Which is not probably the best thing to do, but it seems to make them feel a little bit better about everything, doesn't it, really? So, what have we got here? Oh, the unlimited numbers allowed at weddings. That would be a good idea. That would be a very, very good idea. Mark in Brentwood, currently working in Cornwall. Thank you for that. Do you know what the person's name is, Mark? Do you know what the person's name is? Not on my team, is it? Well, as far as we know, it's definitely not on my team. But whoever it is, let's have a name, please. Bob says, just to back you up, I too remember having a go at the door and the tooth trick. Not sure about you, but never worked. I've got teeth like a row of condemned council houses, said Bob in Chertsey. But that was quite normal to put a piece of cotton around it and then shut the door. I mean, I don't know why people think it's odd. And when I think about it, though, it does send a shiver down my back. No, it wasn't. It was only painful momentarily because the tooth was practically out, and you spend all your time fiddling with it. Well, if you did it before bed, and you shut them like that, and then you climb into bed, there was the danger it could fall out, and you could swallow it. Which, yes, it did bleed. Not a huge amount, but there was a little bit of bleeding. But it was the fact that you got 6pence, which is 2.5 pence. You got £1. Yeah, but your family are rich. My parents were very poor. We didn't have any money. We used to buy sliced bread and slice it. We were very poor. Very poor as families go. We didn't have toys, but we used to listen with a toothbrush mug through the wall of next door so we could find out what it was like, have friends round. These Spice Girls have got loads of publicity on these overpriced T-shirts. Victoria unveiled the tops with "Proud and Wanna Be Your Lover" in rainbow lettering. She said all the profits go to AKT, the Albert Kennedy Trust, to fund the amazing work they do to combat LGBTQ plus youth homelessness in the UK. Seems very complicated, doesn't it, really? But I mean, that's all they are. They're just T-shirts, white T-shirts. They've all got a picture of them on, so I suppose that's what the papers are looking for. Simon Cowell will do his first ever charity walk after recovering 110% from a broken back. Good for Simon. Today, out of tragedy, he turns it very positive. And trying to save our pubs. They reckon 1 in 5 boozers will face closure. And it's mainly those, especially in London, we've got these big Victorian pubs, which are massive. Absolutely massive. Back to the days when you had a public bar and a lounge bar. You paid a bit extra for the lounge bar, but you got a bit of carpet, and they came and emptied your ashtray on a regular basis. If you were in the public bar, you just put your cigarette out on the floor. Much easier. And the snug was for women, apparently. But then there was a middle bit where you could go and get your off-licence booze. And they'd put it in a brown paper bag. Not that I remember these things. I was told it. Yeah, but I don't think we did Prosecco back in those days. It was like, we'll have a bottle. My grandmother, when my father used to go and visit her in Ilford, he'd take her a bottle of stout. And she thought that was a treat. She seriously thought it was I couldn't believe it. She thought that was a treat. He'd said, Mum, I'll go and get you a bottle of stout. And I remember thinking, oh... Although he was a bit, in the end she got dementia, as indeed did a lot of people in those days. And he went to visit her she was in a mental asylum, and she didn't know who he was, which must be terribly sad. I mean, of course, as kids, we didn't realise. It's only when you get to be an adult that you realise what he must have been going through. And he said he sort of went to see her, he said, and she was just sort of face up against the wall, he said, chatting to nobody in particular. They weren't treated well in those days. They were just left to wander about. There used to be a place in Ealing called St Bernard's, and there were people just wandering the corridors, talking to themselves. And he came back to the car, and he said she didn't know who I was. He said she had no idea. He said, I just said, all right, Mum, I got you some chocolates and things like that. She said, oh, that'll be nice. But she didn't know. And that's very sad. So when we heard the other day that they think they've got this tablet for Alzheimer's, I mean, that's like years too late for many people, but for the future generations, could be good. Could be good. Steve, the River Peck runs beneath Peckham. I've never even heard of the River Peck. Wait a minute, we will have to check. He says it translates to village surrounded by hills, which is Peckham. I don't know, I can't remember if I've been to Peckham. So here we go. The River Peck, a small stream in London that was enclosed in 1823. It's uncovered on the west side of Peckham Rye Park. How exciting. Flows into the Earl's Sluice, which has its confluence with the Thames at Deptford Wharf. So there you go. There is a River Peck. It's one of London's lost rivers. And there's a walk you can do, sort of following in the footsteps of the River Peck. Quite nice, isn't it? We have the Thames where I am. It's a little-known river, which you probably get around you. You probably heard talk of it, and that's quite nice. I've often thought perhaps I should get a boat on the Thames, but then I don't want a rowboat because I'm not going to exert energy, and a dinghy. No, I don't want a dinghy either. I'd like something I can lie on the top of the cabin on and sunbathe, because believe you me, when you get to my body type, you don't go sunbathing anywhere where there's public people. A super yacht. I just like the idea of lying on the top of it and sort of, the wind rustling through your hair. It's the only thing I'm looking forward to. But and then sort of diving off it, but I can't dive. Isn't that odd? I'm very good on water. I can do backstroke and everything else, but I'm just not doing anything else. There's firearms and a copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf found at the home of a man arrested after Emmanuel Macron was slapped. Did you see that? You see it on the television. Honestly, people... But my favourite, and it shouldn't be, and I mentioned it yesterday, is the Pope. This woman grabs his hand and he berates her like there's no tomorrow. You can see the look on his face because he didn't know. And Prescott, I remember very well indeed. Very well. Prescott fought back. Don't you bloody touch me, you bugger. And it was very embarrassing. But in fact, as somebody said on television the other day, they said, if somebody grabs you, you don't know whether they're going to produce a knife or a gun or something like that, or, it's going to be a terrible outcome. Got no idea. 19 Gaps to close. This is the fashion chain. They're going to close 19 stores across the UK and Ireland. They haven't revealed the scale of any job losses. Well, if they're actually closing them. 19 by 20 staff. That's a fair number of people, but it's nothing more than we've been used to. I say we've been used to. We've been relatively untouched. Ruby Wax claims the over 50s get fewer roles on TV and shows don't look pretty and real because they only have pretty people, not, other people, because it's all based on looks, isn't it? If you're watching television, you want to see attractive... Who wants to see ugly people on television? I write in and complain. And then the other day, what was it? I mean, I got quite panicky because I was wearing my pants at the time, sitting in front of the television, and Ruth Langsford on Loose Women goes, "Nice to see you." I look round the room, what do you mean, nice to see me? You can't see me, can you? Has she got this sort of inner vision going on? No, luckily she can't. I did check it out. Apparently you can buy bottled water from the River Peck. It's bottled by the Trott brothers and it's called Peckham Spring, says Ian in Somerset. Thank you. Only Fools and Horses, I remember, yeah. We's going to make a fortune, he said as he filled up from the tap. So happy you're feeling yourself again, from Wendy, one of my Holly Wreath girls. Thank you, Wendy Wilkins. Oh, bless her. I get my wreath at Christmas. I love wreaths at Christmas. I like. I'm very, very simple pleasures, I'm afraid. Very, very simple pleasures. And Steve, the Tooth Fairy arrived in Australia in 1966. Went from 6p to 10 cents. I did very well. We went from pounds, shillings and pence to dollars and cents, says Shane. How lovely. There you go. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? And the Purple Horde of Stingers found at a very busy beach. These are jellyfish, purple jellyfish. Now, the kids like purple jellyfish, but they've been stung by them. There's loads of them. Some man who's lived by the beach for years says, in 6 years, I've not seen as many as this. There's literally, if you see a swarm of jellyfish, they're called blue jellyfish. They've turned up near Southend. Just what they don't need, I should imagine. Just what they don't need. And Rick Mayall's daughter has paid tribute to the comic on the 7th anniversary of his death. Doesn't seem possible, does it? Rosie Mayall, 35, said the star of The Young Ones would have loved how happy his family are. Catering manager Rosie will marry comedian Red Richardson soon, after a delay due to the pandemic. Oh, it's nice to know that they're going to get married, so we wish them the very best of luck. Other stories which are running today, apart from Harry and Meghan, is Penman Investigates, from the fishy to the fraudulent. And we've got some gold bullion courier frauds, and a victim snared by a push payment con with a text message. And this one's even cleverer. And it's, hello, miss, and they put your name on it. You have been successfully having an account opened. And they put down the account number and everything else, and if you can transfer your money into it. Well, out of the millions that they would send out, I would think there's a fair percentage who would fill it in and send it all off, thinking that their money was now going to be safe, which, of course, it is not the case. Not the case. We'll talk about the story of David Beckham eyeing another spell as a skipper on a super yacht. I mean, seriously. Victoria, look, I'm so good. I can ride the boat. I thought he was building a stadium single-handedly. That's gone a bit quiet, hasn't it? And the telescope, they do find the oddest things, don't they? The telescope, which has found mysterious radio bursts in space. They don't know where they're coming from. Well, space. But they don't know. Oh, well, they're not coming. No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I could be beamed across the universe. You wouldn't know, would you? People could be listening to this programme on Mars or on the Global Player, which would be a bit of an achievement, wouldn't it? I'm going for that. I like the idea to be going, what is it? I go, I don't know, no idea at all. He's sort of rambling on about things. Oh, right, who are these people? Who is this? Who is this Gemma Collins? Oh, honestly, did you see the paper the other day? I had to laugh, honestly. I shouldn't have done, really, poor soul. But Gemma Collins was mistaken for Pamela Anderson from Baywatch. Yeah, the geriatric version, I should imagine, if ever there was. Can you believe it? As if anybody seriously in their right mind is going to think Gemma Collins was ever in Baywatch. My God, never going to happen, is it? Never going to happen.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £23 million.
Now that calls for a dance, Dermot.
Do I have to?
I hope you can limbo. That's it.
Oh, thanks. Just call me Dermot or Limbo.
Very good.
Get that Euro Millions feeling tonight. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Noreen says, remember the Duke of Edinburgh, who would have been 100 years old today. I bought some mugs, which I bought from Cooper's of Bishop Stortford, I think, and they had some Duke of Edinburgh mugs. I bought 3 of those. So I'm going to take them down to my godchildren this week. Well, actually, I'll probably take one down and take one down to my brother. I've spoiled it, actually. What a surprise. Well, they won't be listening. Doesn't matter. And yesterday you mentioned you and Dale going to Magaluf. Many years ago, we were staying a mile or so away from there, so took a stroll. We stayed 2 minutes. The yelling and the carry-ons, awful, not for us either. I know. It was we literally got out the car and got back into it again. You also mentioned cross-country runs. The school I went to from the age of 11 to 16 was at the top of a very steep hill. When we had cross-country, we had the choice of running down the hill, an hour running down lanes, then up past 3 bungalows by the school and in the gates, or vice versa. Well, a group of 6 of us turned right, ran down the lane into the middle bungalow where one other group lived, kettle on, coffee and ciggies. Then an hour later, we'd cover each other in mud and pant in the gates. We did that for a couple of years and never got caught. We never cheated. We never cheated, Noreen, at things like that. But listen, served you well. Served you well. We used to do the... They did one in the Railway Children. They had a paper chase there. It was called Fox and Hounds. Posh people did it at school. We did cross-country. They did Fox and Hounds. And the fox would sort of set off and they would drop paper. And then the hounds would be released. It was the other boys. And they would have to find the... Did you see the Railway Children? You don't get out, do you, really? I don't know how you can have missed all these films. Honestly, I tried to tell him about all these films. And he's into watching all this space stuff and everything else. Wheel of Fortune. It's not quite the same, is it? There was never a murder in Wheel of Fortune, though God knows we all wish there would have been. I used to like all those game shows, and yet the plethora of game shows we've got at the moment are pitifully awful. I mean, some of them presented by people shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a game show. They will sink without trace, really. And Steve, I'm told my wisdom teeth have grown through, but I'm none the wiser. Thank you. And Shane says, the tooth fairy arrived in Australia in 1966, went from 6 pence to 10 cents. I did well. We went from pounds, shillings and pence to dollars and cents. Dollars and cents. Well, there you go. And Reggie says, I've just seen, you should have listened to this programme the other day, a South African woman just given birth to 10 babies. 7 boys and 3 girls. I think that's amazing. A ready-made family. I mean, of course, if that had been somebody in America, they'd have been sponsored even before she'd given birth. They would have had, look at the size of it, yeah. Well, there's 10 children inside her. It looks like she's eaten them. So she had 10 babies. They've all survived so far. But as I say, if that was America or here, they'd have been sponsored. The pram manufacturers would be giving them free prams, free food, free everything. You wouldn't need to pay for anything at all. 10 children. Quite some going, isn't it, really? Quite some going. And Mo says, I've just spilt coffee all over my shirt from nearly choking with laughter. You should do stand-up comedy. Well, I'm sitting down comedy. It's the same thing. Speaking of boats, says Nicola, I didn't even know cruise ships were back on. Well, they're not really. There's a few of them that are operating, but they're mainly booking not for this year. They're booking for next year and the year after that as well. So we're up to 2023. I mean, whether or not it all goes through, I've got no idea. Seriously, I'm not holding my breath on this one. Because some people seem to think that because Boris has said, the 21st, that's going to be when we sort of do a little bit of relaxing. I don't think they are. The government have advised against cruises at the moment. So, they have to clean all the ships. They have to do everything. But some are coming out of America. There's the Norwegian cruises. You don't want to risk it, do you? I wouldn't. I would. Mind you, you can't even risk Portugal at the moment. So where are people going? Apparently this country, but as we discovered the other day, a place in the Lake District, a week in August, what was it, £7,500 to rent this place? And we all went, which seemed like an awful lot. Have you seen the size of this woman, Steve? Yes. Yes. Certainly have. Daily Star this morning. Dan Walker. No, Dan Walker on television. He apparently has rejected Piers Morgan's offer to join him for BBC Breakfast. They're talking about who's actually going to take over from Louise Minchin. Frankly, I'm available, but it's just one of those things, and I have a very loyal following, so I could boost your audiences a little bit, if you need any help. But, she's not even left the programme, and already they're working out who's actually going to replace her. It won't be anybody we think of. Dan says, I wouldn't want you storming off if Carol asked you something awkward. She's the weather girl, I don't know why he can't read weather. They had something on the other day. What was it they were doing? It was something very peculiar. I remember thinking, I must remember to mention that. And now, luckily, I've forgotten what it is. Other stories in the papers today. Gareth Southgate says he sees managing England like military service. So you've got 10 o'clock this morning, partial eclipse. And then on Sunday, we've got football at 2 o'clock. Yeah, woo, not for me. A lot of people around here will be going, oh, Steve, you don't know what you're missing. I know exactly what I'm missing. A lot of very noisy people shouting in pubs. Presumably they're very poor and they don't have televisions at home and they can't watch the television. So they have to go out to the pub so we can have a drink and get tanked up and start going, come on, England. And it becomes a little bit Neanderthal. It doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. I mean, I don't know what the odds are of us winning anything, ever. I don't know. Who are we playing? Croatia? Yeah, I mean, there's no chance of them winning anything. Is that Croatia, I ask you? What are they famous for? Not winning football, I don't think. But it'd be nice. I mean, do we have a strong team? Are we looking? No. You don't know, you're just going. Oh, okay. We have a good team, yeah. So what would you like to predict, Jake, the score is going to be? What do you think? 2-1 England. Oh, because we're odds on to win. Apparently that means we're going to win. That's what they mean. When they say we're odds on to win, it's stacked in our favour. It's good, isn't it? Doesn't interest me in the slightest. I can't think of anything worse. But and it's good. What did you say it was? 2-1 to us? Or score? 2-1 for us. Okay, that's good. Do they get extra money, the footballers, if they win? Or do they just get a standard fee of, £11 3 and 6pence halfpenny or something? They don't get paid. Not to play for England? Well, what's the point of going? I'm sorry, I'll be going, no, I'm opting out. I'm going for an ice cream. I'm going to go and get a mivvy. But don't you want to play for your country? No, not at all. Thank you very much indeed. Have you heard anything like it? So not only do they get you to play, but they won't give you money for it. Well, that's ridiculous. Oh, we're apparently second favourites to win the Euros. Whoa. Not what? It's an honour to play for the country. Is it? Oh. No, well, I think it comes with money. We're actually behind France. Best place to be, as far as I'm concerned. Behind France. They just get slapped around a bit, don't they, the French? Macron got slapped around a little bit. I was being fairly topical there. I think it's quite nice on a Thursday to be topical. Jeremy Clarkson, when he trawled through health websites when suffering from COVID-19 until he found one that said he could booze while he was ill. He obviously enjoys boozy woozy. And warning to beach bums, toxic jellyfish are washed up. These are blue ones. I mean, you're not going to miss them, are they? They're just going to be blue and there's a lot of them. But of course, kids don't know not to touch them. You mustn't touch them. You really mustn't touch them. Could be make you very, very ill. Also, Winnie the Pooh and pals head to Windsor Castle for a joint 95th birthday celebration for Her Majesty. Pooh stars in an animation out today to mark the event. Artist Kim Raymond said it was an honour to draw the bear in the company of the Queen. So there you go. Do you think the Queen's ever read about Winnie the Pooh? I quite like Winnie the Pooh. He was all fairly innocuous, wasn't he? I mean, he hung around with all the drearies. I mean, Eeyore, I ask you, what was the point? Kangaroo. Tigger I like, but he was a bit exciting with Tigger, who sounded a bit like Chris Eubank. For some reason, they gave Tigger a lisp. I don't know how that happened. But we did see Chris Eubank the other day on the television, but we worked out it was an old programme. Because I can't tell nowadays. They keep showing, Apparently, I think they do get paid, says Tony, but they donate the money to charity. Well, I wouldn't. I'd be keeping it. There we go. And there's your money in the envelope, Stevie. Thank you very much indeed. Put it in my back pocket, get in my super-duper car, and off I go. Would you like to donate to charity? I've just played football. Excuse me. Weetabix may soon be off the breakfast menu amid protests. Union Unite says the introduction of the new work patterns at the firm's sites could leave staff up to $5,000 out of pocket, so we might not have Weetabix. I didn't mind Weetabix. I thought it was okay. I didn't like it when it went all soggy. That was a bit disappointing. But I've had Weetabix with butter on it. That's quite nice, but it is like eating a piece of coconut matting. You never digest it. And investing in a second-hand luxury watch could have been one of the best money moves. Somebody here had a Patek Philippe Nautilus. Currently sells for around 90,000 compared to the 20 grand it cost in 2016. You could be sitting on a gold mine if you've got some of these watches. They're very, very expensive. What are you looking at? See, if I've got a watch, yes, I've got a watch. It's not a Patek Philippe. Not here on my wrist at the moment. No, I've got a Raymond Weil watch, which I bought years and years ago. Sometimes I wear it, sometimes I don't wear it, but this one I wear when I'm asleep. Imagine, because you used to take them off when you go to bed. Not me, I wear it in bed. Not that I've ever woken up and gone, I wonder what the time is. because I slept all the way through yesterday. That was very nice. And I woke up and I knew that it was time to get up because I knew I needed to go for the toilet. And you think to yourself, well, I go back to sleep. And you look at the clock and think, oh, I'm getting up in 10 minutes anyway. Such a pain. Such a pain. But it doesn't matter. I don't mind. Kinky couples dream of shooting their own DIY porn flick on a beautiful beach. Oh, no. Don't need that kind of talk, do we? And here she is. Gemma Collins was mistaken for Pamela Anderson after showing off her dramatic weight loss. Don't be so stupid. Who wrote this? Lottie O'Neill. Where'd you get this rubbish from, dear? She'd shed 4 stone and fans reckon she looks like the Baywatch Babe. Yep, off you go to Specsavers, all of you. The GC flaunted her slimmer figure by posing in a racy white shirt on Instagram. Nope, you still don't look like Pamela Anderson, dear, whichever way you look at it. Apparently, her 2 million fans praised the reality star for her body transformation. Somebody said, you look gorgeous. They really do need to go to Specsavers, don't they? It's absolutely dreadful. Gemma rebranded herself as a fitness queen. She took up running, hired a personal trainer, and underwent what she called a massive health overhaul. Yeah, doesn't make you any happier, though, does it? Doesn't make you any happier because, most of the weight came, through the injections, which you shouldn't have been taking in the first place. Because these skinny injections are for diabetics. There's also a dog-mad barmaid. I don't know how that works. She reckons letting her pooches approve her dates gives her a dream love life. Megan Hill says wannabe lovers must get the approval of her Cocker Spaniels. I think you're quite mad, actually, dear. Don't be so silly. Yeah, it's very slow news day. Let's put something really stupid in the paper today, and that would be the stupid story. Her latest fella passed the test, and the relationship's now blossoming. Well, how many relationships have you had, for goodness sake? Honestly, it was make or break test for him whether the dog would like him. Luckily, they loved him. Yeah, as long as somebody feeds them and throws the ball for them, they don't care.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve, even the tide couldn't take the GC out. I know, this dreariness about, I've lost this much weight and all the rest of it, I'm the fitness queen. It's just pile of old rubbish, isn't it, really? Alan says, thank you to you. I purchased Billy Elliot the Musical DVD. Thoroughly impressed. It's fab. It really is. It's a good show anyway, but they film it beautifully. It's really... I can't remember if they've shown it on Sky Arts, which is good. And Chris says, all this talk of football suggests your morning show is becoming a sports fest. In which case, you should mention the second cricket test match against New Zealand starts today at Edgbaston in Birmingham. Can't beat a 5-day test, says Chris in Chelsea. Well, listen, that's about the only mention of sport that we get on this program. I'm not a sports person, as you know. I'm really not, actually. Even though people say, oh, you're doing an awful lot of sport on the programme, I promise you, I'm seriously not. Seriously not. Other people do it so much better. I have been there, actually. And sort of got excited about sport, but not really. Nicholas says, and do you know how big the Liver buildings are? You realise the sheer size of this on the Mersey. And she sent me in a lovely... These ships are huge. They are absolutely enormous. You get 4,000 guests on there and probably about 7,000 staff. These ships are enormous, but they just pootle about. That's a lovely picture, Nicola, and it makes you realise how big these things are. But when you see them compared to the QM2, you realise these things are like little tugboats. Seriously, absolutely unbelievable. A paralysed dog has wagged its tail for the first time after acupuncture and life-saving surgery. This is a Staffy cross called Cooper. His owner, Michelle Gilroy, took the 5-year-old pooch to a veterinary centre in Solihull, who's given a 20% chance of survival, but he's come out again and he can wag his tail. Oh, bless his heart, honestly. But mind you, there's a bad story. Little Norbert, one of 44 dogs, crammed into an unventilated vehicle on a sweltering day last August. The malnourished animals, more than 20 of them, they all died. All the puppies died. This is another one of these disgusting people. They were in 3 crates, each measuring 4 by 3. 4 foot by 3 foot, 44 dogs crammed into this unventilated thing. One woman called the police. She saw the pups whimpering. They were transferred between vans in Cheltenham. Officers found the animals when they stopped a van. Almost half later died despite treatment. And all this bloke gets, he admitted not ensuring the dog's needs and was disqualified from owning or transporting dogs for 2 years. That's it. 44 dogs crammed into an unventilated vehicle, and all he gets is he didn't ensure that the dog's knees disqualified from owning or transporting dogs for 2 years, and that's it. I mean, seriously, it makes your blood boil, doesn't it? So this bloke from Durham admitted not insuring the dog's needs and disqualified from owning or transporting them for 2 years. Yeah, well, not much notice he'll be taken of that. These people make me sick. They really do. It's just that's all you get. The puppies didn't have a choice, unfortunately. Also, oh look, here's Davina McCall. She's dispensing drinks, actually. She was at Soho Farmhouse, and she is slim. She's 53. She was wearing a little white two-piece, and she shared the snap, asking her 1.3 million followers, fancy another one. So she's dating a hairdresser. She's still living with Matthew Robertson, who is her husband. They still live in the same house, and he's helping her shed weight. She's now dating a hairdresser. It's what women do. They marry hairdressers. You know why? Always want your hair to look good. Always want your hair to look good. So on Philip's 100th birthday, a rose for his beloved. Even when she's dressed casually, she's still the Queen, and she's still 95, and this is the Duke of Edinburgh rose, and there'll be many of you buying it, I should imagine, because people like to buy things like that. Somebody will breed, you breed a rose? What do you do with a rose? Cultivate a rose, I suppose. And then people like it. I've got an upright rose. I think it's called, what is it? Forget Me Not. It's something like that. It was bought for me by my former producer, Chris. And it's lovely, and we look after it and everything else, and it has these beautiful peachy coloured flowers every year. It's a standard, tall thing on the top. A village is rallying to the defence of its church clock bell, which faces being silenced after chiming for more than a century after a single noise complaint. So it's the clock bell. It isn't even a church bell, it's the clock. A resident who is believed to have moved to the area only recently has claimed that the quarter-hourly tolling is detrimental to their mental health. I'm tempted to say, as you can well imagine, why don't you go live somewhere else? OK? Maybe not for you, sweetie. This is the All Saints Church in Kenton in Devon will be slapped with a noise abatement order or even court action. Nearly 100 have spoken out in support of the chimes. Chris Thompson, chairman of Kenton Parish Council, said, "Our concern is that something that is such an old tradition could be silenced by one person. We guess the complaint is from somebody who's recently moved into the village. I have sympathy that people can't sleep with bells ringing, but why would you buy a property near a church with a clock? It's rung out since 1910. Tainbridge District Council, which received the complaint, said it was legally obliged to investigate, and a sound monitor found the church bell chimed above acceptable levels. Michael Adams has lived in Kenton for 78 years and has kept the clock ticking over for decades. He said, "I've slightly muted the quarter striking part of the clock and asked the environmental health officer to come back and measure again." A district council spokesman said, "We are looking into the complaint and trying to resolve it, informally." You believe that somebody, because this clock, as well as chiming on the hour, it sounds once at the quarter past, twice at the half, and three times at the quarter. Well, then don't move into a village with a clock like that, buffoon. Why can't we sort of find out who this person is and then sort of put them on the front page of every paper in the country and go, here he is, Mr. Misery. Doesn't like a church. Oh, dear me, honestly. Well, then don't buy if you buy a house, surely, unless he's, has been to Specsavers, he would see that there'd be a clock, and surely he must have seen the house, and if he was there for any more than 15 minutes, he must have heard it chiming. And so one misery guts has ruined it for everybody else. Oh, blimey, honestly, these people make me sick. It's like me complaining about the rugby ground at Whitton and going, do you know, the noise from those, could they keep it down? So every time somebody scores a try, they go, shh, just politely clap. They had a lovely thing. I'm reminded, actually, of a thing on YouTube. In America, there was a lad at university. And what do they do when they go up and they're wearing their hats, their square hats and all the rest of it with their tassels and they graduate? But he had emotional mental problems and he would have been frightened if they'd all clapped him on stage. So the headmaster said, before, and they named him, Anthony or whatever it was, comes out, can you please do silent clapping so that he doesn't get frightened by it? And so they called him out. And all of his classmates, they do this. They're just clapping like that. You don't hear anything, and it's so he doesn't get frightened, and he gets it, and the headmaster goes, gives him the thumbs up and all the rest of it, and then he comes back down the stairs, and they're all doing silent clapping. I'd never heard of it before. I thought that was really touching. I get that at the end of this programme. I get. Oh, it's a slow clap, somewhat different, I should imagine. Here's Mr. Biden arriving in the country, and he's going to be meeting the Queen, I think, at Buckingham Palace. No, not Buckingham. I think it's Windsor. Yes, on Sunday. She'll be saying, that the match is on, don't you? She'll be sitting down there, she imagine, with a packet of pork scratchings, getting ready to. Do you think, what does she do all day? I mean, when she isn't doing, and she's fairly busy as Queenies go. She's a fairly busy person. But on sort of Sunday when, the rest of the country, well, most of them except me, are watching the football, what do you think she does? I mean, she doesn't knit, as far as I know. Do you think she'll be reading all the Sunday papers going, Steve Allen said this morning? Do you think that could be it? Because, I mean, who does she have breakfast with now? Biden's going around to watch with. Is he staying with her? Because they do entertain people staying at Windsor Castle, and apparently it's quite a treat, because not only do they unpack all your clothes and everything else, they showed it on a documentary called The Queen's Castle, I think, and then they hang everything up, and then when you leave, it's all wrapped in tissue paper. It's all done. It's really super. I've never been invited. All the details will be coming up after the news, which is very exciting this morning. Very exciting. Plus... the global internet crash sparked by one IT customer. Well, it wasn't anything to do with us. And in fact, I didn't get infected by it. It's the mystery that has bewitched China. Why has an elephant herd trekked 300 miles, trashed towns, got drunk, and most charmingly of all, given a rare glimpse of a family power nap? They all lie down. In China. And there's loads of them. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's about 12, 15 of these elephants snatching snacks and then catching 40 winks as they sit down. Unbelievable. I didn't know that elephants lay down to go to sleep. Well, I thought they were dead as well. I looked at them and I thought, please don't die. Please don't die. We're like elephants. And then they actually learnt to turn a tap on in a backyard so they could get water. They have trekked 300 miles. This is just the most amazing... Heading where? We've got no idea. But they're a long way from home, put it that way. Pictures inside the Daily Mail for today. Short break. Oh, the rose is called Remember Me, Steve, and you forgot I have one, and some roses are out now, says Jackie. Good news.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. For some reason... I was thinking it was freezing cold outside, but it's not too bad at the moment. But don't forget, 10 o'clock this morning, you get the partial eclipse, which we're very much looking forward to, actually. Most people don't know about it. And I think it'll be well worth watching. And if there's one thing I'm fascinated with, it's dolls' houses. Now, don't ask me why. Ever since I went to Windsor Castle, and they've got a doll's house there, which is absolutely stunning, and it was played with by the royal children. Well, not, I don't think. But really, really nice, merci bien. And there's a man here who has taken 26 years to build a doll's mansion. And it's for sale for £8,000. And the doll's houses that you see, some of these big ones now, they're not made for children, they're adults. And you place the figures in the room, and you can go to these doll's house emporiums where they will sell you furniture. And the one at Windsor Castle, I think the chairs are made by Chippendale. It's all in the miniature. It's Queen Mary's, there you go. Built in the 1920s for Queen Mary, the wife of George V. It's got a library of miniature books, all written by people like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and A.A. Milne. And it's got everything, absolutely everything. Many of the bathrooms are fully plumbed. Running water. There's a flushable toilet. So I mean, it is the absolute bees whatsits. It's amazing. They've also got well-known writers who have written books for the house library. There's also a garage full of cars with operational engines. I mean, it's really quite. It's huge. It is absolutely enormous. There's painters. Even the bottles in the wine cellar are filled with the appropriate wines and spirits. There's a hidden garden revealed only when a drawer is pulled out from beneath the main building, designed by Gertrude Jekyll. I mean, seriously, it is like if you were thinking of the ultimate, this would be the ultimate thing. The painters have provided miniature pictures, and you know, there's just everything, even needlework miniature carpets for the house. I mean, it is just absolutely stunning. More than 1.6 million people came to view it when it was exhibited at the British Empire exhibition, and it's now on display at Windsor Castle as a tourist attraction, and I've seen it. But this man's made a very similar one, but these are, you couldn't let children play with these things. They're far too valuable, and it's too... Yeah, and some people like making things in miniature. Did you ever see... I went to where did I go to? It was a man who made miniature things which were passed through the eye of a needle. He could make little different bits. And I remember looking at it thinking, there are some people who can make miniature items. And in the case of this doll's house, you're making miniature furniture and everything, but beautifully made. Not, you know, nothing cheap, plasticky or anything like that. And I've often thought I'd quite like a doll's house or a rocking horse. And there's nothing peculiar in it. Well, as far as I know, there's nothing peculiar in it. But do you think Joe Biden, you know what they'll do? You know when they go to Windsor Castle, when they take dignitaries there, President of the United States, you know, people from all the countries around the world, they will get out items that they have in their storerooms. Makes it sound like they just go there and open up a drawer, and they will lay it out. So when Biden goes to meet the Queen and the First Lady Jill at Windsor Castle, they will have a whole array of things which are apropos to him and apropos to America. And it's very interesting, actually. I mean, there is speculation that the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall will meet the Bidens. It's funny, actually. I thought the Bidens would have gone over to meet Harry and Meghan by now, but sadly they haven't. I don't know why, but they'll be doing it. 14 US presidents during the Queen's 69-year reign. From Harry S. Truman, he will become the 13th American leader to meet the monarch. The only one that the Queen didn't meet was, if you remember, Lyndon B. Johnson. Didn't meet him at all. But Mr. Biden and his wife said they were keeping the royal family in our hearts because they sent condolences to the Queen following the death of her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. Well, don't worry, because he's still there. The Duke of Edinburgh is down in St George's Chapel at Windsor. He's down in the crypt. I mean, if she wanted to, she could take them down there. But he's also scheduled, this is Biden, scheduled to meet the Russian President Vladimir Putin on the 16th of June for talks of repairing relations. Don't want to upset old Putin, do you? Goodness sake. But the Queen will meet, and there will be sandwiches, and it will be absolutely wonderful, I suppose. Because the Americans love our history. Well, Oprah Winfrey doesn't, but there again, she's she's obviously not the best person to ask about it. But it's very good. 77 is the man who made this doll's house. Georgian on My Mind, they've called it. Len Martin. He said, when I made the chandelier, I went out and bought some Swarovski crystals, but I didn't realise how expensive they were. It cost me £100 just to make one chandelier. He said, I'm 77, and if anything happens to me, we're never going to move it. It's taken up a lot of space, and it ought to be in a toy museum or somewhere. Well, I agree. It's quite lovely. It's 42 inches high. There are 9 rooms and 2 bathrooms, but as I say, not as good as the doll's house at Windsor Castle, but still a good doll's house. So we wish him well with that one. Some of these people, it's a labour of love, isn't it? They just get carried away with it. I'd like to get carried away in France. There's a lovely house here, a 15th century listed chateau. 2.6 million. Now, to be honest with you, 2.6 million, if you look through the pages of Country Life and you look at some of their... 2.6 million is nothing, but this thing is absolutely stunning. I mean, it's beautiful. It's 15th century, and it's got beautiful gardens. It's in the Dordogne, so you know it's quite nice. There's another one here. There's a place in France for 775,000. You can get cheaper. They were doing a programme on the television the other day. Somebody who bought an old pub, I think. They'd converted it into flats. Now, I can't remember where it was, but the one thing that struck with me was after they'd done it up inside, they then bring around, the local estate agents. And the local estate agent comes in and he goes, well, they've done a fantastic job here. They were like, one was a 1-bedroom, one was a 2-bedroom. He said, I think the 1-bedroom will probably go for, and I thought, here we go, £25,000. This was after it had been done up. And he said, and the two-bedroom, he said, I think probably £35,000. I thought, are you having a laugh? Well, I can't remember where it was. That was the thing. But it was so phenomenally cheap. I remember thinking, and this is after they'd done them up, they'd replastered, they'd all been done nicely. I thought, well, you buy the whole place. You know, you can't buy a place around my way, a two-bedroom, for, well, it's going to be about £700,000. 700,000. And here we go. Lisa went to the Chesterfield at Christmas for afternoon tea. It was fabulous. I'm the blonde one. Bless your heart. Look at that tree. That's a good tree. This is where we went for afternoon tea the other day. And that's lovely, isn't it? Look at that. Oh, that's a nice tree. See, I love fake presents underneath a tree. But do you know, I thought afternoon tea there was good. We did rack the price up a little bit by having the champagne. But I'd never been to the Chesterfield before. I'm a fan of the Goring. And one of my neighbours said, she said, I like the Dorchester. I said, yeah, we like the Dorchester. The Goring I've been to about 3 or 4 occasions. And it's very near Victoria Station. You could miss it quite easily. That's where Kate's family stayed the night before the wedding to William. They stayed at the Goring. It's a family hotel. And they do, loads of people do afternoon teas now. It's quite the fashionable thing to do. It's quite an expensive thing to do. So you can only do it, you know, if you're on a strict budget. Average afternoon I don't know how much a night at the Goring would be. £300-400? 455, yeah. But if you've been there once, apparently, like all good hotels, they remember. So in other words, if they know that you like apples and oranges, that's what you'll have in your room, apples and oranges. Not no bedding, just apples and oranges. Yeah, sausages on sticks. I could be quite happy with that. And sort of dressing it. They know what you want because that's what it's supposed to be. Hotels like that cater for it's supposed to be, as they say, a home from home, and you can have afternoon tea. I mean, for me it would be a case of, did you get the mivies? And they go, yes, Mr. Allen, we got the mivies for you, because I like sitting at the back there. It's got a private garden and you can sit there on the balcony. And the good thing about afternoon tea is, don't think that you just eat the stuff that they bring you. You can order it again and again. You can keep eating, but there's a limit to how much you can eat. I discovered that even with 3 of us, we were hard pushed to keep eating the sandwiches and the little cakes, although Corey managed to get through the scones quite well. So we ordered more cream, and not a hesitation, out comes more cream. But we had the same at the Goring. We offered it as a prize for Make Some Noise, and I went and met some people down there, and they loved it. It was good. I don't know how we got onto that. How did we get onto afternoon tea? Oh, that's right, because we got the photographs, so that was lovely. There's a miniature hospital at Leavesden County Park, Steve, says Jackie in Watford. And apparently elephants are the only animals that can't jump. Well, I'm not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. Steve, the Doll's House is amazing. We also saw the exhibition of the Queen and Princess Margaret's wardrobes. Fascinating. We just renewed our HRP subscription. Already booked. Kensington Palace, says Jackie. HRP is Historic Royal Palaces. I've told you before, if you're going to do something in London and you live in London and you may be a retired person or you get time off, take out a subscription to Historic Royal Palaces for the 60, 70 quid that you get for a pair of you. It's something, I couldn't tell you exactly what it cost, but it's very good value. And you can go to all these places like Kensington Palace for all the exhibitions and sorry, Tower of London you can go to, Hampton Court Palace, the Banqueting House just down the road from us here, and you can go as many times as you want in all the big places that have got their own I hesitate to call them cafeterias, but little sort of restaurant things. You get a 10% discount. You just show the card and you get the discount. You get a discount in the gift shop. It's the best value you'll ever get. They do that because all of these places don't get any other funding. The funding comes from you. They don't get anything from the government at all. Hampton Court Palace relies, and Tower of London and Kensington Palace, they rely on the public helping them out. It's as simple as that. But because they've got Diana's wedding dress at Kensington Palace, my advice would be to join Historic Royal Palaces. Seriously, it's well worth it. Well worth it. In between me buying a place there's a lovely place in Mallorca, which is, it's an Antraxed villa, and it's 19 million. But to be honest with you, when you look at 19 million, and I'd want to make sure everybody knew that I was there. I'd want to make sure it was one of these sort of seafront villas so that people could walk past and see me lying on my sun lounger. I don't want to miss out on things like this. What's the point of having money if nobody's there to enjoy it for you? Also, Jackie says, the lovely Grove Hotel here do afternoon tea for £45. And Debbie says, I've got a memory rose. Sounds like yours. My mum bought it for me as my partner has recently died. Sounds like the same colour. Beautiful colour. Beautiful colour. Really is lovely. It's only Jackie that reminds me what these things are called. I can't remember anything like this. I'm absolutely useless. So thank you very much indeed, which is very nice. The rose is called Remember Me, Stephen, You Forgot. Says Jackie. I've got one, and some roses are out now. Mine, no roses just yet, but I've got little buds, which is super.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Jackie says, very strange. Beaconsfield, the miniature village, has just been on the TV news. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And Steve, surely the Bidens should be in quarantine, having flown in from an amber country. Well, yeah, but I think he flew in on a private jet, didn't he? I don't think it counts the same. Sarah in Eltham said, yeah, I'm sure that they will be doing precautions. And champagne at afternoon tea. I thought you weren't drinking. Well, actually, that's my first drink that I'd had in months and months. I only had a couple of glasses of champagne, and that was enough. The boys finished off 2 bottles. No hardship for them at all. I thought, had I been well, I'd have probably finished off 2 bottles. Birthdays today. Apart from Prince Philip, born in Corfu, the grandson of the Prince of Denmark, who became King of Greece, worshipped as a god by the islanders of Tanna in Vanuatu in the South Pacific, associated with the silver wink, first awarded by the Duke in 1961 to the winner of Cambridge University's Tiddlywinks Championships. Did you know? I didn't think so. But so his birthday day, born in 1921. Elizabeth Hurley, the actress and model from Basingstoke. It doesn't sound as glamorous, does it? I've been to Basingstoke. Went a week there one year. And she's a former girlfriend of Hugh Grant. It was that dress, wasn't it? That Versace dress held together with safety pins outside here that got her the notoriety. She says she moisturises her face about 6 times a day and my neck about 10 times. Well, I'm going to start doing that then. I'm going to start doing that. She says here she no longer wears white jeans. She says, because everybody laughs at me if I dare to wear them. Dustin Lance Black, 47, the screenwriter and director. He has a son with his husband, Tom Daly, who was named after Oscar winner Dustin Hoffman. That's their son. By the way, Dustin Lance Black was named after Dustin Hoffman. And on this day in 1967, Spencer Tracy died, aged 67. Rod Stewart was knighted in 2016 in the Queen's Birthday Honours list. And Lady Lucan, in 1975, Lord Lucan's wife, has filed a claim for huge damages from the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board. She names her husband, the vanished 7th Earl, as her attacker. Lord Lucan disappeared after his children's nanny Sandra Rivet was murdered and his estranged wife attacked at her Belgravia home last November. And he's never been seen since. We have no idea whether he's alive, living. They just don't know. They do not know at all. But also, the day was not long enough to accommodate the marathon funeral of Senator Robert F. Kennedy. Night had fallen by the time they put him to rest, 5 hours behind schedule. 3,000 exhausted mourners, including President Lyndon B. Johnson, stood at the graveside, and then wearily they went home. And that was in 1968. 1968. Jailed the dog napper who broke the girls' hearts. He stole 2 Labradors. Outside Marks and Spencer. Why people go out with their dogs and then tie them up and go into a shop is totally beyond me. They were snatched in March, and the 2 girls, Charlotte and Dale Robson, and their young daughters, feared they'd never see their pets, Denzel and Welly, again. I often wonder where people would decide to name their animals. The family's desperate plea was shared more than 300,000 times after the theft in Nantwich. 3 days later, police received a tip-off which led them to an address 20 miles away where they found the dogs unharmed. They were reunited. And the house occupants, Malachi Doherty, his wife Mary and a 14-year-old boy, was arrested. Doherty admitted theft. The teenager failed to turn up and was arrested and convicted of theft in his absence. A warrant was issued, sentencing Doherty to 27 weeks. They told him that dog napping was an abominable offence. Disgusting piece of filth. He was ordered to pay £1,000 compensation to Mr Robson, £930 costs and a £128 victim surcharge. He also admitted breaching the terms of a previous court sentence. You're a charming bit of work, aren't you? Good Lord above. Last night, Mrs. Robson said Doherty's 6-month sentence, the maximum a magistrate's court can give, was not enough. I agree, but he's a piece of filth, isn't he? And how about a message from an MP? Have you ever done one of these things? You know, Boise, Marlene? He does a lot of those. He sets aside a time at the end of the day for recording all these video messages, and people pay... I forget how much it is, actually. It's a website called Cameo. And so you can get him to go, Steve, we'd like to wish you a very... Oh, I can't do the accent. Now, at the moment, I can only do Marlene. I could probably do it as well. But and so he makes a lot of money out of it. But now Dawn Butler has signed up to Cameo. And she says, if I'm going to make any money, I'm going to use it to put a smile on people's faces. So apparently 30 quid, I am told, for a personalised message that was promised to be produced within 24 hours. Also, John Burko, who's £82. That's what the order, Steve Allen's birthday, order, you know, he's become from Yorkshire now. But it's quite a clever idea, isn't it? But she signed up, and you can, I mean, some of them charge hundreds of pounds. I mean, let's run through who you got. John Burko, £82.50. Henry Blofeld, £45. I love him, he's great. Who's that? Go down. Barbie Rachel Evans. Who in God's name is that? Sylvester McCoy, 75 quid. Neil Razor Ruddock, yeah, £37.50. Craig Fairbrass, £112.50. What? That's not right. Tiny Tim Adventures, £18.75. I'm trying to find people you've heard of. Most of these people you haven't heard of. I'm trying to find... Let me find some more. We find some more for you. Oh, Rita Simons, £36.75. Mr. Motivator, £52.50. Anthony Costa is 30 quid. So I nearly said something rude then, actually. Ollie Williams, £11.25. He's on Love Island. Oh, dear. Fallen on art, I'd be 10 quid, I suppose. It's good, though, isn't it? You can get all these people. But some of them... I think Dick Van Dyke is like £900. But it's Dick Van Dyke. You know, I mean, that's the way forward, I think, for all these. I mean, some people do. Nobody'd be interested in, you know, Gemma Collins or anything like that. What are you doing? You know, or Jordan or somebody like that. No, we wouldn't want anything like that. Definitely not. I like the idea, though. And it's a way forward, isn't it, of doing something different. It beats having a signed autograph from somebody. The most expensive celebrity on Cameo is somebody called Floyd Mayweather. And I think he's a boxer, isn't he? He charges fans for a personal video message through Cameo £829.17. I mean, what is it with... I mean, why don't they just make it 830 quid? Is that, you know, it's really quite ridiculous, isn't it? But 820... I mean, you know, if you're a fan, then you're going to go for it. The website is Cameo. I'm sure you'll find it and you'll be going through it and going, oh, Steve, you could love all these different things. I'm trying to grow sweet peas at home at the moment. I'm not having much luck. Mine have gone all limp on me. I was hoping, because they send out tendrils and then the tendrils grab whatever it's near. So I've got a frame around it. And I've just seen another one, which is quite nice, for £24.99. Actually, most of these things... this is the begonia hanging basket. I've got hanging baskets coming, and they should be here... Well, I'm thinking probably next week. But the sooner they arrive, the better. Then we have to start watering, and you know, and then it's never ending. So apparently, Dominic from Mr. M Show also does video messages. Says Chris. Does he really? I didn't know that. Steve says, Harry, can you believe they've just placed a vending machine in Rome that sells pizzas? Yes, I knew about it. Also, Steve, you mentioned the president, but did you know on this day in 1845, President Andrew Jackson's African grey parrot Poll is removed from his funeral for swearing? Because apparently we're all using bad language now. We are. Everybody uses bad language. Apparently youngsters now are even worse. I mean, many's the time I've sat on the train and heard people using obscene language. You feel like saying, excuse me, can you moderate your language? But I thought, no, I've done that before. Never on the train. You know. Steve, my grandson, says Dolores, was 15 years old yesterday. It was also my father's birthday, who was born in 1903. Good Lord. So grandson Felix, 15 years old. God, it must be wonderful. If you think afternoon tea at the Chesterfield, Steve... was wonderful. Tried the beach bar at their sister hotel, the Montague on the Gardens, which is an oasis of pleasure in central London, with sand. At Christmas, they transform it into a ski lodge with fake snow, says Tigger Sam, original Spiker. Thank you. Oh, I didn't know there was a sister hotel. God, you live and learn, don't you?
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7. Ruby Wax in the papers today. She became a household name with the hit primetime television series, but Ruby believes she lost her job because viewers can't handle people over the age of 50. She's 68. She shuns watching police dramas because the actors are too good looking. It has to be said, they are fairly good looking on police dramas. Actually, on most things. Morse, well, maybe not Morse. Speaking to Gabby Logan, she says you're not allowed on TV after the age of 50 because it's upsetting to people. Oh, I don't know. Do you think is it just women or is it men as well? I mean, she's been script editor for Absolutely Fabulous. She appeared in 2 episodes. And she left show business. Then she had a breakdown. Then she had to deal with depression. And she said after the change of direction, she misses the glamour of being in the public eye. Yes, I mean, that's that old thing, isn't it? Somebody bumps into you and goes, "Didn't you used to be?" And you go, "Yes, I still am." Or, it wasn't me that got... Was it small? The pictures got bigger or something. I can't remember what it was, actually. It was something like that. Anyway, I found a nun for you today. We haven't had a good nun story for ages. We had the Pope the other day losing his temper and then having to apologise. This is Mary Margaret Kruiper. She's 79. She's a thief. Mary Margaret Kruiper embezzled donations and tuition fees over 10 years whilst head of a school in Los Angeles. She was the principal for 28 years. She went to casinos and things like... She was addicted to gambling. She cooked the books at St James's Catholic School to cover her tracks. She's cut a deal with the prosecutors after holding her hands up to money laundering and another count of fraud. She will now face court, where she could face up to 40 years in a federal prison. How much did she rob? 565,000 quid. She's a serious... I mean, she should go straight to prison. Straight to prison. Because it funded her love of gambling. Well, in prison. See, I don't think it makes any difference the fact they say, oh, she's a nun. She, in America, yeah. She's just a common thief. Common thief, and she was money laundering. She should go to prison. The fact you wear a habit, dear, is even more shameful. Talking about football earlier, Steve, there aren't any Euro matches tonight. Starts with Turkey v Italy tomorrow, says John. Then England playing Croatia on Sunday, so reserve your table as soon as possible. Yeah, I shall be doing that. Not. I can't think of anything worse. I just can't get excited about football. Will Guyett says, hopefully you're keeping an optimum operational temperature in the studio this morning. Don't start using big words with me. You know damn well I don't know what optimum operational temperature means. It's freezing cold in here, actually. It is cold. Which I suppose is... I shouldn't complain about it. It's just if I'm sort of... Oh, have you turned your collar up? What's that for? You look like some hooded bat or something. That was... Like Bat... Well, no, not like Batman. Like Batgirl or something like that. You know, when they turn the... I tell you, you look like that Yvette Fielding. She looks like a bat when she does that So Haunted programme, because God knows nobody looks more haunted than she does on the programme. And you've turned your collar up. I used to do that years ago. A bit like Harry Hill. He's got huge collars on his shirt, hasn't he? I can't do that. And you made a big play about turning your collar up. I thought, what have you done that for? I'm sorry, this is not a fashion parade. This is the Steve Allen programme. You know, we wear Hawaiian shirts. You know, we try and look, fairly cheerful for this time of the morning. Steve, of course you can be on telly after the age of 50. Every ad break has people advertising life insurance or funeral plans, says Brett. Yes, there's quite a lot of those, aren't there? Quite a lot. So, today, the dark side of the eclipse. So, you're watching this from 10:08 this morning, 10:08, the maximum eclipse will occur just over an hour later at 11:13. Partial eclipse will end at 12:22. Best view should be similar across the UK, but according to the Sky at Night, those watching in Shetland, well, it counts us out, doesn't it, are going to get the most dramatic effect. 39% will be covered by the moon. In Inverness, 35%. Edinburgh, 31%. Newcastle, 28%. Penzance at 22%. That's what they've said. So this is... How rare is it? Well, this one occurs every 1 to 2 years when the sun and the moon are exactly in line with the Earth. Safe to watch? Yes. I mean, you could still suffer serious damage to your eyes if you stare at it without proper protection, so just be a little bit careful. They do suggest... Well, in fact, Dr. Emily Draybeck-Maunder, an astronomer and astrophysicist, you try saying that at this time of the morning when you've had a cup of tea, says it can cause serious harm to your eyes. Instead, make a simple pinhole projector. Just the kind of thing we'll be doing on the bus on the way home, won't we? Oh, what must I do today? Go into my phone? No, I'm going to make a simple pinhole projector. And it can be fitted on telescopes. And you just poke a small hole in a piece of card, hold the card up to the sun, so the light shines through the hole and onto a piece of paper behind the card. Then you can see the... it's a bit complicated, isn't it, really? But anyway, any other dangers? No. But they have been thought of, solar eclipses, as harbingers of doom and death. It's not least because the Bible records how the sun was totally eclipsed on the moment when Jesus died on the cross. Did you know that? I didn't know that. The Gospel of Luke says it was now about the 6th hour and darkness fell over the whole land until the 9th hour because the sun was obscured and the veil of the temple was torn in two. Now you know. It's an education, this programme, isn't it? Seriously, be very careful at 10. In 6 BC... We all remember that one, don't we? God, what a day that was. The kebab shop shut, nothing open. But apparently, it's when I started on LBC, a battle in Asia Minor between the Medes and the Lydians came to a sudden halt when a total eclipse darkened the land. The soldiers became eager to make peace with each other. I bet they did. You know what those soldiers were like in those days? Less happily, in 1878, during a total solar eclipse in America, a man named Ephraim Miller became convinced this sudden darkness marked the coming of the biblical apocalypse. It didn't. But I remember the total eclipse in 1999, it went really dark. It was really odd, really very... Although, actually, if you go to the Arctic Circle, they spend most of their time in sort of, for about 6 months of the year in half light. And it's quite nice. It just makes you feel a bit drowsy. I know, because we went to see Father Christmas. All right, yes, I went to see Father Christmas. And that was dark all of the time, really. But, muted light. But, so November the 18th is the next one. And apparently the next partial solar eclipse visible in Europe, October the 25th, 2022. But the total solar eclipses are rare. The next one won't arrive over the UK until September 2090. So this morning, 10:08, maximum eclipse occurring an hour later, 11:13, when the moon blocks about a third of the sun, depending where you are in the country, giving it a crescent shape. Partial eclipse will end at 12:22. There you go. Didn't even know that, did you? We have educated you this morning. Of course, you'll all forget about it later, but they'll be showing you on the news. So, I mean, just be advised and just be a little bit careful, when you're looking at things like that. I suppose with sunglasses on, that would be okay. No, that doesn't. Oh. Sunglasses doesn't work. Does it not? How do you know that? You remember? Oh, right. I've got very good sunglasses. That doesn't help, does it, really? I suppose I'll have to make a hole in the paper. How will we manage that, I ask myself. Jackie in Watford has ordered a lovely hand-painted canal art watering can. They're pretty, aren't they? You've seen them on the canal boats down at Little Venice in London. Watering cans and plant pots, all beautifully decorated. It's quite nice, isn't it? Steve, if you don't get to sleep early enough and up for the show, how do you manage the early morning, says Amber? I don't know, easy. Don't really think about it, actually. No, I've never overslept, no. It's an inbuilt... I've got my own built-in alarm clock. Bit odd, isn't it, really? Not many people have got a built-in alarm clock. Steve, you're very naughty. You've influenced me, says Rob, to buy Creed Aventus. I'm buying it today. On my mind since you first... yes, I know. I'm sorry about that. That's my fault, isn't it? Exactly. And Graham in Essendon says my African grey, Kendi, doesn't swear, it's a parrot obviously, but she does recite her postcode in case she's been nicked. That's a good thing, isn't it? I never thought about that. Teaching her. I've taught the assistant producer to do the same. I keep getting him to recite his name and his age, so he knows. He's getting there. He can't bring it to and that's as far as he gets. Don't get any further. So, I mean, we're getting there slowly but surely. But, I mean, postcode seems like a good idea, doesn't it, really?
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. Martin says, are we going to get an extra bank holiday next year? I don't know, we can't have holidays full stop, can we? They're saying don't go abroad, and having dragged everybody back from Portugal. I mean, there's other places to go to in this country, but of course what's happening now is that the people here are taking advantage. I mean, the extra bank holiday you're going to get next year, of course, is for the Queen's 70th Jubilee. They have already said what's going to happen, haven't they? There's going to be various events. I quite like that. I like having a Jubilee. I think that's quite a good thing. I mean, she is quite remarkable. And we'll have to wait and see. So it'll be a 4-day bank holiday. 4-day bank holiday. So that's her Platinum Jubilee. She's been on the throne for 70 years. 70 years. National events will include a live concert featuring some of the world's biggest stars. But we've had that, haven't we, before? I mean, whether we get biggest stars from around the world, there'll be a service of Thanksgiving and perhaps her own highlight, a day at the races. The 2022 break will run from Thursday the 2nd of June until Sunday the 5th, with the late Maybank holiday moving to the 2nd of June to allow the extended break. And she will travel around the country carrying out a range of royal engagements, culminating with the Platinum Jubilee weekend. I mean, she seems to do it with great grace, doesn't she? She never seems to complain. Do you remember when they did a thing with her and Philip? And they did it on the Thames and the rain was hammering down and they still stood there. Bless them. I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable, really. Kevin says, use a welder's mask for an eclipse. I'm a bit interested in this eclipse, actually. We've seen one before when it did go dark. I remember thinking, this is so unusual. It's such a, you just don't see things like that, do you? And so this one today will look quite good. But I bet you anything, tomorrow you'll see pictures in the papers because there'll be people taking pictures of it going all the way through. Here's how it starts, and there'll be a series of photographs. We did it for an LBC advertising campaign years and years ago, and it was basically 24 hours a day LBC is here, which of course it is, and it literally had a photograph of London with a time clock over the top of it. For every hour they took another picture so you could see what London looked like. And I bet you anything, there'll be pictures in the paper tomorrow of this eclipse. And you'll see it all in picture form. Save you standing there with a piece of cardboard, I suppose, which is enough. Front of the Express today, they're talking about the Queen upset. They say, how people know these things. I don't think the Queen ever gets upset. I really don't think she gets upset at all. But they say here she's upset at being dragged into a further rift between Harry and the royal family on what would have been Philip's 100th birthday today. There's a palace insider who says one thing, and then there's Harry and Meghan who say another thing. I mean, I wish they'd get it right, but it does seem a little bit ridiculous. Somebody is, well, the headline on the Front Express is, enough, you've upset the Queen again, Harry. We don't want to do things like that. I mean, some of the stuff that they were saying before was not exactly factually correct. And now we're sort of saying that, the spotlight dodger's in the spotlight again. That was the Daily Star's headline, because they're not having. He's getting everybody to turn against him. I don't quite understand why he would do this. He used to be fun Harry. Now he's Mr. Misery, Mr. Depressingly Misery. Goodness sake, honestly. And as for taking all this time off for doing nothing, we're going to take 20 days off. Oh, did you give birth? No, of course you didn't. 20 weeks off. Gosh, perhaps they'll go on holiday somewhere. Or perhaps they'll sit there. Why don't you do a bit of gardening, Harry? Why don't you do something useful? Because after the front page of The Sun this morning, and everybody's ripped into him, haven't they? He doesn't seem to do very well on any of these sort of things. Here's Biden. How old is Biden now? 78, is he? Americans don't seem to age. Certainly the wife doesn't. There's an awful lot of back-combing hair going on here. Also, Boris Johnson, they say, will lift the 30-person limit on weddings, even if the easing of other lockdown restrictions is delayed beyond June 21st. He married Carrie Simmons on May the 20th. It seems so funny, when they do Prime Minister's Question Time, and it's three-quarters empty. There's nobody in there at all. And then you see people doing their things. I mean, guests at weddings, because they're expected to bring weddings into line with funerals. In fact, you remember the other day, Lee Baldry said he was driving all the way up to... Where was he going to? Can't remember where he was going to now. Lowestoft. And he was going to a funeral in the morning, so that was socially distanced. So guests and staff will be required to wear masks unless eating or drinking. So that seems a bit of a pointless exercise to me. So you put your mask on. We had afternoon tea that day, so we take the masks off. In other words, we're not wearing the masks. Which, yeah, you can still catch it. It doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. Carrie Johnson will tour a Cornish tidal island with Jill Biden today in her first major engagement as the Prime Minister's wife. So that'll be an interesting one. And Red Letter Day for collectors as the most expensive stamp comes to the UK. It's the 1 cent black on magenta, sold for just 6 shillings in 1873. Good Lord above. How much do you think it's worth? At an auction in New York on Tuesday, it sold a stamp, $8.3 million. $8.3 million, which is £5.8 million. The stamp is regarded in the stamp world as beyond rubies because of its rarity. It's the only specimen known to be in existence. Good Lord above. It had been expected to set a price record again this week. The estimate was set at 10 to 15 million, but the bidding ended at 8.307. 10 to 15 million for a piece of paper. Can you imagine if you go like that and then you rip it in half? What? That's a lot of money, isn't it? I have to be honest, I think stamp collecting, it's going to go on display in its shop in the Strand. I pass their shop every day. It's halfway down, it's next to Robert Dyas. So you can nip in and buy a spoon and fork, and then look at a very, very expensive stamp. The Red Letter Day. I mean, people would be queuing to see that, because that for philatelists is sort of the holy grail, I think. People love stuff like that. A lawyer's been jailed for 28 months. Robert Wiggins was struck off the roll of solicitors. What did he do? He swindled more than £200,000 from a severely disabled woman in an attempt to save his ailing firm. So he's been sent to prison. What a horrible person. Fancy doing something like that. Mind you, they did catch him, so I suppose we should be grateful for that. So Biden accuses Johnson of inflaming Irish tensions. Oh, God, there's going to be a row there, isn't it? I can just tell. And Sheridan Smith on motherhood. We do like Sheridan Smith. And who was it the other day? Oh, I can't remember her name. She's an Irish singer, and she changed her religion. And Sinead O'Connor. She was interviewed on a station about her book. Wasn't any station I've been listening to recently. And she basically pulled the presenter apart by saying, "You're an absolute outrage." She asked her all sorts of deeply embarrassing personal questions based on newspaper interviews. And Sinead O'Connor was not happy at all. Not happy. In fact, I think she said, "I'm never going back there again." There were all these stories about she wasn't going to be touring again. Of course, she said, "I am." She is. She can't wait to get back out there again. The Telegraph, we got that great headline, "Why the Palace waded into the row over the naming of baby Lilibet." Do you know, really, it's all publicity, but for all the wrong reasons. I can't believe it. Never mind, we'll have to wait and see what tomorrow brings. Let's wait and see, shall we? That'll be good. Steve. Fathers, including Harry, have a right to be around for the first few weeks of their baby's birth, says Sue. Oh, don't be silly. He doesn't do anything. He just sort of faffs around. On today's Little Bit Extra podcast, Liam Payne shares his parenting tips. I was hanging off every word. Stacey Solomon and Joe Swash having a baby. It'll have more hair than him. And the Queen plants a rose for Philip as Harry finds more things to moan about. Morning, welcome to Friday. I know, I can't believe it either. Miraculous, isn't it, that we managed to get through this week? And apparently the temperature over the next few days is going to rise. So by the time we get to Sunday, we could be seeing 30 degrees. Double it and add 30. So 90 degrees. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about that. But actually it's okay, isn't it? You know, if you have the car windows down, nothing worse than watching the kids and grannies sweating in the back of the car, is it really? But we'll all be heading off to the beach. You know, a bit of sunshine, sitting in endless traffic jams, because that's what we do. But being the 11th of June, we shall be celebrating some birthdays a little bit later on. Good news is the Invictus Games will be held in Germany. Fantastic. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them anymore. The sausage sanctions. Can the EU get any Wurst? I know, it's an old joke, but it's worth revitalising. Fairground traveller Millie wins a place at Oxford. And the pollen explosion. Hay fever sufferers, be warned. Nice to have your company. I'm Steve Allen. I'm here until 7 o'clock this morning. And we got so many stories to do today. So many stories. We actually managed to fill 5 pages for the intro. I only used about a page and a little bit, actually. We got a glimpse into Scylla's celebrity life. The Crown producers of The Crown, struggling to find a ginger boy to play Harry. Because apparently you can't find many ginger boy actors, you know, and they have to fit exactly. I mean, I thought, why don't you just find somebody who can do it and then dye his hair? Doesn't that make more sense? I don't know why they're struggling over it. Fancy Frank Sinatra's California Desert Hideaway. He used to throw big parties there for the Rat Pack. It's up for sale for $3 million. It was gifted to a university some years ago, obviously when he was alive, and it's got 5 bedrooms. It's got quite a lot of acreage that comes with it, and the wallpaper was designed by Frank Sinatra. So that'd be quite something to have, wouldn't it? Also, the fact it's called what's it called? Villa Maggio or something like that. It's in honour of a film where he played the character and got his first Oscar. So only £3 million. Oh, there it is. The Rat Pack Desert Hideaway. They've really got no sense of style. You see, I think that's actually quite nice. That would suit me. How many fridges has he got? How many fridges? Look at that. 3 of the blooming things lined up. I love those I love the big American style fridges. I don't have one, but I do like them. No ice machine. Well, I don't know, you might open the door and it might cascade out or something. It's got a pool. It's a big pool. And also you're not overlooked by anybody. God help you if you'd overlook Sinatra and his legendary links to the mafia. There was always said, how did Sinatra get his inroad into Hollywood? And it was the links to the mafia. It's got a tennis court as well. In fact, and it's floodlit. Floodlit tennis court. There's some other properties around there. Oh no, it's a compound of 3 buildings. I suppose if you've got a visitor in or something like that. They look a bit like ski chalets, but look at the mountains behind. Beautiful, isn't it? For $3 million, that's quite cheap. That'd be about 2 and a little bit for us. To get that's that much property. Blimey, you can't even buy a flat in London for that, can you? And I'd love to have met him. I never met him. I went to see him in concert, but here. Yeah, here. But I never got to meet him. He never came in. I don't think he did interviews, really. He only did them on... Yeah, you can imagine. And in conversation this week, Frank Sinatra. So tell me, Frank, mafiosa links, you know? There was a book written, wasn't there? Was it Kitty Kelly? Wrote a book on Sinatra. And people used to fear Kitty Kelly. She dredged up things that people used to pant. They go, oh, my God, she's got her sights on him. And I think the mafia stuff had dogged him for years. I mean, literally years and years and years, because they had a stranglehold everywhere in America. And it's a case of, we've got a boy. He sings, and we want to put him in movies. Well, I don't think we want to put him in... Yeah, putting him in the movies, okay? And so consequently, he went into the movies. Steve. The drugs boss. Oh, there's a lovely picture of a drugs boss who spent thousands on plastic surgery. He was doing very well with his drugs. He was selling them all over the place, and he thought he'd get cosmetic surgery. So he looks like a bit of a sort of a ninny, which is one of my favourite words. Anyway, just been found guilty of being a drugs boss. They've sent him to prison for 37 years. Kind of get the feeling it's going to be sagging a little bit, isn't it, in about 10 years. And the Federal Bureau of Investigation tracked Sinatra for 40 years. And... it was amazing. He soon attracted the attention of the FBI for claims he'd paid a doctor $40,000 to declare him medically unfit for World War II service. Though the FBI dismissed the allegations, calling for his exemption for a punctured eardrum and psychological issues, Rumours that he dodged the draft persisted throughout his lifetime and hurt his career in the late 1940s. Still would have loved to have met him. Still would have loved. Didn't he date Ava Gardner? I think he dated Ava Gardner. So he must have been coming to this country for quite some time, which is lovely. And somebody says, do you think Boris spent last night showing the Bidens how to eat their scones? I shouldn't think so. He married Ava. Yes, there was one thing which set Frank Sinatra apart from other men. So they say. And he sang. Always recorded late at night. Always did it in one, and the full package with old Sinatra, the full package. I've had 2 peaches this morning. Why are you wearing a jumper? It's a heat wave. We're having a heat wave, tropical heat wave. Temperatures rising, it's hardly surprising. We're having a heat wave now. Honestly, yeah. Oh, I'm on. So we've now got cold tins. But I'm going to have a lazy day today. I had some good news yesterday, which was quite exciting. So I'll tell you about... No, I'm not going to tell you about that, actually. Lonely heart fraud has soared by 40% in a year. Stacey Solomon's pregnant. Oh, wonder how that happened, she'll be thinking to herself. And there's a lovely picture of her and the family and Joe Swash, who's got one of the fakest smiles you've ever seen and that funny hair. We think the producer swears blind he's had extra added. I reckon that they said, we're having a photo taken, Joe. Oh, I'll just go get me cap. No, dear, can you just wear your hair? Sorry, kids, don't laugh. And here comes sort of, Uncle Joe. And wait a minute, let's get the can out. There you go, now it looks good, doesn't it? Which is good. Being fat and fit is a myth, say scientists. Because people say, oh, I'm overweight, but I'm very fit. This is not me talking, this is other people saying it. And now they're actually saying, no, it's not true. You can't be fat and fit, it's not possible. Britain will sizzle on Sunday. Katie Price is furious. You wait till you hear what. I mean, she's been a bit silly because this has been a court case and she's lost it. And she's now started dissing the person involved. I mean, you might agree or you might disagree, but either way, you have to abide by what the court says. Mick Jagger's jacket is up for sale. They reckon 30,000 quid. 30,000 quid. It's a stage jacket, but Mick Jagger is tiny. I mean, he is teeny tiny. Oh, he's a Polly Pocket. You could pop him in he's tiny. So the jacket, you can imagine, must be even smaller. Even smaller. Renting David Beckham by the hour. He's just been signed up for a luxury car manufacturer to plug it. As I say, Maserati. As I say, if you pay him enough money, he'll flog anything, old Dave. He's not proud. Used to be a footballer, apparently. Now he just builds stadiums. But he's got a marvellously talented daughter who apparently can cook. She can do everything. Let's see how she does at school, shall we? The rest of them are not too bright, and Victoria's not very good in her business sense. She's a bit like Jordan. They had a big spat once, didn't they? And didn't Victoria Beckham release that record, Who Let the Dogs Out? And that was deliberately aimed at Jordan. I mean, Jordan is the ultimate failure. The one person who, in her tiny little mind, and it is very pea-brained, thinks that she's hugely successful, whereas in fact she's a total disaster. She's a bankrupt. She's been banned from driving on the roads, and she doesn't have any businesses anymore. They've all gone belly up. So I'll tell you why she's furious in the papers today. A married cop who was in the paper the other day. I couldn't touch the story because it was still in court, but now he's been found guilty. He used a phone. He was staying in a hotel with this other cop, I think, and don't ask me how it occurred. He held his phone over the top of the shower so he could photograph her in the shower. I mean, I don't know about you, but whenever I'm in a shower, I look around all over the place. You never know. And he claimed in court he was looking for his razor. Would it not have been easier to wait till she came out of the shower and then knocked on the door and went, listen, is my razor in the shower? Why, it would be in there, I've got no idea. Anyway, they found him guilty. There's another policeman whose job has disappeared completely. And spending time with your family and hugs are apparently two of the best things that us Brits like. Spending time which I'm doing this weekend. I'm spending time with family and loved ones. Whether we'll be doing hugging, I don't know. Probably not. I don't think we'll be doing hugging. I'm not really a big hugger, actually. Not really. What was the other one? Star Wars legends Han Solo and Luke Skywalker, according to one particular celebrity, were gay lovers. Can't beat it, can you? I tell you, it's a cracking story if it's true. Because there was also, is there not a bit in Spartacus which is they took it out years and years ago because there were gay overtones, and then they put them back in again, and you could see that quite clearly. One of the centurions, he had a crush on this person. J.K. Rowling says Harry Potter's headmaster was gay. What, in the films? Oh right, well probably highly likely. I can't imagine why they wouldn't be. Don't know why we should be surprised. Let's face it, we've had speakers at the House of Commons who've been definitely left of centre. Never came out, though, I always thought. Anyway, get round to that later. And the story of the Muslim NHS receptionist who sued. She was called Petty. She didn't want to sign a birthday card. She's a Sunni Muslim, and she said it's against her religion to celebrate birthdays. And yet the court threw out the case and said, basically, stop being silly, because she'd signed somebody else's birthday card. So quite clearly she was just making it up. And you know the bloke who slapped Macron the other day? You saw it on the television. They kept repeating it. Well, it didn't take the French long. I mean, some things they dawdle with. But when it comes to something like this, straight away he was in court. He's now in prison for the next 4 months. That'll kill his job. Stone dead, I should imagine. Also, the UK hit by an outbreak of monkeypox. I'll tell you what that is a little bit later on. And a luxury shoe designer who's invented high-heeled Crocs. I can't think of anything worse. I really can't think of anything worse.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I think Boris spent last night showing the Bidens how to eat scones. Everybody's on about this eating scones, aren't they? I mean, I'm not sure whether or not Mr. Biden would be eating scones or scones. I mean, I just don't, I don't think the Americans do stuff like that. Also, they've got more than enough, and he would probably travel with a chef. Did you see the cavalcade that goes with the President of the United States? Mainly ambulances, because he looks like he's on his last legs. And so they all go there with the flags flying, and everybody sort of standing around going, oh, it's the President. You can't see anything. It's all blacked out windows. I mean, he might or he might not be in the limousine. You can never tell, really. Steve, it's cold in Sydney, says Shane. It was 5 degrees this morning, and it's snowing in the bush. Dreadful. Big difference to the UK. Yeah, I mean, well, I should imagine so, yes. I mean, we haven't had snow in the bush for a long time in this country. It seems ages and ages. But it's never been that cold for us. Last year, did we get some snow? We didn't get much snow last year either. We got a little bit, but it wasn't too... Mostly in London. I mean, probably out in the sticks, as you can imagine, Shane. We do have, people who get caught in snowdrifts and stuff like that. And then sort of people who live in the town, because it's a lot warmer, the snow never settles. And if it does, it becomes all slushy and mushy and horrible, and it's ghastly, and you trip over it. I was amazed this morning, no policeman anywhere in Twickenham. No police anywhere. This is at 12:30 to 1 o'clock. You know why? I don't know. No police anywhere, and who's going up and down the road? You can now rent these little green scooters. They're going the wrong way down the road. They're going against the traffic. Traffic on the road. People had to swerve to avoid them. 2 people on a scooter. Where are the police? Where are the police? Why are these people not in custody? I've never seen such idiots in my entire life. They all get excited. Oh, look, scooters. So they rent them, and they're going the wrong way up the road, against the traffic. Not a police car in sight. Nothing. Absolutely ridiculous. I'd have had them in court immediately. You go to prison for 10 years. OK? You're too strict. Where is the legislation on these scooters? I'll tell you very shortly. You're going to see one of these things. Somebody's going to have an accident. They're going to lose their life. We've lost people already. And it's all because there's no legislation. The government think they've done a really big thing. Oh, yeah, we can all rent scooters. No, they're highly dangerous. There was somebody caught on a motorway the other day. But it's these ones in Twickenham the other day who were going up and down the road. 2 of them on there. A rather stupid girl who's, if her parents knew that she was that thick, they'd have disowned her immediately. I mean, really, terrible. 2 people. She's clinging on to this bloke's waist. And as they went past, I did use a rude word. Fools. And then they turned round and then came back up the other side of the road. On both occasions, going against the traffic. Really, they're going to lose their lives. And they go, oh, we didn't know. It's like seeing a bicycle, isn't it, going down the street. We have a couple. There was a car the other day, yesterday, as I was coming to work. So we had not only did we have the silly little children on the scooter, there was a car going down the road, no lights on. I assume the driver was drunk. I mean, how on earth? But I mean, how can you seriously drive with no lights on the car? I mean, that's just that, I'll tell you, I'd love to be I'd have a field day if I was a policeman. You're nicked. You see him in America. In America, if you go onto YouTube, you get some most aggressive people with sort of coppers. Mind you, get some pretty bent coppers in America. Some of them are terrible, absolutely terrible. I've got a story about Jack Tweed. Remember Jack Tweed? No, nobody does, sadly. Jack Tweed is now 34, and he's got a new girlfriend. He's trying to make out that it was 12 years after Jade's tragic death. Well, he only married her in the last month of her life. And nasty little thug Jack Tweed, he's been jailed twice for violence. 2006, he hit a 16-year-old boy with a golf club, and in 2008, because he didn't learn, he assaulted a taxi driver. He gripped him round the back of the throat. He was sitting in the back of the car. He's a nasty little piece of work, is Jack Tweed. What he does for a living now, God alone knows. But anyway, he told The Sun exclusively he was dating an Essex girl in March. Jack Tweed, what convicted thug! I think, everybody was after him. And apparently some of his girlfriends went, oh, you're only going out with me because I remind you of Jade Goody. What? I mean, they got married at Down Hall, which is where the parents of my godchildren got married. It was classy then. I think it was an OK sponsored deal that Max Clifford brokered. And he said he previously told us, like anybody who's remotely interested, his latest romance hit the bump because he constantly compares every new woman to his late wife Jade. Does he really? Good Lord above. Can't believe it, can you? So she's called Ali. We don't have any pictures of her. Yes, Ali Tweed. Sounds charming, doesn't it, really? But so he's found love 12 years after his wife's tragic death. He knew she was dying. That's why they got married. Didn't help, did it, really? Still went to prison. So jailed twice for violence. He's not a nice person. So I'm not remotely interested, really, in anything that Jack Tweed does. They had a set-up picture about 2 years ago in the papers of him visiting her grave. Is that the girlfriend? Oh, dear. Slightly disturbed. She looks like she's a reject from Love Island. Wonder what she does. What do you do, darling? What are you, hairdresser? Does it not tell you what she does for a living? And they've made sweet romance. She's smiling for the camera in a chic all-black outfit. Very wise. And that's it. She's got happy birthday to my love at Jack Tweed. Oh, how sweet, dear. Wonder what you do for a living. You can only hazard a guess, can't you? She either works in a nail bar or she's a hairdresser. She's got badly bleached hair, which has sort of come in at grey. And the good news is, huge pair of bazookas. Yes, she'll be showing those off any time soon. Can you imagine? And this is my boyfriend. He's a celeb. Is he really? Steve, does your studio have air conditioning? Yes. Yes, of course it does. Every studio has air conditioning. I don't think I've ever worked in any. I've never worked in any other studios, but I've never worked in a studio that didn't have air conditioning. You have to have for all the equipment. You need to keep it cool. It gets very hot. You've got no idea how much heating my equipment generates. I mean, it really does. It's very, very hot. Very, very hot. And so the air conditioning is here. So not only does it keep the studio nice and cool, but it basically freezes me whatsits off. I've had some mornings when it's been so... In the middle of winter, you get the same air conditioning. You have to. So I have been known to wear a jacket in the studio. I can't complain, actually. I can't complain because I've always complained about the heat. Steve, maybe the driver of that car with no headlines could have been Dominic Cummings testing his eyesight again. Yes. Everyone's a joker. Everyone's a joker. Steve, I recently witnessed a drunk forklift driver falling asleep whilst unloading me. Oh, right. That's a bit bizarre. Mind you, I mean, this woman could have been drunk this morning. It's a woman driving the car. I noticed that because I didn't notice there was no headlights on it until it sort of went past for it. And then I looked, it's got no lights on. There was a car travelling behind it. So whether or not they'd broken or something like that. But I mean, you shouldn't be driving on the road with no lights on. But so say you see cycles with no lights on, and I tell you, these little mopeds everywhere with learner plates on. Can't begin to tell you what the L stands for, but I'm sure you can probably work it out for yourself. And they're delivering, thing. I mean, how are they allowed to do that? They haven't taken a test to be on these little things. Most of them are rented. Do you think they're paying tax? I bet they're blooming well not. I bet they're not. But as I've said before, the amount of people who order takeaway food. These things whiz about all over the place, Can't even be bothered to drag your weary carcass out of bed and go to McDonald's. I'm going to Paul. Are you really? I think we'll have somebody from Pret a Manger today. Kids, what do you want? I'll get you breakfast. Yeah, should we have porridge? It makes us feel healthy. Then you can have a Sausage and egg McMuffin. You want double? Kylie, do you want a double sausage and egg McMuffin? Paige, what do you feel like? Paige. So I worry that. Have you seen Gok Wan on QVC? And he's got a clothing range. And sometimes he mentions how Victoria Beckham's a great designer. Oh dear, no, I don't think he'd ever say that. Gok's far too sensible. The trouble is she's not. That's otherwise her stuff would be selling, but of course it's not doing as well as it should be. Well, it's not doing well, full stop. It needs to do something. But, because the Beckhams are so into their own publicity, there'll be another picture of Dave, either with his shirt off or with his shaved body, because he does shave his body. And then you can buy one of her T-shirts, the Pride Wannabe T-shirt in white. It's a really, really expensive T-shirt. £80 to have Proud and Wannabe your lover. Apparently she designed that. Marvellous, isn't it? Honestly, what a talent. And look how skinny the model is. It comes in sizes X, S, S and M. So for you fat birds out there, no chance. and it's sold out. It's sold out. Yeah, large and extra large have sold out. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan. You're certainly big, dear. Of Victoria Beck, £80 for a white T-shirt. When I went to Austria many, many, many years ago, I'd forgotten to pack T-shirts in my case. So I went to a district of Austria, I think it was Maria Hilferstrasse, which is sort of like the cheaper end of the market. The Kärntnerstrasse is the posh bit, which has got, the opera house and all the rest of it. Maria Hilferstrasse is all the other people. And I was buying Yugoslavian T-shirts, cheap, like they were working out at less than £1 each. And I bought loads of them. Unfortunately, you could only ever wear them once. It was like the equivalent to Primark. Primark T-shirts are £2. Yeah, but most of them are made in Yugoslavia. Well, I mean, they were in this particular thing that I bought. I soon discovered, though, when I washed it, it went and shrunk down, so you could only ever wear them once. But I thought, £1 a time, who cares? Who cares? But I do like QVC. I do like watching some of the things they're selling. They were doing a thing what were they selling the other day? Skechers. For men as well. Because men don't get a look in on QVC. It's mainly the girly stuff. And I look ridiculous in the girly stuff. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what size bust am I? Am I 32AA, 32B? Yeah, I could be measured up later. I saw something for you the other day. I bought it in for you. I bought you a gift. Yeah. Yeah, I bought you a gift. I thought, oh, don't look like that. I bought you a gift too. But it's nice. You'll like it. I don't know whether or not you suck it or you bite it. Not sure. But I bought 3 because I was going to have one. But then I thought, no, I'm on a diet. I've got to be on a diet. I've decided, not necessarily for any peculiar reason. And it's just, whatever. It's Friday. I don't care about Friday. Holly Willoughby is the celebrity whose identity is stolen the most by fraudsters. They'll sort of put her at the head of a piece of paper and send it out to somebody, the unsolicited stuff, and they'll sort of go, oh, Holly sent this to me, and you think, well, where did she get your email from? And the answer is fraudsters have got it. Priti Patel is cracking down on migrants posing as children. Nick Ferrari sat on This Morning with Phil and Holly and somebody else, and he was arguing about one man who was quite clearly in his 30s, mid-30s, who was posing as a 14-year-old boy, and they put him in a classroom. It was highly dangerous because he was a man who could be predatory against the girls in there. Nobody wanted to go anywhere near him, and he was pretending to be young, and they had a woman on This Morning who was arguing against Nick, going, no, they are young, these people, they've had a hard life. He said, he's got a beard! He didn't know many people at 14 who had beards. In fact, it might even have been 13, actually. And so Priti Patel says she's going to clamp down on it. Because they have a picture in one of the papers of one of these people who claims to be a child. You could see it's not a child. They must think we're really stupid. Ghastly. Steve, how did David say to Victoria, you can't have any more money? He just said no. Just basically no. Because he's already bailed her out once, hasn't he? Then she borrowed more money to bail herself out. But my advice has been, close the shop down. Why would you want to pay extortionate rents when you can do it online? And also, stop trying to pretend that you're upmarket. Have you ever seen Victoria Beckham in the flesh? She's this thin. Seriously, I've got thighs which are thicker. Seriously, there's nothing of her. She must literally put her knickers on and then sort of pleat them or something. Because I don't think they make them in that sort of size. She's really small. Very tiny person. Wish I could put pleats in my knickers and make myself smaller. But I can't.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Friday morning, and this weekend's going to be hot, which is okay if you like things like that, because somebody said to me, my friend Ian, and said, are you still getting up at, 2 o'clock in the morning, you're watering the plants? And I went, no, I do it when I get home now. I do it when I get home, because I'm home by 8 o'clock, and literally, the hose is already connected up. Just go and turn on the tap, and then out there, and it's sort of, you can't do it when it gets to midday because the sun's a little bit too high in the sky, a little bit too hot, and not good to water, because if you get water on the leaves, it doesn't work. So I just water everything, give it a good drench, and then after I've drenched them, which takes about 15 minutes, I then fill a watering can up, do a couple of splashes of Tomorite, which is my be-all and end-all thing in the garden. I've got bottles and bottles of Tomorite and some good sploshes of that, and then go round. That gives it the potassium that it needs to sort of produce bigger flowers, and flowers in more profusion, which I quite like. So everything looking very good at the moment. Very good. Steve, Mark in Romford, says, my son Aaron is 16 today. God, how depressing. Even though he's finished school, he still wakes up at 4 to listen to the show. He's finished school at 16? You can leave at 16? Can you? I thought, has he been for the summer? No, they've only just had half-term schools. They should all be back. I know that because the buses are full of chattering children. Oh, good. Oh, it's dreadful. So annoying. The sun, because you've got Euros this weekend. I'm sure you'll all be delighted to know that. And twitchers. You know what twitchers are? They follow birds. They go and look at birds. They hired boats to take them to an island after a rare bird flew 4,000 miles to spend summer in Britain for the first time. Wow. One handed a skipper £1,000 to ferry him to see the revered sulphur-bellied warbler, which had come all the way from Tibet. Some skived off work and paid 120 quid an hour to hire vessels, while another one drove 5 hours overnight. They're very loyal twitchers. I personally think they're all mad as fruitcake, but I mean, that's just my humble opinion. They just go out there and they see these. I mean, this one's flown 4,000 miles. I mean, it via Russia, where it's sort of done China, Russia, and then the UK. I mean, presumably, I don't know whether or not birds can rest on the wing. I don't know whether or not, if you actually hit a thermal, whether or not birds can sort of just shut their eyes. Unlike the elephants we saw lying down the other day, we thought they were dead. But they weren't. They were alive, which we were very grateful for, because we were just about to send money to a sanctuary. And so there was that. But I'm not sure if birds sleep on the wing. So in other words, they basically close their eyes and drift off and just go with the flow. I mean, it doesn't seem very likely, does it? But I think some birds do that. Can they sleep on the wing, is the question you'll have to type in. Shoring up relations, Carrie Johnson, making her debut on the world stage. To be honest with you, she could walk stark naked into this studio and I wouldn't have the faintest idea it was her. She doesn't have anything about her that makes you remember her. So Frank Sinatra's Californian Desert Hideaway up for set. £3 million, 5 bedrooms and bathrooms, guest house and pool, with original wallpaper chosen by Frank Sinatra. Swallows are the only bird that sleep on the wing. Imagine how lovely that must be. I'm just going to go up there into the thermals. Oh, I'll just drift away. I love that idea. So they just glide. And then all of a sudden you wake up and you go, oh, have a look. Excuse me, where's everybody else gone? Where am I? Wait a minute, let me get my sat-nav out. Swallow sat-nav, you're off course. Turn right at the next mountain. Turn right at the next mountain. In 300 yards, you have reached your destination. You're basically lost. Ha, 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 ha. But I love the idea. Don't horses sleep standing up? Or do they just close their eyes? I think there's loads of animals that sleep, you know. I mean, I always worried about monkeys who sleep in trees. They just sort of wedge themselves in on a branch and they just nod off. It's quite nice, isn't it, really? I mean, I quite fancy that idea. I could nod off. Sometimes I'm behind the wheel of the car, which isn't the best thing. But swallows are the only bird that sleeps on the wing. So this one must have flapped its little tiny wings. Presumably, the only way it sort of stopped flapping its wings is when it hit thermals. Many birds roost in trees, using an arrangement of their leg tendons that causes their body weight to pull the claw shut around the branch. Wow. Horses, zebras and elephants sleep standing up. Cows can too, but mostly choose to lie down. Some birds also sleep standing up. Flamingos live on caustic salt flats when there's nowhere they can sit down. It's good, isn't it? Isn't that good? Oh, look, what's that? Bumblebee. Don't tell me they go to sleep on the wing. What's it doing? Is it going to eat something? I like bumblebee. I was watering the plants the other morning and a bumblebee came out and I thought, oh, it's going to sting me. What's it doing? What is it doing? Oh, she's drinking. She's drinking from an ice cube tray, and then what they can do after she's left, they can then work out how much booze she's had, or how much of the it might be booze, I don't know. Yeah, G&T, and then they go in there. Look, she was wobbling when she went back in. Ooh, I've had a little drink. Poor old bee. No, bees are quite nice. They never sting you. They're actually very, very friendly. Harvey says it's my birthday today, and we're going to Leon C for lunch, says Harvey. That's what you think. You're going to Leon C. They're all going elsewhere. Steve, your police officers in Twickenham have been sent to Cornwall for Boris's junket. Something could have been done by Zoom. Absolutely. Many species of bee are on the brink of extinction. That's because of habitat loss, pollution, climate change, all those sort of things. How many species of bees have we got? 228. Wouldn't have thought it was possible, would you really? Why can't you be friendly with a bee? Come here, come on. So cute. Steve, I've got cockatoos, says Shane. I think you can get cream for that, can't you? And that'll sort it out. And Steve, I think fish sleep standing up, says Lee. Fish don't sleep, do they? Do they? Why would they sleep? That would make them a target. Are you talking about the ocean or are you talking about in the fish tanks? I don't think fish sleep. They don't sleep. They rest. You see, I knew I was right. I knew they didn't sleep because otherwise they'd just be sitting in the water, wouldn't they? And then presumably they would just sort of sink to the bottom of the aquarium and then other fish would come and eat them, which is not very nice. So whether fish sleep is an unanswered question to the point of having inspired the title of several popular science books. I mean, because I'm assuming that they must close their eyes, don't they? I don't know. I've never actually studied fish enough. They have eyelids. What's that got to do with it? No, you just of course they can close their eyes. Of course they can. They've got like a film that goes over there. It's like sharks. Have you seen sharks? There's a film that goes over the eye. It's like bringing down the shutters. They go, oh, you know, should we bring down the security shutters on the shark? Ho-de-ho. And the eye comes down with sort of a shutter on it. I mean, you could probably paint an eye on there just to freak people out, but I wouldn't advise it. Have you ever been to TGI Fridays? Once. Hated it. You know why? I hated it because it was a bit pushy on the, hello, have you been to TGI's before? Okay, and they kneel by the side of the table, which used to get on my nerves. And they go, right, what can we help you with? You go, can I have a strawberry milkshake? Would you like sprinkles? And I, of course, thought of lots of glib answers to come back with. I went, yeah, that'll be all right. Well, of course, every time you have something, it just adds up. And she's covered in badges. They've all got badges on everywhere, you know. I've seen the Eiffel Tower. I've weed behind the barn of Dallas, you know, and all that kind of stuff. I don't know why. And I didn't like the idea. And then somebody said to me, they're actually taught to do that, kneel by the side of the table. And they go, you know, head waitress, you know, worked here for 300 years or something. All I thought was, I just wanted a burger and chips and a milkshake. I wasn't really bothered about the sprinkles, but I thought to appease her, I would have sprinkles. And they do all sorts of interesting things that are deep fried, and that's all I can tell you about them. It was all right. I wasn't particularly fagged by it though. I mean, it was another burger place. We had one in Kingston. It's closed. Yeah. Sorry? There's one here. It's huge, this one here. I've been in this one. I've taken friends in this one here. It's not cheap. They're not cheap, but people know what they're getting. If they sort of say it does burgers, the Americans are big into burgers, and they know what TGI Fridays is. It's just called Fridays now, is it? Well, they couldn't afford the extra 2 letters. No, 3 letters, sorry, I can't even spell now. So it's called Fridays. I wonder why. Because most people work Saturday, don't they? Blasphemy. I don't know, TGI Fridays. Is it because people go, hey, it's the weekend, you can put your feet up? You see, I'd have been very good in the Brady Bunch family. Here's a story of a lovely lady who was picking with 3 girls of her own. All of them had hair of gold like their mother. I love the Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. They were this very infuriating mother and father who had lots of children between them. And they would all sit there in boxes at the beginning of the programme, looking up or sideways. They were obviously told in the studio, just pretend there's somebody on top of you, OK? So look up like that and wave. There's nobody there. It's all green screen. I don't know why I'm ruining these programmes for you. So, yes, I have been to TGI Fridays. I want to go to Reading, but I'm not going to drive all that way for a Wendy burger. It's too far. Bring one to town as quick as possible, please. You know. We've got our kebab shop open in Twickenham now, German kebabs. I don't know what they're like, I've no idea. But it's quite big. You can actually sit down and eat kebab in there. It's massive. Have you seen it? Oh, right. What were you doing there? Have you got a passport? How were you able to just come into Twickenham like that? I thought the border control guys were doing a really good job. Obviously not. There's a worry. Britain will sizzle on Super Sunday. Temperatures soaring to 30 degrees, which is 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. And Jeremy Clarkson is talking about the Green Team campaign to clear up £53 million worth of rubbish, all chucked away. People just throw things away, don't they? Nowadays, I've thrown stuff away. Oh, look at that. German doner kebab restaurant. It's nice, isn't it? Not really. What's it in? It's not in pita bread, is it? That one there. What's it in? Is it in bread or something? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure about all this salad gunk that I'm going to sneeze. Pathetic, isn't it? Pathetic, honestly. Small wonder hay fever, and we're all suffering. Steve, how's the search for bratwurst going? Oh, I went to Lidl, and I bought it there, and I had 3 the other day. I ate 3. I also bought a little throwaway barbecue. It's only £1 in the pound shop, where everything's £1, except things that are £2. And I bought it, and I was going to cook on there. You just light the bag, and it's got some little coals in it, and then you pop your sausage on the top. And I thought, I should have that over this weekend. I quite fancy the idea. What? Honestly, you try and explain things to people and they just take the mickey out of you. It's not good, is it? How do whales and sharks sleep in the ocean? I couldn't care less. I'm not in the ocean. I'm more worried about what's flying about over our heads.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I think you can go mad on Friday. I think you really can, because it's the weekend. I mean, for those people who work the weekend, you cannot go mad on a Friday because you've got to get up to go to work tomorrow. I'm going to get up early tomorrow morning. I should go to bed early tonight. Well, I say I shall go to bed early. What I tend to do is I tend to just fall asleep in front of the television. You know, you've come to the end of the week and you think, oh, it's lovely. And so you sit in front of the telly and then you feel your eyes going a little bit. You think, oh, no, I'm going. I need to go and sit in the bedroom. So yesterday, the solar eclipse wowed the world. It looked good in Toronto and New York. The moon obscured a third of the sun, creating a crescent effect, but everybody got to see the full ring of fire around the other parts of America, Canada, Europe and Asia. Those sky watchers there. And people loved it. Robert Simpson of Milton Keynes said, I love how it makes you see the moon and sun in a different way. The next annual eclipse is expected in 2090. So we're not going to be alive for that one, are we? Let's face it. Definitely not. Definitely not. Oh, I know what we've forgotten to do. Have we done the emails? We haven't done the email stuff, have we yet? Goodness sake, honestly. Here we go. This is where we have to do the number crunching. I love the number crunch. It's my favourite thing of the morning. Trying to sort of signify to them next door, to signal to them exactly what the numbers are. Because, you know, we need to know these sort of things. My friend Ian, glued to the programme, My friend... Ooh, blimey, dropped my telephone. That's a bit of a worry, isn't it? I always do that. I nearly fell over in the kitchen the other day, spinning round. I don't know why. Well, I don't know why I fell over, but I was spinning around. It was probably the spinning around that did it. And what else we got? We got a cobbler, a celebrity cobbler who had a cottage, and then I'm assuming he he actually founded the Shandles brand. Died in March, aged 76, left his cottage to his former apprentice, who's 34. She's now offering the cottage for $375,000. She's got her own brand. She said he was totally mad, but in it they've got shoes, 400 pairs of shoes in it, which is quite nice, isn't it, really? He made the garden a little paradise. It's been a bit hard to come to terms with putting it onto the market. Well, he's only just died, hasn't he? And already she's got it up for sale. Mind you, given the choice, do you want to go and live in a place that was inhabited by your ex-partner, in business, or do you want 375,000? And the answer is most people will say, I'd like 375,000. What have we got here? We've got Sisters, who've turned a garden shed fashion firm into a multi-million-pound business with the help of a Love Island star. Alice Jones and sister Maisie started Sisters and Seekers 4 years ago and now employs 15 full-time staff. Molly May received nearly 500,000 likes when she recently posted a picture of herself wearing one of the sisters' blazers. I thought Molly May is not famous for wearing clothes. I think she's famous for not wearing clothes, isn't it? Isn't that the way it goes? Also, Mask Force. They damage our wildlife and planet, which is sad, says Bear Grylls. Lucy Donlan. Who's Lucy? I don't know who Lucy Donlan is. She says, it's awful to see the poor animals that we're harming. And Dr. Range. No idea who he is either. Is he the gay doctor on the television? Oh, right. Why do people have to tell you all these things? People, now you can't shut them up. They go on to Love Island and they go, oh, by the way, gay. And you go, oh, right. I was watching one of the Housewives programmes the other day. Housewives of, I don't know, some obscure place. And there's two of them there. And they were all over each other like a rash. And I remember thinking, do they deliberately now? Because every time I watch Four in a Bed, there's always a gay couple who own a bed and breakfast place. And they're always, who does the cook? Well, I don't know. He does the cooking, and he's very good, And it's always in Blackpool or somewhere like that. It's never in somewhere like, the New Forest or the Savernake Forest. Dr. Raj says, if you use the Sun's Mask Force boxes, you can care for the environment. I care for the environment. I like the environment. I'm always quite good. I don't like people throwing rubbish on the streets. That annoys me. Don't like scooters. I really don't like scooters at the moment. So here is Katie Price. She's so furious, difficult to tell with that much makeup slathered on her face. She's blasted a Twitter troll as a coward after he was cleared of sharing a racist video of her disabled son. Philip Luer admitted uploading the vile clip mocking Harvey as it was mildly amusing. Yesterday, a judge agreed that he shared the video as a joke and not to offend. Outside court, wearing an anti-trolling T-shirt, Kate hit out. She said he's a coward. Well, he's just been found not guilty, dear. So be very careful. Just because you don't agree with the sort of the end result from the courts. But the clip was vile, but people were allowed to have freedom of expression, and it wasn't grossly offensive. So the district judge, Amanda Kelly, found Luer not guilty of sending by public communication network an offensive message. And then Katie Price says he knew the video was wrong, he got away with it. No, the court found him not guilty. He didn't get away with anything, dear. Be very careful. Very careful. We know you're not the brightest in the box. And she said, she's had a go at him. And, which is, you're entitled to, but be very careful what you say. Because basically what you're saying is he was guilty. Whereas, in fact, the court found completely the opposite. He didn't do it maliciously. That you have to take on board. But there again, you've had your own dealings with the courts, haven't you, dear? On so many occasions. Here's Maya Jama. Nobody knows what she does, actually. Nobody's really... But she's revealed she's hoping to take 2 months off. Oh, thank God for that. What a blessing. What a blessing. But she's going to co-host Crouchy's Year-Late Euros from 11 o'clock at night with Peter Crouch. She said, I did mention a little while ago I wanted to have quite a lot of time off this summer. So doing what? What does she do? What does Maya Jama do? Nobody knows. She's a presenter, but that's lovely. She said, I enjoy my job, it's fun. Really? I still don't know what she does. I've heard the name because it's obviously pushed out there, but I mean, what she does, I've got no idea. I'm sure she's sort of presenter, model, fashionista, imaginator, somebody who sort of does it. She's currently the co-presenter of BBC One's Peter Crouch Save Our Summer, and also the presenter of the BBC Three competition Glow Up, a Britain's Next makeup star. So she's done really well, hasn't she? That's what you call a classic career. Fantastic. So you take as much time off as you want, love. Shane says, my neighbour has a fish pond. She's off to the pet shop because the birds keep eating her fish. They do. There's a lovely German restaurant in Richmond, says Jason. Is there? Where in Richmond is the German restaurant? I know Richmond very well. Where is it? German restaurant. Richmond? We've got one in Twickenham, we know, but it's sort of kebabs. But, and it says here, Steins, where's that? Never even heard of it. Steins, London, Kingston, Berlin, in Kensington, Richmond. Overlooking the Thames. Riverside Bavarian Beer Garden. Wow, I've never even heard of it. Oh, you've not been there? Oh, you've been there? Oh, right. German Bavarian dishes and German beers served at open-air benches overlooking the Thames. Riveting. Opens at 12 o'clock today. Let's have a look at the menu. See what they do on the menu. I always like to find out what they do for food. Typical Bavarian menu. Okay, fully open. Prime location, blah, blah, blah. You can make bookings, which is lovely. So if you'd like to... There's no menu at all. So what do you think? What's the betting? It's sausages. We're now predominantly a walk-in restaurant again. But we don't know what they... So that's a bit disappointing, isn't it? Oh, there. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Let's go for... mains. Let's go for mains, can we? Mains. Let's see what we've got. Daily Bavarian specials, and it's all about sausages. They've only got one vegan thing. They've got Münchner Leberkäse, large slice of German-style pork meatloaf, grilled, served with pan-fried potatoes and salad garnish. Small pork sausages, portion of 6 from the famous Bavarian town of Nuremberg, filled with spices and herbs. Pork sausages from the Bavarian capital Munich, filled with spices and herbs, served with pan-fried potatoes and salad garnish. And then they've got red pork sausages, served with a homemade curry sauce, pan-fried potatoes and salad garnish. It's very popular, the pan-fried potatoes and salad garnish. Schnitzel vom Schwein, so that's tender breadcrumbed pork escalopes, Viennese style, served with, wait for it, potato salad and salad garnish. Very popular. And Wiener Würstchen, which is a pair of boiled pork sausages from the Austrian capital Vienna, served with mashed potato and salad garnish. Salads in Vienna. Don't ever have a salad in Vienna. They've got no idea how to do a dry salad. Everything is dripping in oil. And I can't imagine what their mashed potato must be like. Most things are most peculiar. They have a place in the Prater, which is the fun fair, called the Schweitzer House, and they serve knuckles of pork. And it comes on a wooden board, and it's just knuckles of pork, and you slice... Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. And you then slice it, and it's actually quite nice. People have it, big steins of the beer. Tender. No, it's all right now. It's healed, so I feel a lot better, honestly. Always asking personal questions. We'll take a short break for the news at 5. It's Friday morning, it's LBC, but of course, unless you had a very bad night last night, you would have worked this out for yourself. It's Friday morning, Steve Allen's in a good mood. It's very rare, isn't it? But there are still stories about Harry and Meghan. Fear not, they're back again. I wish they'd go on holiday and stay away for a long time. Where'd you go if you live in America? Where are they going to go on holiday? Marbella? Something like that. Where would they go to? It'll be somewhere, Kavos. Or Ibiza. They'll love that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Welcome to Friday. Yay! He says, trying to generate some sort of enthusiasm for it being a Friday. I like a Friday. I feel as I can let myself go. I don't know why. You just sort of think, it's the weekend. I should be driving tomorrow, so I'll go and put some more petrol into it. Do you know, have you noticed the price of petrol? Ridiculous. Angie Greaves is up early, awake at 4:58. She's very precise, she says, but I just love laying here, checking out the Steve Allen Show. Check it out. It's my favourite thing. Wicked. So, morning, Angie. Also, who did I bump into the other day? Margarita Taylor I bumped into the other day. She's always chatting to the men on the reception downstairs, the security. It's always, I think she's waiting for a car or something. And another one, my old goldfish used to go under his wee plastic bridge in his tank for a bit of a rest, says Kim. I don't know if he actually slept there. They do sort of disappear into sort of dark places. I mean, you never know. They might be they might be asleep or dead. No, dead is when they when they float to the top of the tank. Petrol prices have climbed. I mean, I've never seriously. I put 60 quid worth of petrol in the other day, and I don't think it barely registered in the car at all. It was just frightening. It really is. Higher petrol prices have driven up the cost of living. I mean, it's rocketed up at the moment. So the average cost of a litre, 129.27. You're joking, not for me. I'm having to use the expensive Shell. Can't even speak now. The Shell petrol. Yeah, it's like 141 pence a litre. It's pounds. 140. No, not 141 pounds. It can't be. Well, for a litre, good Lord, I have no money left at all. No, it's about 141 or something. Whatever it is, it's terribly expensive. And I wouldn't mind, but it seems to guzzle it. So for this weekend, I'm going to be guzzling a lot of petroleum, which is okay, because I've also treated myself to a wafer biscuit. These are, I used to have these in Vienna. I used to love wafer biscuits, and they've sort of got a filling of nuts and things like that. They've got no added colourings or colours, and it's hazelnuts. I'm sure they're thinner. I don't remember them being this thin, but they're very nice. I love wafers. I used to watch them making them when I used to work for United Biscuits, and they used to come in big sheets, like 6 foot by 6 foot, and they would the machine would sort of coat the gunk stuff that they put inside. Then the sheet would be put on the top of it, then the next sheet, and so it would build it up, and then the machine would go, and it would cut it all into sort of bickies, which was quite nice actually. And then somebody, which I've been telling you for 42 years, somebody went on television and said, "Oh, you know Penguin biscuits? You know they're bourbons covered in chocolate." I said, "Yes, of course they are. What else do you think they are?" Oh, here we go. How come you're the only person who finds the tea bag's got a piece of string attached to it, like soap on a rope? I don't quite understand. You know, everybody else just takes a tea bag out of the jar. What do you do? Go hunting around?
I've got my ways.
Yeah, that's the trouble. He has got his ways. W-E-Y-S. And I always end up with a piece of string. I mean, I'm very lucky not to have swallowed the string. But this is fair and delicious. Natural, fair and delicious. Organic. I never know what organic means. Organic English breakfast tea. They had that when we were at the hotel the other day. They always offer you a choice of all these fabulous teas. Well, I'm a bit simple. You know, I'm a bit sort of, you know, is it Yorkshire tea? And they look at you like you're mad. And so I just had, she said, would you like English breakfast? I think she was Chinese. And so I said yes. And I was quite happy with English breakfast, whereas the boys had Rooibos or something. I'd never even heard of the blooming thing. It was all very posh tea, very posh tea. So spending time with the family is the best thing. And here we go. It's when they need to fill up bits of a newspaper which they haven't got anything to write about. They do things like this. So here we go. So these are things which make you feel happy. Okay, Rooibos. That's the tea, is it? Yeah. Well, I don't know what it is. I've heard of it, but I've never had it. Oh, right, lovely. Meaning red bush. Moving on, the best things in life are free. So a perfect cup of tea is at number 25, which is true, actually, because a bad cup of tea is rubbish, isn't it? The smell of flowers. Smell of flowers. Because not many flowers smell nowadays, do they? You know, you get some which smell delicious. A relaxing bath. I can never relax in a bath. Seriously, you have to decide who's actually going to be at the tap end, don't you? You know, do you not? Oh, just me again. Having somebody cook you a meal. Oh, no, I'd have to call in the hygiene police on that one. The smell of, here we go, freshly mown grass. I have to be honest, I mean, it is a good smell. Freshly baked bread and cakes, no chance. I couldn't bake anything like that. Pets making you laugh. Go on, open the tin yourself. You know, opening the curtains to sunshine. Well, in this country, being proud of your children for something they've done. You know, they shoplifted an entire fridge freezer. What marvellous kids. Receiving gifts. That's always good, isn't it? Receiving gifts. Yes, we got gifts today. Hearing bird song. That's lovely. Very nice. Although, to be honest with you, I mean, I remember talking to an actor who was in Phantom of the Opera, and he moved out of town with his family. And he said, you know, the one thing that you noticed, Steve, because that's my name. And I said, no, what's that? He said, I live out of town in the countryside. He said, the silence. He said, you don't wake up in the morning and beep, 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 beep. Nothing like that. He said it's just really quiet. Making somebody laugh is very good. We make people laugh. Generally out of sympathy, I think, most of the time. They've got a poor soul, honestly. Finding cash in an old coat pocket. My dry cleaner, Thomas, phoned me up the other day. He said, well, he didn't. He sent me a text. I was just trying to make it look as though it was an interesting story. Yes, from Barbados. He said, I've just found £20 in your pocket. I said, that's nice. I'll be over to collect it. And so I went and he said, oh, you really are here to collect it? I said, absolutely. I said, I'm not leaving it with you. Hearing your partner say, I love you. That's always a bit drippy, isn't it? Oh, I love you. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, grow up. Get over yourself. By the way, I've cleared your bedroom out. Hearing your partner say, I love you. Being smiled at. You see, if I'm walking down the road and somebody smiles at me, I'm more likely to call the police. You know, I'm sorry. Do not... You know, you're sitting on the bus. You don't smile at people. In fact, you don't catch anybody's eyes, because the next thing they want to come and sit next to you. Oh, hello. Have you seen my llama? No, I haven't. No. Meeting friends. Yes, I like meeting friends. I'm good with that. Enjoying a sea breeze. Don't get much of that in London. Enjoying a sea breeze. That's quite nice, though, Santa. The wind tousling your hair as it flows out behind you. Feeling fit and healthy. Yeah, whatever. Random acts of kindness. You know, that somebody drops their wallet. You know, and you pick it up, put it in your pocket. And, you know, that'd be a random act. A good night's sleep. That's nice. You know when you're warm and cosy in bed and you wake up and it's a bit too hot, so you almost tip the duvet to one side and your legs are outside of the bed. I like that. That's very exciting. A hug from a loved one. Again, it's back to that person on the bus again who's got a llama. Taking in nature. I don't know if that means growing things indoors or... it could be twitching, essentially. But spending time with the family is number one. Depends what your family are like. I mean, if you don't like your family, you're not going to enjoy that one at all. But it's the biggest boost. And it doesn't cost anything. Well, it does, because you can pick up all sorts of diseases, can't you? People start hugging you randomly. Here's Prince Charles. He's on a bicycle. You know, you get the impression, seeing Charles on a bicycle, that he's not been on a bicycle for donkey's years. He couldn't go on a bicycle if his life depended on it. Prince Edward admits the royal rift with Harry and Meghan has been difficult for everyone. He said it was very sad. It is very sad, isn't it? It's very sad. But I bet the rest of it are going, cool, thank God I haven't fallen out with the Queen, who might or might not have given them permission to... Oh, who cares, honestly? Really, it's so daft. 83850, Yorkshire tea now do a tea flavour of tea that tastes like somebody's dunked a biscuit in it. Really? Oh... How ghastly. Declan says, I'm really shocked about your comments about Maria Hilferstrasse. My store is on Maria Hilferstrasse. It's been a while since you were here. Oh, it has. Absolutely. He said, it's the same old street with the trams. You'll be surprised. It's pedestrianised. Oh, right. It's been a while since you... It's been donkey's years since I was there. But it was the cheap end of the market. Sorry to tell you that, but it was. It was the, it was the Primark. Yorkshire tea. Biscuit flavour. Malty biscuit brew tastes like tea and biscuits. Good Lord above. £9.16 for 40 tea bags. Good Lord. Isn't it funny how we've all of a sudden acclimatised ourselves to using tea bags? Years ago, we bought leaf tea. I had to explain to the boys, well, to Corey mainly, when we went for tea at the hotel, they do leaf tea. So it comes with a tea strainer. And he said, what's that? I said, it's a tea strainer. He'd obviously never seen one before. And I said, you put it over the cup and you pour through it. I said, otherwise you've got bits. You spend the entire lunchtime like that as the bits sort of resurface. And so he said, oh, he'd obviously never had it. And I don't know why, because everybody served tea bags. You know why? It was easy. You take the tea bag, drop it in the cup. You don't need to get the messy tea leaves and then you drop it. Nightmare. Horrible time. So tea bags are good. But they were only introduced, believe it or not, in 1952. And I remember they had another one which had 2 drawstrings on it, so you could lift your bag up, pull the strings, and it squeezed a bit of the tea out. Which I just say to them, listen, leave my bag in the cup. And that's what he's done. He's left my bag. But I've now got a string which I've got to bypass before I can get to the thing. Oh, next week, busy week for me, medical-wise, Tuesday I've got to go and get my eyes sorted out again. Got to go to the hospital to check that I'm on course. Depends on how good or bad my diabetes is. Determines on what they can see in your eyes. They've always been very good, though, with me. Last time they weren't when I went to the hospital. They weren't very good at all. So I'm just having a quick slurp of my tea. I'm debating whether to sort of dunk a wafer. And I think, I can't do it. If I see people dunking biscuits in tea, I have to move table. I can't watch things like that. You both dunk biscuits, don't you? How disgusting, honestly. How common. Where did you learn that from? Where did you learn dunking biscuits? Did your family do it as well? Oh, my God, Father. Do they live in teepees or something? Or tents, by the banks of the Thames? I've never heard of such a thing. What is the purpose of dunking a tea bag, or a biscuit into a cup of tea? What is the point? I mean, sometimes if you leave it in there, it goes all soft. Yeah, but what for? What do you do that for? You don't dunk chips in a cup of tea, do you? Chips? McFlurry? Oh, dear. You soak the tea into the biscuit. You do it as well? Oh, my God, I'm surrounded by common people, ladies and gentlemen. This programme used to be so upmarket. Naughty, naughty.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently, Caroline says tea bags are good, but only if they're plastic-free ones. Otherwise, you're drinking a cup of microplastics, and those tea bags aren't biodegradable. We used to actually put tea leaves on the garden. It was old-fashioned gardeners used to use it, which was very good. Somebody says I dunk toast in tea. And Vincent says I love to dunk chips in my McDonald's milkshakes. You're in a home, aren't you? I can tell. Are you still strapped to the bed? I've got a horrible feeling matron's coming in a moment to force-feed you your liquidised lunch. Shane says, I got barred from your show for dunking my biscuit. Oh, you should not only barred, you should be sort of sent away to a place where we send people. Oh, no, wait a minute. You're in a place where we send people. I've just remembered. We sent lots of people. I've got a poem for you by David Conlin, and it's called Perspectives. I gaze up at the dappled emerald sky and watch the clouds of mackerel floating by, a jellyfish with tendrils trailing long, a dusky dolphin breaking into song, the double keel of a catamaran, the waxy features of a drowning man. Among the hills and valleys of the deep, I glide in a profound aquatic sleep, corals of all colours lighting my way, no haste, strong currents carry me away. No timetable is here of consequence, the world above is frozen in suspense. Pirates' gold in rotting iron-bound chests with conger eel and octopus for guests. I revel in this water wonderland, perspectives from a deep and sunken strand, the calmest of all places I have been, beneath the ocean in my submarine. I quite fancy that idea, but I got put off submarines. When there was all those Russian people that the submarine broke, settled on the ocean floor, they couldn't get them out. And they had to leave them down there, so they're still in. Well, obviously didn't survive. But I don't know whether they provide people with things like that. Something that you can sort of hasten the end, so you don't have to sort of suffer too badly. But it was sort of down there, and it was too far down for them to get it back out again. That's the thing that frightens me. You could get little mini subs, can't you? I've seen them in a few James Bond films. They're actually quite nice, little mini submarines. And Michael, my former producer, says, good God, dunkers, and never seen a tea strainer. You never had that issue with Chris Golds and I. No, we knew what it was because we grew up with things like that. But Michael, morning. Hope you're well. An Indonesian sub sank in April. All 53 people died. They're not. There's one. Is there one moored on the banks of the Thames? Do we have a submarine? Have you ever been on board a submarine? There's not much room. There's not. Your dad works on one. Oh. Do I look interested? Your dad works on a submarine. What does he do? Turn the propeller. Here we go. We're going off in. We all live in Kieran Submarine. Kieran Submarine. Kieran Submarine. Steve, for at least the last year, says Pauline, my first cup of tea in the morning is the biscuit-flavoured one. You get the lovely smell of biscuits as the cup gets near your nose, and I don't need my half spoon of sugar in it. £2.30 for 40 in Tesco or Sainsbury's. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't had sugar in tea for years. Yeah, the moment I was diagnosed diabetic, out went the sugar. But I mean, there is sugar in other items that I have. Doesn't really help, does it, I suppose? Yeah, I'll just have a wafer. Hardly any sugar in that one. I do sometimes. I used to check on the back of these things and see how much energy there was in it. Practically zero, of course. No energy, just loads of fat. A teenage dad joked about writing off his new Audi before racing down the M6 in a 150-mile-an-hour police chase. Not a clever person, Nathan Bather hit traffic cones and drove on the hard shoulder in a life-threatening nearly 17-mile pursuit. He was also caught on a dash cam going through a red light at 100 miles an hour on a 40-mile-an-hour residential road. He said he decided to go out in the Audi after an argument with his girlfriend, the mother of his 6-month-old baby. So he's obviously got his life sorted out, hasn't he? He joked with friends on Facebook after buying the car. One pal said it would be a write-off in 2 weeks. Bather replied, pushing it. It sped past him anyway. But worst piece of driving I've come across, said the recorder Ian Harris, and your behaviour was life-threatening. He also didn't have any insurance, so he's an even bigger fool than you think he is. However, he was handed a 12-month sentence in a Young Offenders Institute and was also given a 4.5-year driving ban. But what did everybody laugh at him for? Apart from the fact he's obviously a complete idiot, he's got sticky out ears. Sticky out ears, apparently. So poor little Nathan, not the brightest penny in the box, but there you go. So you'll enjoy the Young Offenders Institute. Which one you get sent to, I've got no idea. What else we got here? MPs to grill the BBC Lord, who rehired disgraced Martin Bashir. He's very ill, though, Martin Bashir, isn't he? Martin Bashir. And there's a story about Scylla. I only glanced at it briefly, actually, because months of seemingly endless royal documentaries, Channel 5 has switched to a different one. Our Scylla, the one and only. It wasn't a significant anniversary in the life or career of Cilla Black. Therefore, we must assume it was commissioned to mark the 15 years that had passed since she revealed that her favourite snack was half an orange with an Oxo cube sprinkled over it. You ever heard of that? Anyway, this national treasure, this film was very much a sort of a biography. There was no room of any of the wicked whispers you might stumble across during a quick internet search. I think I saw it because they also showed clips. They had people talking about her, and the thing that she had was she was just human. She was very human, and somebody says, you know, she was very good. She had the likes of Biggins, O'Grady, and Winton. Although, to be honest with you, I think they called them the Scylla Mafia. Well, Dale was in bed long before anybody else. He couldn't stay the pace. So they'd all be up till 4. You know, can you imagine? Can't you? Paul O'Grady and Biggins, and they would sit up till the early hours of the morning, talking and joking and doing showbiz stuff. Dale would have passed out long before that. You know, he'd be back home going, "Oh, I'm really tired, actually." You know, and the truth of the matter is, he liked his own company. He would go back the moment he actually discovered the delights of the computer. He was on Amazon.com all the time to find out CDs and music CDs that he wanted for his collection. Where it went to, the collection, I've got no idea. Presumably the godchildren have it. But he was part of Scylla's Mafia, but she was up for, you know, basically staying in for ages. Paul O'Grady told a story at Scylla's funeral where he stands up and says, you know, he looks at the coffin, which is at the front of the church, and he said, "I never thought I'd be standing here doing this." He said, "You know, you were my friend for 20 plus years." He said, "But we went over to see her. She had a house in Barbados, and which wasn't a particularly big house." He said, "But Scylla picked up a cold over there, and she was coughing and wheezing and sneezing." He said, "So we had to go to the doctors." He said, "So we stagger into the doctors." He said, "There's Scylla, and she wanted to go to the loo." He said, "So she goes to the loo. There's a waiting room full of people, and she comes out with a handkerchief on her nose going like that." He said, "You can imagine what everybody was thinking in there, can't you? No, we've just seen Cilla Black." He said, "And it just got worse and worse." He said, "I could tell you stories about her that would beg a belief." And I always thought that she did two things for me. One, when I had a respite from work, she did a little piece. They went down to interview and said, "Could you do something for Steve Allen?" She said, "Absolutely." And then I went to a dinner that she had the night she quit television. She was with us in a top restaurant in London. There was me, Dale, a couple of her sons and a couple of her friends. Robert was there, her son, and she'd quit live television. And she hadn't told anybody she was going to do it. She'd had a bit of an altercation with them. And she just decided that in the ad break, because it was a live show, quite rare, that she was going to quit and went, "You know, this is the end. Thank you very much indeed. Love you," and all that kind of stuff. And then she came on for dinner with us. So you can imagine, she hadn't told the boss. Oh, no, because they then would have put on a pre-recorded programme. She wanted to make sure that everybody knew. How you keep something like that a secret, I've got no idea. Do you remember Sugar Tongs? Says Angela. Yes, absolutely. Sugar Tongs, of course. The Russian sub was the Kursk, and it was recovered by an international salvage team, says Simon Donket. Yeah, they were all dead, though, weren't they? That was the trouble. I saw Benny Hill at the Kingston TGI around 1985. Looked very sad and lonely. He used to live on the road to Kingston, Fairmile House. He died over a weekend. It was a bank holiday weekend. And his agent, I think, had said, he'd called the local police station and said, listen, I've tried phoning him. He's not responded. So the police went round there. They had to put a ladder up against the window, and he was dead. He died in front of the television. And the shameful thing was that a load of police from the local police station then all trooped round there to see Benny Hill sitting on his settee, surrounded by unopened shirts and all sorts of things like that. And he died over the weekend in front of the telly. And of course, it was just one of those things. But very sad, very sad. I liked Benny Hill. I didn't quite get the humour all the time. It was all. No, I mean in certain countries they like stuff like that, don't they? Where he chased people around the garden and his sort of girls, Hill's Angels, I think they were called. But no, we have loads of famous people living around Twickenham. It's a very popular area. Some live in Richmond, if they can afford it, and if they can't afford it, they live in Twickenham, which is good. But we have had a look at the German kebab place. We've also discovered the place by the river that was the Bavarian Taverna or whatever it was. He hasn't been to at all. He went to somewhere completely different. Why you can't tell the difference between Burger King and a Bavarian. I suppose they both begin with B, so it makes it a lot easier. So a wee glimpse into Scylla's celebrity life. She loved it. When Bobby died, he left her well provided for. He was very canny with the money. And he looked after her. He was her husband and agent. He looked after everything for her. It was, hello, surprise, Scylla here. Ooh. Scylla. But she used to do all these reunions, which people love. We like programmes like that. Nobody else has ever done it. I was watching quizzes on the television the other day, and they were blooming ghastly. You've got Jason Manford doing one. You've really got to be I'm not saying he can't present. It's just if you're going to do a quiz, and there's way too many of them, it's like the cooking programmes, and then Anita Rani, I just don't get it. Why have we got so many programmes which are quizzes? Or failing that, the pottery programme, the jewellery programme. And whoever thought that Tom Allen, that little diminutive, fairly well-dressed bloke, could ever do a quiz? Useless. And you've also got Mel Gidroich, another one. Sounds like she's doing a voiceover for incontinence pads. It's awful. But they all go, oh yeah, I'll do that. They all think it's going to make their sort of fame and fortune, but it isn't. Watch Bruce Forsyth doing a quiz, or Bob Monkhouse, and you know what a good quizzer is. Bruce just made it look effortless, of which I can tell you it is not.
I'm Elizabeth Day, host of the podcast How to Fail, where I explore what failures my guests overcame and what that taught them about how to succeed. And when you need that extra bit of motivation, have you tried Peloton? It's a fitness experience for your body and mind. From cycling and running to strength Pilates, meditation and boot camps, there is something for everyone. I can personally speak to that with my own Peloton membership. I always look forward to the various workouts, and best of all, you can fit them into your own schedule. That should give you more time to catch the bonus Peloton episode with Joe Elvin on my podcast, How to Fail with Elizabeth Day. Listen now on Global Player.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, goodness me. Anybody else suffering with the hay fever? Apparently we're now at torturous levels for people who suffer with hay fever. A super pollen explosion. Misery's looming for allergy sufferers as sunbaked grass and weeds spew irritant clouds into the air over the coming days. Is that stuff that looks like cotton wool that's all over the place? No, it's not cotton wool. It comes off trees, I think. That was terrible. I was having a minor explosion the other day. Oh, there she is. Jeanette Manrara. She's going to retire as a competitor, but she's going to be replacing Zoe Ball alongside Ryland Clark-Neal. Oh, God, they're not still using him, are they? Blimey. But I thought I'd seen her before, actually, but I wouldn't know her name. I wouldn't know. She said, but it's the coolest job ever. You get to sit down, talk about dancing, make people feel good and celebrate their success on the show. If only we know who you were, dear. If only we knew. But no, nice of you to make a contribution. You can tell she's going to be successful. She's falling out of her dress. One boob is just about to be exposed. But she was on the One Show. Audience very small. Steve, have you ever been to the Submarine Museum in Gosport? I didn't even know there was a submarine museum in Gosport. You've told me something new. And somebody else says, tea bags contain what they call in the business tea dust. Yes, I've heard of tea dust and putting it in there. So the cheaper the tea bag, the more there's sort of rubbish in it, I suppose. But it's funny, isn't it, that we've now got so used to tea bags. In fact, I doubt there is a house in the land that doesn't have tea bags, a box of tea bags. I buy, the Earl Grey tea bags and Lady Grey and English breakfast because I quite like those. I've not really tried anything else because some people say, oh, you're supposed to have tea without milk in it. And yeah, if you go to the Chinese restaurant, you have a cup of China tea. There's no milk. It doesn't come with milk. You have to ask for it. But I quite like the idea of a submarine museum, Mike. The space inside some make the narrowboat seem like the Queen Mary. So if it's 30 degrees outside, it'll be 10 degrees hotter inside because they heat up in the sun. Well, they're just like giant bullets, aren't they? They had a woman on the television the other day, and it's what's the name of the bloke who hosts it? He left his wife a while ago and kids and all. Anyway, he's very good, and it's where people start a building project. This particular woman had a boat with her husband, and they bought it as a wreck, and they were doing it up. And then her and the husband, they had a lot of stress because they weren't making any money, and they ended up, she said, the marriage is finished. She said, I knew it was finishing. Anyway, she had 3 children she was bringing up, and they were little at the time. She carried on restoring this boat, and it looks stunning. But what's the name of the bloke who hosts the programme? Because he does a lot of... Oh, it's not George, is it? But he does a lot of those house building type programmes, and he's only youngish, but he was on this boat thing the other day, and I couldn't remember what his name. George? Is it George something? I don't know. Just passing Fairwater House on the R68, says Jenny. Want to try out the German kebab place this weekend? Looks good. Yes, I'm told it's not very expensive either. Which, as far as I'm concerned, that's the crunch, isn't it? How much is it? For 2 people, what would you expect? 10 quid, 15 quid? I don't know. But, no, you must try it out and let us know what it's like. All the boys here know of it. I don't think they've been. They haven't been. Somebody has taken a pair of Crocs and put heels on them. Crocs, those rubber shoes. I have to be honest, I think they're ghastly. I always thought they were ghastly, but that's just me. Also... turbot roasted on the bone, Cornish yarg cheese and clotted cream fudge is on tonight's Eden Project menu for world leaders. Sounds a bit naff, doesn't it? Turbot roasted on the bone. No, thank you. I don't do anything like that. Cornish yarg cheese and clotted cream fudge. I'd rather have sandwiches or something. Yeah, I'd rather have fish and chips. Give him something nice. Here's poor old Joe Swash with the fake smile. It's the hair that's the funniest thing. I suppose the only person who's sort of seen him without it would be Stacey. But she's got three children. Zach, Leighton, Rex, and then they've got a picture of the scan. I got one of those. Picture of the scan. This is what's going on inside your body. My goodness me, it can't be me, can it? And what was this one here? Oh no, I can't do that one. Far too rude. Far too rude. And slip into bed with Shezza. This is Sheridan Smith because she's going to help the rest of you enter the land of Nod. She's going to read bedtime stories. Because I don't know whether or not your parents ever read you bedtime stories. Did they read you bedtime stories? You used to want them, but we never got them. I think because by the time Dad had come in from work and had the last thing he wanted to do is sit on the bed, and by that time I'd gone to sleep anyway, so there was no point. But she's reading bedtime stories, which I think could be quite soothing. But I'm sorry, Sherry, but the reason I do this programme is to keep people awake, not to send them to sleep. We don't want to send people to sleep. The idea is we want to sort of boost the audience figures, which are being boosted even as I speak. Harvey, who's HRVY, says all of last year's Strictly Come Dancing contestants are backing Bill Bailey's Eurovision bid. Right. After the comedian danced with Oti Mabuse, announced he'd written a tune for next year's competition. His dancing co-stars have rallied behind him. Well, I think Bill Bailey's great. I love him. Have you ever seen his act? It's very good. Very, very good indeed. Very carefully thought out. Very carefully thought out. Noel Gallagher's new recording studio is a tribute to his life and loves. Actually, I turned on the television this morning, as you do, click, and on it came pictures moving and everything in colour. I was very impressed. And it was Oasis in concert, which basically involves one of them, could be Noel or I don't know which one it is, standing up, you're gonna roll with it. Lovely, thank you. And the crowd sing along the tunes. It's like going to a Robbie Williams concert. George Clark it is, Simon. He's very good. Have you seen George Clark before? Good-looking boy. Good-looking boy. Married, kids, but left the wife some years ago. And he's ever so nice. And his programme's very good as well. There's no sort of pretensions with it. It's just, he's obviously... That's him. So how old is he? He's 47, is he really? Comes from Sunderland, apparently. Born in 1974. So there you go. Finished with his spouse in 2014, I think. So he's now got a partner. I love it. People always say that now, does he have a partner? Yeah, people say that. No, I like him. I think he's very good, actually. He's an English architect, television presenter, lecturer and writer, best known for The Home Show, The Restoration Man and George Clark's Amazing Spaces. I think I might have seen The Restoration Man. It's very good, whatever it is. There's no... It's not sort of trying to ram it down your throat, but he's very good. Thank you, Dean in the Cotswolds, which is very nice. And I agree with you, Steve. So Stella, far too many game shows and cookery programmes on television, but I did used to like Rising Damp. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And there's one here. Somebody says, I've not heard this presenter say anything nice about anybody since I've tuned in. Well, you're obviously deaf then, aren't you? You're obviously not of the real world. We've just been nice about everybody. I notice you cover your face. Is that because you're desperately unattractive? Because now you vanish from my screen, never to reappear, which is a shame. Never mind, I'm sure you'll have a nice life. So there's a submarine museum in Gosport. Can we have a look at that? I've heard of Gosport, but I didn't know about a submarine. How many submarines have they got? Can you just go in loads of them? Would you want to sort of... The internet's gone. Oh dear, honestly. We're always going to think of troubles with these internets. It's having a bit of a... Is it back? There you go. Oh, right, yeah. 1 minute. I get that at home sometimes. I sit there and I've got a little box. That's my business. You mind your own. And it's got flashing lights on it. And if all of a sudden the right on the far side doesn't blink, I know that there's not going to be any internet on there. So here it is. The Royal Navy Submarine Museum in Gosport. Good Lord above. Well, here it is. And it used to be housed above a church. Really? What sort of church was that? But anyway, they raised a lot of money for a submarine to be lifted out of the water. It's a maritime museum tracing the international history of submarine development from the age of Alexander the Great to the present day. Wow. And but how many submarines does it have in it? I mean, you can obviously go on them, can't? Oh, I'm looking actually. I like that. That's a turtle submarine. It looks like a bathysphere. What's the matter with you? What's the matter? Why are you laughing? So the submarines viewed on site: a gym suit, an atmospheric diving suit, a cutlet, an early ROV, Turtle, a replica of the first submarine ever used in combat. They've also got HMS Alliance, now raised out of the water on stilts, Holland 1, the Royal Navy's first submarine, X-24, the only X-craft to see service in the Second World War and survive, Biber, number 105, German World War II midget submarine. That's what, see, I'd like that. Little midget submarine. And LR3, a deep-sea survey and rescue submersible. Maliale, an Italian human torpedo. Oh, it's good, isn't it? So they've obviously got quite a bit of stuff down there. So Gosport, the place to go to. Mind you, not in this weather. Not in this. You need it to be a little bit cooler. So perhaps sort of winter time, something like that, which is a good idea. There's a lovely story in which paper? I can't remember which paper it's in. I keep finding all these different stories in the papers, and I looked at this. Oh, they're big, aren't they? These submarines. Oh, that's the museum. Wow, that looks a bit good, doesn't it? Why have I not been there? But when you see a submarine out the water, it looks quite amazing. When you think that they're sort of tootling about all over the place, especially Russian ones. Do you think Putin's ever been in a submarine? He's the sort of person I would expect to go there. Also, people complaining about the travel shambles. I agree. And the woman fired over the trans tweets who wins the free speech ruling, because basically she wasn't saying anything wrong. She's entitled to express an opinion. And I had to be honest, I can't remember if Darren agreed with her or disagreed with her. Because when people were sort of saying, she was a tax consultant, she said men cannot become women. Now I say, yes they can, but only from the physical side. So in other words, if it's a man, you can physically change into a woman. It doesn't mean you can give birth to children because you don't have the inner workings. If you're a woman who is going to trans as a man, and you can have children. And what they do is they always put up, man has children. Well, men can't have children. They can father children, but they can't actually give birth. And so it is entirely possible. I mean, they can do... I've seen no end of people on the television who go through transing. And if they can't get it done here, because there's very strict rules on how long you have to live as a woman, if you're going one way or the other way as well, to make sure that you are mentally capable of dealing with it, because it's quite complicated. It's not just a matter of, you can't rush into something and go, do you know, today 34 double D. It does not work like that. It'd be so nice, wouldn't it, if it was sort of very, very easy, but it's not. They have to make sure that you can cope with it. I interviewed somebody who featured on the BBC in a programme called George to Julia, and it was a guy called George. He worked in the gay bars, and he decided to change into Julia Grant, and it was a book, and she came in and everything. But when she featured on the television, it was a series that they'd done even up until the operation, and she had a boyfriend at the time. But the abuse that she suffered was unbelievable, seriously unbelievable. But I read the book, George to Julia, and then she came in. I thought she was fascinating. But there again, I mean, it didn't come as any big surprise to me. I don't get surprised by things like that. Probably because I'm in this business. Or, if you've been in show business or entertainment, why would you be remotely bothered? I can't understand why anybody would be bothered. I mean, we've got to do a thing. I'll do a birthday in a moment for you. Fitness birthday. So it won't be anybody around here, will it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Kevin the Milkman says, we need to support the Submarine Museum. We don't want them going under. You're right, Kevin. Get your coat. You've peaked. So the crackdown on the migrants who pose as children. One of them was actually claiming to be a minor. People thought he was in his 40s. He spent 6 weeks in a year 11 class before a Home Office investigation revealed he was much, much older. These were all old men who obviously fooled a lot of very stupid people. Slavash Shah was a phony. He pretended to be a child. I mean, you only had to look at him to realise he wasn't a child. The most troublesome case of migrants was Ahmed Hassan, the Parsons Green bomber. He pretended to be 16 and then posed as a model asylum seeker before setting off a Mother of Satan bomb on a London tube train, injuring 23. His real age remains unknown, but the judge who jailed the Iraqi for 34 years said he was satisfied he was over 18 and probably no older than 21. But there was one adult asylum seeker, 6 weeks as a year 11 pupil at Stoke High School in Ipswich, believed to be from Iran. And in fact, one of the pupils wrote on media, "How come there's a 30-year-old man in our maths class?" I mean, you could tell how old he is. He was a phony, a complete and utter phony. Ask Nick Ferrari, he'll tell you all about that. He argued about it on television, going, you can see these people are adults, apart from some stupid woman who was on the programme going, well, of course, they're not all, adults. He went, look at these pictures. She was obviously blind. Steve, on this day in 1509, Henry the 8th married Catherine of Aragon, which was the first of his 6 wives. When Catherine failed to produce a male heir, he divorced her against the will of the Roman Catholic Church. He then mercilessly sacked the monasteries. Was that the dissolution of the monasteries? Whatever it was, there is they had letters that went backwards and forwards from Henry VIII. They've still got them, and because I've seen them. He was basically arguing with the head of the Roman Catholic Church in Italy. God knows how long it took to get a letter over there. There were no computers in those days. They didn't have to sort of email anything over. And Henry sort of wrote all these things. And he tried to then rewrite the Bible because it was to suit him. Because if you remember, he had a few of his wives beheaded purely on trumped-up charges. They were all not Trump, obviously, but they were sort of made up charges that they were adulterers and things like that, and it then meant that he could be free, and he wrestled with his own conscience for about 5 seconds to go and marry somebody else. Except there was one woman, I can't remember which one it was, but he'd seen a picture of her, but of course they didn't have photographs in those days. They couldn't email something over. And he saw a picture, a drawing of her, and she looked gorgeous. Then he saw her. Pig ugly. Seriously, he was fuming. But all he wanted was an heir. He couldn't care less really what they were like, because I think he was putting it about all over the place. And I think he's sort of... I'd love to, if you could wave the magic wand, I'd love to go back to Tudor times and to go to Hampton Court Palace when the royal family were in residence, just to see what it was like. People paid. I think it was a penny. Was that Anne of Cleves? That's right, she wasn't a looker. In the picture, she looks fantastic. That's why he was so disappointed. But anything you get that you can read about Henry VIII, it's worth reading, I promise you. It's quite funny and quite telling, because you can go round Hampton Court Palace. You can go and walk in the footsteps of Henry VIII. You can join. It's part of the historic royal palaces. There's a lovely story today in the papers, because I'm a big fan of either circus or fun fairs, or magic, obviously. And the reason that I like fun fairs is because they arrive on lorries, and they unpack the lorries, or they push a button and it folds out. And it's a town on the move, like circuses. And here's a girl called Millie Ayres. She left school at 13. She taught herself Latin, and she helps out on the family donut stalls. But she now wants to become a classics professor. She travels with a fun fair, and because her parents have got donuts, 4 for £2.50, 6 for £3, that's what she does. But then an awful lot of travelling fairground operating families send their children to very good schools. And so Millie has won a place at Oxford. And you can go there and you think that, oh no, they're just funfair people. No, they've all had fantastic educations. That's what the parents do. They might get dirty, filthy, trying to get their rides working, and all the other bits and the hoopla and everything else. But it's to get the good education for the children. So she's fantastic. They call her Fairground Traveller Millie, because you do get permanent fun fairs, which you would find in Blackpool and things like that, and then you get fun fairs that she's involved with, which travel. So they would travel with different people, or the word would come about that this fair is opening up here. It's easy to find. But she's from a long line of fairground travellers, including Billy Smart. Her great-great-grandparents worked at St Giles's Fair in Oxford, and there's pictures of it. People would flock to fun fairs. There would be thousands of people. And in 1909, at St Giles's Fair, it was literally rammed shoulder to shoulder. She says, being a showman is in your blood. No one can take it away from me. I'm proud of my heritage. If anybody mocks my background, I try to educate them. She's charming, quite charming. People always say, oh, wait a minute, if she works on the fun fairs, is she the same as travellers? No. There's sort of different people. You have gypsies, travellers, fun fair people, then you get circus people, and it's mainly people from East European circuses that sort of get jobs over here, because that's what people do. They sort of learn to do a tightrope act. There are family circuses, but they generally employ people in there. So, when you get the fun fairs, there's quite a few families that own some of the big rides. And so Traylins, George Irving, people like that. But they do an awful lot of corporate work now, because, the fun fair season is fairly limited. But let's face it, if her family make a living selling donuts, you get 4 for £2.50. I mean, the profit must be £2.49, I should imagine. You can get an awful lot of donuts. Oh, I promised to tell you a birthday before 6 o'clock this morning. It is before. Are you up? Good. Come on. You can be late for work otherwise. And Steve, I've just rewatched The Tudors, says Nicholas. Great show. Yes, I mean, I anything to do with The Tudors is fantastic. Steve, poor old Julia Grant sadly died a few years ago, says Marcus. What I recall, she was running a bar. She was running a hotel, because she featured on one of these programmes where people go to different hotels. She had a lot of issues, did Julia Grant. She became quite a bitter old lady towards the end. I didn't know. We'll have to check on whether she had actually died. Oh, birthday. I'm doing it. I just remember about Julia Grant. Because she went on this programme and then she told them who she used to be. She used to be George. And then she had the operation. And she ran a cheap hotel in Benidorm. But Julia Grant featured on this program. And I remember thinking, oh, you're not doing yourself any favours. She was a bit hot-tempered, little bit hot-tempered. And so, she ran a cheap, end of the line kind of bed and breakfast. She thought it was okay. But, and I can't remember whether it was in Spain somewhere. Benidorm. Just the place you go, isn't it? Just sort of place you go. But whether she's, to be honest with you, she didn't look too healthy the last time I saw her on the telly, but that was years ago. So whether or not she's still alive, I've got no idea. 2019 she died. Well, there you go. Steve, the gentleman that owned Pound World, he started his empire from the travelling fairground. Birthdays. Who is the birthday? Give you a clue. She wore a leotard, coloured green. And she was known as the Green Goddess, and she featured, when we had Mr. Motivator doing it on ITV, Diana Moran, as the Green Goddess, was doing it on the BBC's Breakfast Time. She is 82 today. Many happy returns. Mind you, I've seen Derek, Mr. Motivator. He looks fantastic for his age. Fantastic. But she's the original Keep Fit Queen, starting the day with a monkey stretch. Whatever that is, followed by 24 stomach crunches. But she's done very well indeed. So it was a case of wake up, shape up. We do the same on this programme. Mr. Motivator, 68. Yeah, Derek looks fantastic. He's such a nice man as well. Unfortunately, I could never be that fit. In my mind, I think I'm that fit. But unfortunately, the proof of the pudding is looking in the mirror. And the mirror is lying.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Sunday could see the temperature up to 30 degrees. That sounds exciting, doesn't it? Well, I'll be sitting out in my brother's garden, which is very nice indeed, but I just don't do heat. They always say to me, for some reason, even my godchildren will tell you this, so if ever we go out for sort of for lunches or things like that, we have to sit in the shade. Uncle Steve, you come and sit under the umbrella, because I just don't do heat. And I don't know whether or not it's a thing that is sort of part of your makeup if you're a diabetic. I don't know, but I just really don't do heat. And yet I used to do heat. Today, 24 degrees. Sunny intervals and a moderate breeze. Saturday, 25 degrees. Sunshine. Sunday, 28 degrees. Sunshine. Monday, 29 degrees. Sunshine. Tuesday, 26 degrees. Sunshine. Wednesday, cloudy. Sunshine, 25. Thursday, 21, cloudy, sunshine. Friday, 22, cloudy, with a bit of sunshine. So the day to avoid, Monday. Monday the 14th. It sounds like a bit, something that's quite romantic, doesn't it, really? But it's not. So you're going to get 28 degrees on Sunday. Oh, ghastly. I should just sit in the car all the time. Make me much happier. Peter Dinklage's birthday is today. Do you know who he is? Oh, you do? You're quite right, actually. I'd never even heard of him. Oh, Game of Thrones. He's 4'5", which is right. Oh, he's known. Oh, right. He's a small actor. He lived in poverty whilst turning down offers to play elves or leprechauns. He said, because that's the trouble. If you're 4'5", that's what they're going to cast you as. He said, what I really want is to play the romantic lead and get the girl. He won 4 Emmys and a Golden Globe for his portrayal of Tyrion Lannister in Game of Thrones, a role he only accepted on the condition no beard, no pointy shoes, and a romantic, real human being. They had a real human being, a short person, a dwarf, in Golden Girls. I think Rose had met somebody, and all the rest of them had said, oh, we must meet your new boyfriend, Rose. And he came round, and I think, first of all, Blanche opens the door or whatever her name is and said, oh no, sorry little boy, we don't need any newspaper subscriptions. And then he rung the bell again. He went, oh no, I'm with and then she comes back, she says to Rose, I know what you're doing. You're trying to pretend that this is your boyfriend. Of course it was her boyfriend at the time. And then he was a very intelligent person, but he didn't think that the relationship would work because she was normal size and he was not normal size. But everybody fell in love with him. They all said what a nice, charming man he was. June the 11th, 1993, Les Dawson, one of our most popular comedians, collapsed and died while visiting hospital with his wife. Staff at the Bupa Hospital in Manchester, where his wife was having a blood check, fought vainly to revive him. He was only 62. He had a heart attack. And I think he became a father for the 4th time when his wife, Tracy, gave birth to a daughter, Charlotte, who, if you see pictures of Charlotte, you'll know. But anyway, so he died on this day, June the 11th, 1993, only 62. He was a very heavy smoker, though. But I used to love him playing the piano. He did more Royal Variety Show appearances than anybody else I can remember. And he would come on, he'd go, try and keep up, and he would play all horribly out of tune. It was really lovely. He was a very clever man. Very clever. In 1872, now I never knew this, stocks were used in England for the last time in Newbury in Berkshire. Wonder where they were. Stocks. The stocks was where you would put somebody in. You put your hands through the top on your head, and they would sort of bolt you up into it, and then they would throw things at you. What a brilliant idea. What a great way of getting rid of rotten fruit in this weather. Because I've noticed everything goes off terribly, terribly quickly in this weather, especially soft fruit. You know, you almost need to keep it chilled all the time. And also, 1978, what was the number 1 single in the charts? 1978, on June the 11th. Not Boney M, no. I mean, quite a good guess, because Boney M did spend a lot of their time in the charts. No, I got chills, they're multiplying, and I'm losing control, 'cause the power you're providing. It's electrifying. Remember that one? John Travolta, Grease. John Travolta and lovely Olivia Newton-John with You're the One That I Want. There was also another version of You're the One That I Want. Arthur Mullard and Queenie Watts. I got chills, they're multiplying. It was fabulous. Also, John Constable was born on this day in 1776. He said, no 2 days were alike, not even 2 hours. Neither were there ever 2 leaves of a tree alike since the creation of the world. I tell you, my favourite person from that era is Grinling Gibbons. He was a carver. He carves the most beautiful things. Choir screens, all sorts of things. And he made for... I can't remember who it was. It was one of the artists of the day. He made a wooden cravat, beautifully carved, and I mean, just phenomenal. There's a piece on him in the current edition of Country Life. I always get Country Life every week. That and The Lady. I never seem to miss out on these things. I like to know what's going... Yeah, The Lady is fascinating. They have so many good articles in it, and it's such a glossy colour magazine. And I thought, because they used to be in Covent Garden down the road from here, and they'd been there for donkey's years, but I think, whether or not it was the rents or something, because it's so expensive in London, everything. So Stuart McCracken, very good picture, Stuart. Hope everything's going well for you. Also on this day, 1979, John Wayne died. He was born Marion Morrison. He was 72. His first acting jobs were bit parts. I watched him the other day, actually. He was in something. He played... they keep putting cowboy films on my television. I don't know. There's obviously something inside it that's sort of, and it's... Some of them are quite good and some of them are not. Change channel. Oh, right. Well, I don't know. Anyway, I get loads of these cowboy films, which are very good. Very good. John Constable, followed by John Sargent, eh? Lovely. And that's right, it was because he was Jewish and Rose wasn't Jewish. That was the joke, says Anna. Yeah, but unfortunately they didn't know that. Steve, as far as I know, I'm not diabetic and I can't stand the heat. It's funny, isn't it? I don't know why it is. I mean, it's not that I sort of, Oh, Les Dawson isn't the most common act at the Royal Variety. In joint first place with 13 appearances each, Max Bygraves and Cliff Richard. Well, Max Bygraves, you know why? The Queen Mother was a huge fan. I think secretly she harboured thoughts about Max Bygraves. Oh, he was absolutely, no doubt about it, he was a royal favourite. And when he came on, you could see the twinkle in his eye when he looked up to at the royal box. And Cliff, who I'd seen on loads of... He's touring again come October. His Cliff 80. He's 80. I mean, seriously, I can't believe it either. But if you can get tickets... But Max Bygraves used to be married to a woman called Blossom, and he lived down in Bournemouth, and he had a Rolls Royce with MB1, I think was the number plate, or MB something, because he brought it in. I remember looking at the studio window going, Max Bygraves. You know, you couldn't, he was old showbiz, you know, you're a pink toothbrush, I'm a blue toothbrush, have we met somewhere before? He did Family Fortunes. 60,000 a show he got. £60,000. I knew that because it for some reason it became in the public domain, and people were always keen to discover how much all these comics got, and he was on £60,000 in the 80s. You can imagine, kind of almost like the Liberace contract. His first contract was something huge, and they upped it every time, but he had to be more outrageous with the shows, but the shows are very bland, but still worth watching. You can get them on DVD. But Max, no, 60 grand a show, and they would do a series, I think, in about a week and a bit. So if he was on 60 grand, and he'd never done shows like that before, God knows what Brucey was on. Brucey must have made a small fortune, but then he was old showbiz. He would, you know, he grew up practically on a stage. You know, lovely. You don't have people like that. We really don't. Steve, robotic vacuum cleaners have downsides. So heed this, says Justin. They perform an automatic vacuum cleaner to operate in the afternoon. Unfortunately, the dog relieved itself with, let's just say, you know, wasn't the first thought you'd have in your mind. The robotic vacuum has now spread it all over the house, in the carpet, on the wooden floors, everywhere. Result is they've had to stay with us because it's uninhabitable. Oh, God, anything worse. That's a little bit of a worry, isn't it? Little bit of a worry. Steve, Julia Grant and her hotel was on 4 in a bed. The hotel was very budget, it was, with unanimous no returns from all the contestants. No, but she didn't care. That was the trouble. She didn't have any humility. And she put on an awful lot of weight. And I remember seeing her because I knew her. Well, I knew her in so much as I'd interviewed her for the programme because of the book and the TV series. And it's set a new benchmark for TV programmes. We'd never thought about people who'd had sex changes before. It just didn't enter into people's lives. But where she lived in London, people were shoving burning magazines through her front door and everything. Oh, it was really awful. People were very unforgiving, I'm afraid, in that. Mind you, people still today are very unforgiving. But certainly causes much debate, does it not? But was it on 4 in a bed or was it called something else? I'm not sure. Steve, my grandmother loved Max Bygraves, says Shane. And one that says, off to Manchester, working over the weekend, says Graham. Always rains when I'm there. Well, not this weekend. This weekend it's going to be very, very hot. So my advice is if you're going out to the beach or, you know, over the weekend, do get sun creams. In fact, go and get it today. You can get sun cream because if you've got children, they're going to burn to pieces. 30 degrees is what I call dangerous.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, tell your listener... No, people know this, Lorraine. Well, put it this way, if they don't, they're not my listeners. She's asking you to sort of make sure you don't leave dogs in cars. People do. There was a woman the other day, she was on YouTube. What did she do? Boiling hot day, I think in Australia, she leaves her kitty in the car. She said, the child was asleep. Well, the police had to break the windows. It had all misted up inside. I mean, people are unbelievably stupid. Steve. Which paper was that, Steve? It's too early for me. Oh. I don't know. What was the story we were doing, Stuart? I can't remember now. You have to remind me. We can't remember. We always do this thing every day. We also go... Joe will say, you know, somebody said to me, what did you do on the programme today? He said, I have no idea. No, none of us remember. Submarines. We do submarines, actually. Darryl in Paisley says the robotic dog poo spreader. You're killing me. Yes, that was the text coming in. That was, and nice to hear you talking, says Fred, about wood carvings. I love that kind of work and own a few pieces of Robert Thompson, who was known as the Mouse Man. Oh, right, yeah. Every piece of furniture had a little mouse carved into it. I remember that. Worth a fortune for a major piece of furniture. Unfortunately, Trucker Phil, he doesn't have a major piece of furniture. He says he started off making church pews. I only own a blanket box and a breadboard. A breadboard? Have you got the mouse on the breadboard? Because that's quite cute, isn't it? I quite like the idea of that. Also, Mo, I have no idea the answer to your question. No idea. I'm sure. Put it this way. I mean, if I'm being brutally honest, don't need to. Okay, that's all. Everybody else is now going, what's he talking about? What do we got here? Oh, loads of... You know why? Because the moment we get sunshine, what do? Barbecues. The British preoccupation with sitting outside with wasps and bees and gnats and all sort of stupid things. Ghastly. Sienna Miller has designs on being a fashion figure, but her efforts fell flat when the 2812 label she launched with her sister Savannah collapsed 9 years ago. So they've sort of started again, I think, doing it. Well, listen, if Victoria Beckham can't make it work, there's no hope for anybody. I mean, I'm hoping by now she must have turned it around, because the trouble is with Victoria Beckham's stuff, she wants to move up, elevate herself into the higher echelons of society and be like sort of a Valentino or Moschino or anything like that. But she's not going to be. She's just the daughter of an electrician from Hertfordshire, and nobody's ever going to go, oh, look, I'm wearing the very latest in fashion from VB. It doesn't happen. And if you seriously can afford £80 for a white T-shirt, you must have more money than sense. A little bit of writing on the front of it. You could write it on yourself with felt tip pen, couldn't you? Just sort of get coloured felt tip pens. I like things like that. But it just seems too much money. I mean, how much does that T-shirt cost to print? We used to print T-shirts years ago. When we did the stage shows, I had Chris Lowry would tell you, and Steve. I had Steve Allen on tour or whatever it was, crew or something, or staff or something like that, and they only worked out at about sort of £6 a T-shirt. So if you're selling something for £80, that's an awful lot of money. I'd be tempted to laugh at something if I saw somebody walking down the street with a Victoria Beckham T-shirt, and I know it goes to a good cause, but I just think £80. It's taking the Michael. She's trying to move herself up, but they aren't really a classy family. They don't, you don't look at the Beckhams and go, ooh, top end of society. She would like nothing. Well, in fact, if you remember, look how bad his language got when he didn't get a knighthood. Davy Boy was really upset. I'm really upset. He was really upset. He didn't get the knighthood. And we were all going, thank God for that. Imagine, they're unbearable now. They'd be even worse. Even worse. Scotland players will fake or take a stand, but not the knee. You heard this earlier on. There's been a lot of talk about this. The amount of things that they've got nowadays. Somebody was talking on LBC yesterday about the porn that school children send to each other. And I had no idea how huge this was. The amount of parents who were phoning up saying, my daughter was targeted at school, she was sent all this stuff. My son, who was 12, was targeted and sent this stuff, and he went into shock. And you think to yourself, good God, I mean, in my day, obviously it wasn't ever going to happen because we didn't have telephones. We had telephones at home, but you certainly didn't have a mobile phone that you could take a picture of bits of your anatomy. Why people ever want to do that, I've got no idea. I have heard of it, obviously, quite clearly, because I'm in the business. But it's just a case of who on earth takes a picture of what's it downstairs and then sends it on to people. Very bizarre. Mick's jacket made by tragic Lorraine. Now, do you remember Lorraine Scott? That was Mick Jagger's late partner. And she died some while ago now, actually. Some while ago. And it's a piece that's coming up for sale. She committed suicide, actually. She was only 49. She must have been very troubled. Some 55 lots go under the hammer. This particular jacket, they reckon, could fetch between £20,000 and £30,000. But as I say, no good buying it thinking you can wear it somewhere, because he's so tiny and he's so thin that it's just not going to fit you at all. You won't get it on. Proceeds will be donated to the Lorraine Scott Scholarship at Central St Martin's Arts and Design College, set up by Sir Mick, now in a relationship with an American ballet dancer called Melanie Hamrick in 2015. I mean, it's a lovely jacket, but I mean, what did I say? £20,000 to £30,000 for a jacket. Heavens above, that's an entire wardrobe for about 10 years. 10 years. Coronation Street actor Jimmy Harkishin has joined the Expresses campaign to celebrate heroes who work day and night to distribute food, medicine and essentials to the elderly and vulnerable through 3 national lockdowns. And we will pay more for a house if you live in a market town. £36,000 more if you live in a market town. The average price in traditional towns in England last year was $321,000, 13% higher than the other areas. of 36,116. Beaconsfield, where properties command an average of 1.13 million, was the most expensive for the third year running. Beaconsfield. So it's quite nice, actually, Beaconsfield. I think it's because it's got the model village. Yeah, Chris Lowry just says, he says, yes, great T-shirts. We had Crew printed on the back. It's nearly as big as they were, Chris and Steve. I still laugh at the pictures. It was so funny. But that was good fun. So where have we got here? Ayersford in Hants, 703,000. But Beaconsfield, 1.13 million. I can remember when we got a £1 million house in Twickenham. And people were saying to me, there's a £1 million property for sale. And I went, where? And they went, on the river. Because if you turn right out of my place, you're on the river. Sort of. And, yeah, not mine, unfortunately. I could stand on the roof with a telescope and probably see a little bit of water. But if you've got the view of the river, you can add 50 grand onto your house immediately. Not if you live down in, what was I looking at on the television? The floods from ages and ages ago. And around Staines, there was water down the high street. You couldn't, people had their houses ruined. Took them ages and ages to get back inside again. Serena Williams met her match when her daughter Olympia struck a familiar pose. Cute kid. Olympia. They give them lovely names, don't they, children? Some of them. Some of them are very odd. You only have to stand in a supermarket for about 25 minutes to realise that whoever is the fashionable name at the time will be used by parents. They go, oh, that's a good name. Saves them buying a book. They don't want to buy a book. Steve, VB is a registered brand name of Australian beer, Victoria Bitter. Judging by her face, it's totally appropriate, says Stephen Broadstairs. It's very bitter there. For the ageing Mrs. Beckham. Listen, we're all ageing. It's just that I don't think she enjoys the ageing process. None of us do. Steve, now with the COVID restrictions, hopefully ending soon, will it be bringing back? No, I don't think so. It's got to be an awful lot better, Ashley, before we get round to that. Kent County Council have warned they've reached the limit for the number of unaccompanied child migrants it can look after. You're quite right. They are doing that. And spare a thought for a pensioner, Paul Kenny. Paul Kenny chased 3 men who grabbed this locomotive. It's a toy train from his back garden. It's a model train. He's 75, and they roared away with the car sticking out their car boot. It's lovely. He's 75. He said, I can't understand why people would steal things like that. I can understand pinching a posh bike. You can sell them off quick, or jewellery, but not something like my train. It runs around the garden, I think. I mean, it's beautiful. If you looked at it, you think that's a full-size train, but he actually made it, and they left him on the ground. They don't really care. So they're now looking for a dark blue VW Golf that the thieves were driving. And the locomotive is a maxi-track, 5-inch gauge, Southeastern CR1 engine. Look at it. I mean, you'd never know it was a toy train, would you, really? Beautiful. He's done a very good job there. And I'll tell you about the Muslim NHS receptionist who was really not very happy at all at being called, well, in fact, she was called Petty. Why? She did something that was so shocking, it'll have you choking on your peanut butter on toast.
I'm Elizabeth Day, host of the podcast How to Fail, where I explore what failures my guests overcame and what that taught them about how to succeed. And when you need that extra bit of motivation, have you tried Peloton? It's a fitness experience for your body and mind. From cycling and running to strength, Pilates, meditation and boot camps, there is something for everyone. I can personally speak to that with my own Peloton membership. I always look forward to the various workouts, and best of all, you can fit them into your own schedule. That should give you more time to catch the bonus Peloton episode with Joe Elvin on my podcast, How to Fail with Elizabeth Day. Listen now on Global Player.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I keep looking at this poor man, this poor pensioner, Paul Kenny, and his train. Somebody will be found. They know the car. I think they've even got the car number. I think he says it's a 3-foot-long replica. It looks bigger, doesn't it? But it was stolen to order, he thinks, from his home in Southampton. The gang appeared to know what they're looking for. I think they've already arrested 2 people. That's what I thought they had. But Samira Duyalo, who is a Sunni Muslim in her 20s, works, I think, for the NHS as a receptionist, sued after she was called Petty. Why was she called Petty? She refused to sign a colleague's birthday card because it was against her religion. But anyway, She said she was ridiculed because birthdays were against her beliefs, but a tribunal dismissed her claims of discrimination, harassment and victimisation. Instead, a judge ruled she had tried to shoehorn her grievances at work into allegations of discrimination. The tribunal heard that 9 months into her role for Imperial College Healthcare NHS Trust in London, she had signed a 50th birthday card for the boss without objecting. She told the tribunal she felt pressurised to sign because she was new. Didn't take her long, did it? She'd only been there for 9 months. And immediately she then goes, right, I'm not signing a birthday card, but I've already signed that birthday card, but hopefully they won't know about that. But she told the tribunal, this is Miss Williams, that she started to experience difficulties with Miss Duello in 2018, which led to a disciplinary meeting in which Ms. Williams and Miss Duello was not pulling her weight and described her as being very rude and petty for not signing a separate card for another colleague. Employment judge Richard Nicole said there was no evidence that she protested that it was contrary to her religious faith to sign the card. He said, we do not accept that she was reprimanded or ridiculed for not celebrating birthdays. So she lost. She lost. So, you can't have it both ways. You can't sort of say, oh no, I've been discriminated against, when in fact she had done a birthday card for somebody else. I love doing birthday cards. My favourite thing. Love it. I always keep a little supply at home of birthday cards. I've got a box of birthday cards, and they're there purely if somebody says, oh, it's so-and-so's birthday, and I quickly go through to try and find something suitable. It's amazing how many aren't suitable. But I have found a number of very good birthday cards. So, according to Russell T. Davis, you know who he is, the writer, thank you, Star Wars legends Han Solo and Luke Skywalker were gay lovers. I don't know where that one emerged from, but anyway, he insisted that the film, 1977, is loaded with hints that the pair, played by Harrison Ford and Mark Hamill, were an item, and he even reckons they were getting frisky on the Millennium Falcon starship. Dear. Russell, 58, says, what happened on the Millennium Falcon between Han Solo and Luke Skywalker? Because it was happening, I'm telling you. I'm a writer. God. I don't even want to think about things like that. I mean, who'd have done? Were they not married on there or something? I don't know. Anyway, whatever it is, It's a Sin writer Russell, he also created Queer as Folk, would love the chance to design his own movie set in the Star Wars universe, the rights of which are now owned by Disney, with, he says, gay characters appearing on screen. I don't think Disney would be too keen for gay characters. I don't know why. But he told the Films to be Buried with podcast, in my head at 14, that's what was happening. To me, obviously, it was a brilliant film and I loved it, but actually it was about them. I'll make that Star Wars film one day. I mean, honestly, the things that people read into things nowadays. Jeremy Clarkson thinks youngsters should become farmers. Well, you're joking. There's no chance of that happening. Have you seen how hard farmers have to work? Oh, my goodness me. You have to sort of get up at the crack of dawn. You know, they need feeding, watering. They've got to be let out into fields if they've been in barns, if they're overwintering. Oh, God, it's so complicated. You know, and then when you get lambing time, even worse. Even worse. I mean, there are lots of young farmers out there, because I've seen the television programme The Farmer Wants a Wife. Have you seen that one? It's quite good, where you get a load of old deadbeat people who think, oh, I think I'll marry a farmer, then we'll have sort of, you know, lots of fresh vegetables and everything else. It's blooming tough work. You know, if you look out the kitchen window one morning and it's raining, you don't go, I think I'll go back to bed again. You know, the animals need feeding. You've got to get them out into the fields. There are 600 young farmers clubs in the UK. I used to work in a pub a long, long time ago, and we used to get all the young farmers in there, wearing all their, you know, jackets and all the rest of it. Yeah, they weren't quite wearing dungaree. They were far too good. Mohammed says, Steve, I'm a Muslim, and if my wife, children or grandchildren don't send me a birthday card, they get an earful. I should think so too. I should think so too. I mean, that's isn't that what it's all about, sending a card? And at work, it's quite normal to send cards to people. If it's somebody's birthday, it sort of pops up, and there'll either be a cake or a bottle of shampoo or something like that they sort of leave out for people. They're very good here at sort of celebrating people. In fact, it pops up, I think, on the global app. If it's your birthday, you know, Steve Allen is 190 and 191. Still going, unfortunately. Walmart are selling Father's Day cards in packs of 5. What's the point of that? Why would you send your father 5 cards? Yeah, it lasts you 5 years. It's not very good, is it, really? But no, week Sunday, Father's Day. Oh, God. Doesn't affect me. Doesn't affect me. So I don't do anything to do with that. I like it when sort of children send, but Mohammed's quite right. If your children, or grandchildren or godchildren do not send you a card, you want to know why. Excuse me, it was Uncle Steve's birthday. Luckily, the parents of my godchildren are very good at reminding them. Like, they have to remind me if one of my godchildren's there's a birthday. Well, no, not necessarily my birthday, but the children's birthday is coming up. They say it's so-and-so's birthday. And so I immediately have to rush to find my box of birthday cards and sort of send them. I do the same with Christmas cards as well. I always keep them in the boot of the car, which is quite nice. But if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. Simon says, great story about Penny Lancaster. She's a special constable in the City of London Police. And Victoria Beckham could learn a lot, says Simon. Penny Lancaster helped save life on duty as special constable. Yeah, did you not get the feeling, I did, that she was only being interviewed on the television because she was Rod Stewart's wife? All right, so she saved somebody's life. Police officers do this every day. They don't put them on television programmes, but they do if it's Penny Lancaster. So that's the way it goes. Steve, it's because the whole world knows who Steve Allen is. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say the whole world, but quite nice. Enjoy your weekend with the family, Steve, your godchildren. And I'm out for a barbecue on Saturday. And I've lost the blooming thing. Wait a minute. And this is from Kim. So a barbecue on Saturday and a trip to feed me feathered friends on Sunday. I'll speak to thee on Monday. Enjoy, take care, and thank you. Yes. Always be here on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, every day. We're here every day. Why? Because we love it. Because we love it, and it's part of life. Fans watching games in the pub, that'll be half this lot round here, are banned from singing 3 lines in God Save the Queen. I don't know why. Why are you not doing this? The COVID-19 rules set by Downing Street prohibit customers from singing because it's a transmission risk. Yeah, whatever. COVID-19 rules say, and the legal expert Graham Cushion, a specialist in pub licensing, says any music should be played at a low level and effectively at background level to prevent any shouting. So no singing. God save, none of that. You could sing outside the pub. Who wants to sing outside the pub? Whole idea is you want to sing inside the pub. Do you not? Pub garden. I should, Coco. Here's the UK donating vaccines to countries who wanted them. Boris said yes. They found at least 100 million surplus doses, which they can distribute. How have they just found 100 million doses? That is quite some going, isn't it? That's an awful lot. Boris Johnson has told the US President Joe Biden he doesn't want to talk about sausages. I don't know why. I talk about sausages all the time. I'm a huge sausage fan. And the other one, this is drink drivers could soon be snared by an ear test rather than a test. At the moment, you're supposed to, in this country, blow into something until they tell you to stop. Most people try and fiddle it or go, I can't, makes me feel sick, and you know that they're drunk. Or failing that, in in Australia or New Zealand, you just talk into the machine and the machine will tell you whether or not you've been drink driving. You just go, my name's Steve Allen, I live in Twickenham in Middlesex, and you go beep, 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 and it will tell you whether you've had a few drinks, which of course doesn't apply to me because I don't drink. Earmuffs that measure blood alcohol levels non-invasively through the skin have been designed by a Japanese scientist. It's a good idea, isn't it? No? Just me again. And what was the other one that I quite like? Jessie J is in epic form for her big comeback, I Want Love. It's an authentic Bonnie Tyler style 80s pop rocker. Sounds ghastly. A Bonnie Tyler style thing. Noel Gallagher's new studio is a tribute to his life and loves. And Jessie Ware's new... I don't know who any of these people are. I'm happily reading this stuff out. And everybody listening is going, do you know, he's very... He's very up with the kids, and down with the kids. Jessie Ware's a singer. So it's aimed at post-lockdown flirting and naughtiness. What does that mean? Flirting and naughtiness? Who does naughtiness? Not on a Friday, not at my age, I'm telling you. Rather have a cup of cocoa and a piece of peanut butter on toast. I mean, I'm not asking for a lot. I've got to take a short break. It's too exciting this morning, isn't it? Oh, by the way, Bob Geldof could return to Live Aid and get it back together again. Well, more on that in a second.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Mo said to me, do you think the Notting Hill Carnival's happening this year? There's a thought. I've got no idea. I mean, I'm sure that there must be a website. But when does the Notting Hill Carnival run? I can't remember. August bank holiday. What are we up to? June, July? Oh, might not. Might not. I mean, if it attracts... Currently on, is it? Oh, well, there you go. I'm wrong. Mind you, that's as it stands today. Steve, Beauty and the Beast, says Roger, in Brentwood. Gaston the villain and his sidekick, gay as maypoles. And have you seen the documentary on John Caldwell's £65 million house refurbishment on his home in Mayfair? They've got an 8-car rising and rotating garage built into the ground, which costs £500,000, and his own nightclub. Make you sick with envy. No, I'm never sick with envy on things like that. I watch the programme. And listen, he sold a company, and he made a lot of money. And I think he paid, was it 80 million for the house and then 65 on the refurbishment, which is, but that's what he wants to do with his money. If that's what somebody chooses to do with it, never makes me sick. I couldn't be envious of anybody with a house like that. I'd be too worried about dust. Also, Steve says Jane in Brighton, she's sussed out. Who is going to buy the pack of 5 Father's Day cards? Katie Price, Jordan, because and also Ulrika Johnson, because she's 4x4. So they'd all be buying these packs of cards. I never thought about that, actually. It's very clever. Steve, I'm a regular listener in Rome, and I'm the Guardian's Rome correspondent, says Angela. My birthday's coming up, and my mum told me, she said, we won't bother sending you a card because it never arrives. Oh, okay then. So there we go. I mean, I get all sorts of people. I get a lot of correspondence for newspapers around the world listening. People in Rome or in Hong Kong, to find out what's going on. But it's the first time we've had a regular listener in Rome, and Angela is the Guardian's Rome correspondent. I mean, how cool is that? In between you and Stuart McCracken, I tell you, and Phil Vickery, I don't know, he must be... Angie Greaves, he must be filming away, actually, Phil Vickery. I can always tell when he films away because it goes quiet for a few days. But, no, there's loads of different people, which we love, actually. Very much indeed. The more the merrier, I think. What about Liam Gallagher's daughter in Corrie, says Pat in Brentwood. Really? Is she? I don't know. I can't remember if I saw... Did I see Corrie the other day? I get confused because they have Corrie, like a memory programme, where they've got their old classic Corrie memory. That's just for me. And it was classic Corrie, and it's got all these different people in it. I remember thinking, they're dead, they're not here anymore, they were got rid of, and all these things. But I do remember seeing Coronation Street. I don't think I ever remember seeing the very first ones, but I remember watching it in black and white. Dee, 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 dee. And you would sit down because there wasn't anything else on the television. Emergency Ward 10 was fairly popular. Started in 1960. So I'd have been... Well, anyway. And Jack and Vera not there anymore. They've all passed on, yeah. Quite a few people have passed on. I mean, Rita's still going. I mean, she's absolutely unbelievable when you look. And she must be in her 80s. They should never have got rid of Mavis. They really shouldn't have done. Oh, I don't really know Rita. She should have stayed forever. Rita's 88. Is she really? Well, she's remarkable. Mind you, she doesn't have to say very much apart from, Have you noticed they don't sell cigarettes in that shop? They do have cigarettes, but I've never seen anybody go in and buy cigarettes. Ken Barlow's 89. Good Lord. Good Lord. Good Lord. And here's one here. A dad, aged 90, it's in the papers today, has been reunited with his son who was abducted as a toddler 58 years ago. Father Luo lost sight of 2-year-old Fu at a railway station in 1963 when he was waiting for a train. He said he momentarily let go of his son's hand before he disappeared. The son is now 60. They got back together with his dad in the city of Zhaozhuang, in the Chinese province of Shandong. The boy is believed to have been grabbed by human traffickers who took him to Shanghai, where he was adopted by a couple. Police finally traced him using new DNA methods. Blimey. I mean, that is some story. Live Aid could return. Don't want to hear Bob Geldof swearing again. Thank you very much indeed. He's raised hopes of another global music concert by trademarking the name almost 40 years since the global event. He's let himself go, hasn't he, with his looks, Bob Geldof. A source said the last time the world was in crisis with Ebola, and Bob and his team came up with Band-Aid 30. We're sure he's plotting something similar for coronavirus. Bit late in it, really. I mean, we've had it for quite some time. But they have filed to protect its use for live music concerts and streaming. The original 16-hour event was watched by 1.9 billion people worldwide. I never saw it. Did you watch it? No. You weren't born. How depressed am I? What a thing to say to me come at the end of the programme when I'm feeling in such a good mood. The sunshine is out, the birds are singing, I can get a bacon butty on the way home, and you weren't born when Live Aid occurred. Thanks very much. God, I'd have to go home and stick my head in a bucket or something. How depressing. I mean, I was there when the royal family were in black and white. I can remember enjoying it. I remember seeing the royal family. There's a lovely picture which was in Country Life again this week, I think, and it was of all the royal family, including a very young queen, with her mother, the Queen Mother, and loads of other people on the balcony. And one of I think the Queen Mother's mother or something, anyway, she had a very odd wave. It was sort of like a little sort of hand jerk. They didn't do wave, coo, like that. They didn't do that sort of thing. It was sort of like a very, Queen Mary, very odd wave. And her husband as well did a very peculiar way. I don't know where they learn these things. But they were talking about the royal family and the Queen's love of dogs and horses, and apparently that's her main topic of conversation, horses and dogs. Whereas I can do a few more than that. And in fact, do you think the Queen's ever sworn? Do you think she's ever sworn? Do you think occasionally she lets... No, I don't think she has either. But apparently children's films can feature swearing after censors found cursing has soared in real life. Apparently Princess Margaret was a right swearer. She was terrible, and she knew every word under the sun. I mean, she was doing Anglo-Saxon words before the Anglo-Saxons were doing them. But parents have told us they're keen for media industries to share the responsibility. A third of Britons use more strong swear words. The new BBFC guide stressed it would only permit F in 12 rated flicks. 12, that's the rating of it. It also stamps film with 12 labels. But because the paper can't print the words, they've just had to put the initials down. So you'll have to work out for yourself P, W, T, B, S and C. You try working it out. I tell you, you could have endless fun on car journeys with this one. OK, kids. Also, parental guidance indulges with S and B along with B. And apparently the word Jesus Christ is OK in a universal... Well, I don't think it is. I think that's blasphemy. I don't think you should be allowed there. But I don't mind the B and the P. Get the old lot, honestly. Time to go now. I think I've peaked. I think I need to go and have a lie down and stick my head in a bucket. Now I know I'm working with people who are so much younger. I mean, the worst thing is they weren't even born when I started work here. How depressing is that? Might have to start drinking over this weekend. Let's try not to. Have a great weekend. I've got a little bit extra podcast today. Caitlyn Jenner won't admit that Trump lost the election. Even more daft than I thought she was. David Beckham wants to be taken seriously. Don't talk, Dave. And Prue Leith is being recognised, we are told, in the Queen's birthday honours. I'm still waiting for my call from, either number 10 Downing Street or the Palace. I'm not bothered about either of them. Oh, you're Steve Allen. Yes, thank you very much indeed. Yes, I'll take the honour. Thank you. Morning, everybody. Apparently the hanging baskets are ready today, so that's good news, isn't it? Now we're all burnt to a crisp over the weekend. Those of you who headed for the beach, did you sit in never-ending traffic jams? Probably you did. I was heading down to my brother, and unfortunately it's the same route as people going to Bournemouth. You can imagine what it must have been like. It was stop, start, all the way down there. Drove me mad. And that was even before people had got to Bournemouth and then attempted to go and find a parking space. The football was good. People were celebrating. The parents of my godchildren, they had 40 people round for a sort of a party. They had a hog roast and everything, which was very nice. So the couple's despairing of the big wedding ban. Lloyd Webber says the shows must go on. The president, Mr. Biden and his good lady invite Her Majesty to the White House. Not half as glamorous as Windsor Castle, is it? I mean, let's face it, Windsor Castle is like the bee's knees. Happy birthday to Paul O'Grady. Vanilla Ice. That's not an ice cream, it is actually a person. Calls on Steven Spielberg to make a film about Shergar, you know, who went missing it. And why on earth he's got involved, I can't imagine. And do you remember the church clock? Which one person complained about in a village, so they silenced it. They put a muffler on it. I can't believe somebody would be that stupid as to move into a village and then complain about the church clock because it chimes, wait a minute, on the hour, on the quarter and on the half past. It's a church clock. That's what they do. That's like sort of buying a property down here in Parliament Square and going, I can't believe it. That blooming Big Ben thing, have you heard the noise it makes? Like people living near the airport and complaining about aeroplanes and stuff like that. The Daily Mirror, very late today. They must have been filling up pages because they've only just run the story about the little lad who makes fruit yoghurts and he sells them to his local supermarket. We did that over a week and a half ago. They've only just got round to it. Very late, very late. Sausage Wars continues. Always one of my favourite stories. And Little Mix have teamed up with a Dutch DJ for their next banger. It's Sam Felt, so that's good. Mind you, poor old Jessie Nelson, she's still propping up bars at the age of 30. A little bit old for that kind of thing, but really should be concentrating on the music. And, you know, it's embarrassing there. And also, she obviously doesn't get on with the old girls that she worked with for years because they weren't invited to her birthday party. That's a shame, isn't it? Instead, she had some oversized people there who just made her look even skinnier. And then at the end of the evening, they had to take her to her car, but they covered her head over with a sort of a cloth kind of thing, like she was some criminal. Presumably she was well the worse for booze. And if you talk like Danny Dyer or Gemma Collins, you're more likely to be considered by the rest of the population as thick. Well, I mean, Gemma Collins, I mean, I think that goes without saying, innit? Like, talk like that. Talk like that, you know, because I'm a lot, like, not really bright or intelligent, but I'm the GC. No, you're not, darling. You're a 40-year-old, still single woman because you can't find anybody because you're a pain in the rear end, that's why. Diva, I don't think you even know how to spell the word, do you? Men feel most comfortable saying, I love you, when they're on holiday or in the pub. Of course they're in the pub because they're drunk. You know, it's like, I really love you. I love you, like, more than I love my Rottweiler. I love you, like, loads. What's your name? You know, that's how it works, isn't it, in the pub? Richard Osman is Britain's most unlikely sex symbol. I think because he's tall. I think if you're tall, you get to be a sex symbol. So I'm obviously not a sex symbol. The Queen will no longer remain silent on mistruths. Well, where can they be coming from? Because we're still going back onto the problem of Harry, or somebody speaking on behalf of Harry, because basically you can't get any words out of him. He said that he'd spoken to the Queen about the name Lily, but I can't believe that this Lilibet thing is still going on. I mean, it's the daftest thing ever. This poor kid, when it grows up eventually, not in my lifetime, it'll be a case of, you know, do you realise the furore that you created? And also a mum has blasted Marks and Spencer's for refusing to print a cheeky message on her daughter's birthday cake. So you go to buy a birthday cake and it was 35 quid, and she wanted them to write on it, I'm glad you were the strongest sperm. And Marks and Spencer's wrote, I'm sorry, that's not in our remit, we don't write stuff like that. So the old bag's complained. She's complained. So it's now got happy birthday Alice, or whatever her name is, you know, and you think to yourself, well, of course they're not going to write it on there, dear. I mean, surely with half a brain cell you'd have realised that. Mind you, talking of boosting sperm counts, gardening is the thing, because they all, I mean, you only have to look at Alan Titchmarsh to realise there is basically, you know, a loose cannon. Monty Don, all these other people, they're all there. It boosts your sperm count if you're a gardener. Callum became most animated with this one. He's now decided to take up gardening. He's decided this is the way forward. So I'm going to buy him a couple of pots and some earth. Yeah, I mean, that's the way forward, isn't it? Gardening. I mean, I love that idea. BBC criticised for a staggering decision to show a sick footballer. Well, that's the BBC for you, isn't it, really? And Mel C thrown into a panic. Thousands of pieces of memorabilia appeared on eBay. Spice Girls memorabilia. You know why? Apparently, and she got it stopped, she had a warehouse with a room full of Spice Girls memorabilia because you keep all this stuff. Anyway, apparently, so the story goes, Don't take my word for it. They hadn't paid the rent on it, probably an oversight, and so they just put it all up for sale. The moment she heard about it, obviously, she sorted out the little problemo, which was much better. I need my tea this morning, I've decided, actually. It's only when I took my watch off earlier on that I realised I've got a little white bit where my watch was. Because where you know when you're on the beach, I remember years ago, I went with Dale, we went to the south of France, and I think I had a pair of Speedos. In those days, you could wear Don't smile. In those days, you could wear Speedos, and it was good. And we were on the beach every day in the south of France, in Cannes, and it was like hot. I don't think we put suntan... Stop it. I don't think we put suntan lotion on, but I remember distinctly when we walked back to we had an apartment on the Croisette, because he knew a woman who owned one of those photocopying shops, and she had an apartment on the Croisette, and she said, you can have it for the duration. All we had to do was drive there. Have you ever driven in France? Mad. Completely mad. All we saw coming back from the Route du Soleil, because that's how they do it down there, is British cars battered, windscreen smashed, everything. The French are completely mad as broomstick drivers. But anyway, we sort of get down there, we park the car, and every morning we would go and get fresh peaches and croissant, things like that. It was all very civilised. And we just didn't seem to need food, actually, when we were younger. But every day I was on the beach in my Speedos. And then we would go back to the flat, and, you go to the bathroom, and you decide to have a shower, and you take your Speedos off. And it wasn't until I was sort of standing there, and I'm sort of, with the shower head, that I suddenly looked down, bit of a surprise, and I realised that my body was brown as a berry, but yet where I'd had the Speedos on was white. Pale white. I mean, it was seriously, I'm going, oh, that's not bad. Because you suddenly realise the colour that you've gone, but it was so hot down there. You couldn't walk on the pavements in your bare feet. It was so hot, but we liked it down there. We had a good time, actually, good time. And we met some friends of Dale's. I mean, I knew them as well, but not that well. And it was Mum and Dad. He was in the radio business. She wasn't, and they had 2 kids as well who were youngish. And all the beaches in the south of France, well, in fact in France, are topless. They don't think anything of it. They just think it's completely normal. It's like Vienna. For donkey's years, local swimming pools, all topless. Nobody thinks about it. It's only the Brits go, Lord above, I can't believe it. And so she went topless on the beach. Her husband went up the wall. He stormed off the beach because he sort of said, this is disgusting. But yet everybody else on the beach is topless. In fact, the people you looked at more were the people who kept their tops on. It was just, I've never seen my parents topless, quite clearly. But they just thought it was quite normal over there. But we had a nice time. We really had a nice time. It was good fun. Thank you, Poppet. Woo. Look at that. Oh, honestly, 3, you're spoiling me. I know. God, dear, honestly. And what else? Oh, Sausage Wars continued yesterday. I don't know. I've not really got too embroiled in Sausage Wars. Although I suspect the boys next door are going to send out for some sort of burger kind of thing today. I don't know why. I've just got this feeling. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, police coming under a barrage of missiles at a tourist attraction on a night of violence in London. Who are these stupid people? These sad little chavvy drunks, who are sort of anti the police. Yet the first time that their car gets broken into, they're on the phone. Can you come and help me? I'll be going, no, sorry, we can't really. Also... what was the other one? There was somebody else's birthday today. Oh, Mike Yarwood. Mike Yarwood, I think, is 80. And an adventurer with money to burn pays 20 million quid for a seat going into space with Jeff Bezos. I mean, I like the idea, but I don't think I'd be very good at doing anything like that. Going up into space, Just imagine if you felt a bit queasy on the way out. I'd have to take a tablet. A tablet would be good, actually. So we take all your texts and... emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Why? Because we're just like that. Because we're sort of in such a good mood. And also, everybody seemed to be fairly good about the British result in the old football. 1-0, wasn't it, I think? Lloyd Webber tells you why the shows must go on. He's getting quite cross about this, and I can well understand it. Because we're going to have to wait all day, aren't we, for Boris to come out with, what's going to happen. Is it going to be another month? Or are they going to... I think it's going to be another month. That's what I think. Much what do I know? I don't know anything about these sort of things. I just guess. And baking Brits, that's all of us, could be left high and dry after a shortage of cocktails. I don't know how there can be a shortage of cocktails, because you make a cocktail. You don't. I mean, some of them are ready-made in tins. But we went out the other day. We were going out because the parents of my godchildren were having because they've got like a lot of land, and so they've got horses in one of the fields, and then they've got another field so they could park all the cars, and they invited 40 people over yesterday. I didn't go because I was down at my brother's, and so we went off, Sharon and I, with a shopping list to Tesco. And she's got one of these things. You know, when you go in and you get given a little ray gun and you aim it at the thing. So at the end, you just sort of aim it at the machine and it tells you how much your bill is. And we had to get Peronis, Coronas, juices, strawberries, salads, because they were very mindful. It's quite a clever idea, actually. Clever idea of, if you've got loads of people there, the only crisps they wanted were individual packets of crisps, so you didn't have to put your hand in and touch anything else because of, pandemics and things like that. And we wanted individual salads, pre-packed individual little salads, because if you just did it in a bowl and somebody touches it, that's not a good idea. So there was nothing that people could touch. And we cleared Tesco's out of all their little ready-made salads, all sorts of it, quite posh. So we took all of those. We bought big bags of ice to sort of put in. We bought 6 bags of ice, which, of course, by the time we got home, had started dripping a little bit. But that's okay, because we shoved them in the freezer. And what else do we buy? They'd already bought cheese, because they ordered pizzas, baked potatoes, so they bought beans and baked potatoes. And I think Blue was doing chilli. She was doing a chilli. And they had a hog roast as well. Now, I've only ever been to one hog roast, but you've got to start them early in the morning. So, in fact, yesterday morning, the farmer came round and he started the barbecue for the hog roast at 5 a.m. because it takes that long, because it literally is a whole pig on a... I'm so sorry if you're vegetarian, I do apologise, but I got so drunk at the last one I went to, Pete and Dawn's, that I don't remember having anything. So we then had to buy apple sauce, and there was all the rolls that they bought and everything else, because it takes so long to cook a hog roast. But quite a nice thing for 40 people, but loads of juices and everything else. And we found one juice which had everything in it. Peach, banana, apple, grape, loads of other bits and pieces. So I said, just put that in jugs, slice up some fruit and stick a load of ice in. And that's exactly what they did, which is a lovely, lovely thing to do. And Steve, you want to know what happened to your biscuits? Nick Abbott nearly choked on them over the weekend. I didn't have any biscuits, so Nick Abbott is telling you porky pies. He said they were stale. Well, nothing to do with me. I didn't have any biscuits, so why would they be my biscuits here over the weekend? No. Nick Abbott, as usual. I mean, I don't want to put it down to alcohol, but, he makes up stories. Seriously, he just makes things up. You know why? He wants to be my friend, and I don't want to be his friend. It's as simple as that. I decided, actually, a long time, fancy making up a story about biscuits. Why would they be Steve Allen's biscuits? I'm a diabetic. It's outrageous. I don't do things like that. Have a break. What, now? No, I don't want to do it now. No, I should do it later. I'll do it next week. I don't want to do a break now, no. Are you going out for food? You're sending out for food? He thinks you're going for food. That's what Callum thinks. He thinks you're going out... What were you going out for? Going to order Mackey's, are you? Right. You see, the trouble is, look at him. There's nothing of him. You, maybe not. Maybe a salad. Not as exciting at this time. He can eat anything. He doesn't put on any weight. Seriously, he lies down in bed. He's horizontal. There's no little hillock. Give it 3. Yeah, but he's 22. He's all right. He's okay. Adrian says, you are the sex symbol of LBC. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that, but I will tell you it's 18 minutes past 4.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Apparently, Tony says, will you be going to Greggs to get your free sausage roll? They're giving free sausage rolls away for every goal the England scored last night. What, so they're giving away one sausage roll? Because it was 1-0, wasn't it? That was it. I can't see why they'd bother doing that, actually. The beaches sound like the one that Peter Starstead sang about to. Where'd you go to, my lovely? I remember... No, he didn't. He didn't sing, can he? said, I remember the back streets of Naples, 2 children playing in rags, both touched with a burning ambition to shake off their lonely... So where do you go to, my lovely, when you're alone in your bed? I know the thoughts that surround you, 'cause I can look inside your head. I don't think he sang about being on a beach at all, actually. Peter Sarsted. Not with us anymore, is he? Not with us. I got a thing laugh. The other day, I was waiting. I'd ordered 2 books. 2 books. One was Stanley Baxter's biography, and the other was Victoria Wood's as well. So I ordered, and they should have arrived on Saturday. They didn't arrive Saturday. Terribly sorry, we failed to deliver. So I then get yesterday, and they said, we're going to attempt to deliver your books today. And I thought, that's good. Looked in the post room, no books. So I checked. Your package was received by a neighbour. What did they do with it? They hid it behind some wheelie bins. Seriously, they said, behind green bins at door car park, received by or left at behind green bins. And so I thought, no, they can't be. So I looked behind the green wheelie bin, and there's my Amazon package. I mean, anybody could have looked behind the wheelie bin and nicked it. And then they go, and how was the delivery? I'm going to write back, rubbish. Fancy leaving stuff there. You might sort of said, we left it on the moon. Equally ridiculous. I've never heard of such a thing, but at least I got them, so I suppose that was a little bit better. Steve, the White House or Windsor Castle? I'd choose the White House every time. Would you? Oh, no. Windsor Castle's fantastic. Fantastic. I've been to Windsor Castle on loads of occasions. Lovely. No, the White House is just this sort of... It's just loads of staff. Windsor Castle is lovely. It's a home. They've got a swimming pool there at the back. Not open to the public, obviously. And they've got the kitchens there. And then they've... Oh, no, it's lovely. Got St George's Chapel, where the Duke of Edinburgh is currently residing, down in the crypt. I mean, I suppose if she felt like it, she could nip down and speak to him. That would be entirely possible. But no. God, blimey, the White House I wouldn't give you threepence for. Definitely not. So it'd be the Windsor Castle. Definitely. What did I have yesterday, actually? Oh, I had some KFC. When I got back from my brother's, I thought I'll just treat myself to some KFC, which was very nice. Steve, the lady complained about M&S probably talks like the JC, says Mo. Well, I couldn't comment on what she sounds like, because that I can't tell. But fancy asking Marks and Spencer's to write that on a cake. I mean, it just seems a little bit, you must have been the strongest sperm or something. Nobody's going to write that. The sort of people who are decorating cakes are not going to want to write that at all. Didn't they have that trouble was there a gay cake that was going to be done in Ireland? A gay couple wanted something done on it, and the bakery said, no, we're not doing that. And it's happened, yeah. I mean, it's all sorts of things. Do you remember there was that bed and breakfast? And a gay couple booked in, but they didn't say they were gay when they booked. And I suppose the argument would be, why should you have to tell people what your sexuality is when you book? Oh, by the way, I should be wearing rubber in bed. They don't think about things like that. So they turn up, and they complained because there were 2 single beds. They wanted a double bed because they were an item. And the couple who owned the guest house went, no, I'm sorry, we are. I think they were deeply religious, well, religious anyway, and they said no. They weren't at all happy. They hadn't been told it was a gay couple. Anyway, of course, the moment the thing hits the papers, they get bombarded with all this abuse, tons and tons of abuse, and I think basically they went, oh God, so sorry, but they weren't keen on the idea of sort of putting a gay couple up. Interesting, isn't it? Steve, I'm glad you enjoyed the store. I know the 21st wouldn't go ahead. Yes, England though, but they've still got to win the final, so not quite through yet. But I mean, that's okay, isn't it? We didn't do too badly. I didn't see it because I was on the road. Actually, the roads were chock-a-block. Even at 2 o'clock when we started playing yesterday afternoon, it was chock-a-block. Absolutely chock-a-block, like you've never ever seen. Do you think Biden's helicopter, which brought him right into Windsor Castle, he's actually seen something that we do very well? Mind you, those poor soldiers and the sergeant majors out in this heat. You imagine standing there. Oh my goodness, I bet they were sort of going, oh, just get on with it. Can we do something where there's air conditioning? But the Queen's still going at the age of 90 plus. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Other stories in the papers I was watching a thing actually on YouTube, and it was Gemma Collins in a helicopter, And of course, she had one of her little sort of fake fits, oh, I don't like it. I'm going to be sick. She wasn't sick, of course. It's just it's just lots of show and very little action, I'm afraid, which is a bit like her love life. Steve, quite a large crowd by Hatton Cross yesterday around 4:15 to watch the Air Force One landing at Heathrow. I saw it when it was Obama. And he landed in Regent's Park at the American ambassador's residence. And the security that surrounded him was phenomenal, because we normally took, as you know, Darren's dog for a walk in Regent's Park. And there were security officers all round the perimeter, security officers with guns, big concrete blocks in to stop people getting there. And then this helicopter arrived in. It was like a scene out of Good Morning Vietnam. And there were two of them, and they landed them in the garden. It was really impressive. Really impressive. Brilliant. Listen, I always think it's great. When's Father's Day? That's coming up this week, isn't it? Father's Day, I think. You have to buy a card for your dad. And when do we think Father's Day? You think it's Sunday? Next Father's Day, here we go. It's a holiday honouring fatherhood and paternal bonds. And so we've been doing it since the Middle Ages. Lovely. So I think that Father's Day, when is it? When is it? It's been regarded as such in Italy until 1977. And, I'd say that the celebration changes days year to year. So it's Sunday the 20th, so it's next Sunday. So you will remember to buy something for your poor father, and I don't know what you buy, Father. What have you bought? A book on trains. Oh, is he a train spotter? Oh, right, that's quite a nice idea. You should always buy something that's targeted to the person, shouldn't you? You don't just buy something because you go, oh, I'll get him a pipe and tobacco if he doesn't smoke. That's a bit dull, because he then thinks, oh, I better sort of take up smoking. And or you don't buy them aftershave, because you know what aftershave he uses. He might be an Old Spice or a high karate man, and you've spent 600 quid on a bottle of Creed. But so that doesn't happen very often. But do buy something nice for fathers, because they always get forgotten. The Queen's 95, whatever. I don't think it makes any difference. Listen, when you get to 90, who cares whether it's 95 or 100? Doesn't make any difference at all. I don't think so. She's also decided she's going to be honest. If somebody makes untruths about her, and I think you're fine. I mean, there's been so much going backwards and forwards on Harry and Meghan. I think somebody said he's a bit of a drip. I didn't think he was a drip. But he certainly doesn't. I don't think either of them know what they're talking about half the time. I think, because Harry has basically been the undisciplined child, whereas William was always goody two-shoes. Harry was always the rebellious one. And I think it's backfired badly on him. Very badly. Which we said last week, actually. I didn't sort of have any problem with it. It's just that it's a case of, if you're going to start saying something and people can check on it, at least have the decency to admit that you've told fibs. And another one here that says, oh, these are steam tractors. Drivers making an unscheduled pit stop to fuel up at a KFC drive-through. These are little miniature tractors. I think they're so cute. Little steam engines near Bristol. Near Bristol they were. The vintage engines also got water to top up the tanks. How lovely. I like things like that. I used to have a Mamod. They were for boys. I think girls probably played with them as well. It was just a little thing, and you put methylated spirits in and sort of built up the steam, and then it was just a wonderful thing to have. Actually, I liked anything like that. The Queen was wearing a very lovely outfit the other day. The dress was absolutely stunning. Biden is probably going, she got so much gold in this place. Is she rich? Yep, she's rich, very rich. And the PM's son Wilfred won plenty of admiring smiles. He played the little prince yesterday. This is the Duke of Cambridge's son, George. He was wearing £69 blue shorts, and a white shirt combo by designer Rachel Riley was worn by George in official photographs taken with his sister Charlotte. I mean, it's all very lovely, isn't it? The Queen has a nice hat on and looks particularly wonderful. What have we got here? Richard Hammond has been blasted over a planned kitchen extension that would look like a lumpen alien feature. He has a Gothic castle. He has a listed Gothic castle. It's quite beautiful, actually. And he now wants to change the design. Why not? It's up to him. Listen, just because somebody doesn't like it, tell him to go do one, honestly. You don't care about things like that, do you? And, see, the parcel delivery, was it a delivery to home or at work? To home. To home. If he's left it behind a bin in Leicester Square, he or she is a moron. No, it was at home. Big bin, a wheelie bin. wheelie bin, and it was behind there, and it said on the message, wheelie bin behind. I've never heard anything like it. Anybody could have walked in and just picked it up and walked out again. I mean, thank God they didn't. Thank God they didn't. But this week, busy week. Got to talk to a specialist today. Tomorrow, I've got the appointment at the Kingston Hospital for the eyes. That's where I sit there and they go, OK, every time you see the red dot, push the little button, like that, and you stare into it. And then every so often they go, OK, open your eyes wide, and it blows air into your eyes. I hate that bit. It always comes as a bit of a shock, doesn't it? You kind of fall backwards a little bit.
This is where we come to get away, to think, to feel, to breathe. Where we can be together, or be alone. Just us, our thoughts, and the trees. Standing tall, always there. Will you be there for them? Join the Woodland Trust for £4 a month to help protect and restore our woodland havens and create new ones too, for our well-being, for our wildlife. Join today at woodlandtrust.org.uk.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, hello, nice to have your company. So, yes, you're quite right, in the Where'd You Go to My Lovely, when you're alone in your bed. And this one says, I've seen all your qualifications you got from the Sorbonne and the painting you stole from Picasso. Your loveliness goes on and on. Yes, it does. When you go on your summer vacation, you go to Juan Lepin. With your carefully designed topless swimsuit, you get an even suntan on your back and on your legs. When the snow falls, you're found in St. Moritz with the others of the jet set, and you sip your Napoleon brandy, but you never get your lips wet. It's a lovely song, actually, because they talk about, you talk like Marlene Dietrich, you dance like Zizi Jeanmaire, your clothes are all made by Balmain, and there's diamonds and pearls in your hair. You live in a fancy apartment. I mean, it sounds fantastic, doesn't it? You live in a fancy apartment off the Boulevard Saint-Michel, where you keep your Rolling Stones records and a friend of Sacha Distel. Yes, you do. Lovely. Liked him a lot. It was one of those sort of, we like that sort of, I like a song that you can sing along to. I'm quite big into sing-alongs, but Juan Lepin, not exactly can. But it's the sort of the cheaper end of the market. I think. Other stories which are in the papers, I mean, they're all going to be concentrating on what Boris is going to say a little bit later on. But I think we've already guessed it, haven't we? We don't normally guess these things, but I think on this particular one. Here's the woman, the mum who's blasted Marks and Spencer's for refusing to print a cheeky message. Donna Patrick wanted the jokey words, I'm glad you were the strongest sperm. Days after ordering the sponge cake, the 39-year-old hospitality worker got a call telling her it was against rules and regulations. Donna, from Pulborough in West Sussex, said daughter Elise would have found it hilarious. She said M&S have lost their sense of humour. No, they're just probably... You're not a typical M&S customer, are you, really? Not if you want something like that on a cake. She said, if I'd sworn, I would get it, or if it was completely offensive. So they've lost their sense of humour. Donna had to change the message to the mundane happy 18th birthday. What's the matter with that? Happy 18th birthday kind of covers it, doesn't it? Don't want to put down anything else on there. I mean, you're really not the right sort of customer for Marks and Spencer's. Definitely not. So, welcome to the seaside, and here they all are in Bournemouth. Oh my God, there's some uglies there. And 5 pals having a laugh on the beach. Yes. That's cellulite. That's what it looks like. And there's one poor woman there, honestly. They really shouldn't have let them have a picture taken. It's really not desirable at all. And then people are packed in. Where you have to sort of step between everybody else. When we were kids, we went to busy beaches, and you'd have to step between people before you even got as far as the water. I suppose people quite like it. But I felt sorry for all these people in cars, sitting down, heading down to Bournemouth. They really were. And it was, and if you're all in the car and your car doesn't have air conditioning or cooling, you're going to sit there and bake. And before you know where you are, it's, you're sweating profusely. Not very nice at all. What's this a picture of? Oh, it's a picture, I think it's a seagull, actually. It is, it's a sea eagle. And it's picked up a fully inflated pufferfish. Good Lord. This is in the Andaman Sea off Thailand. And the moment you actually start threatening these pufferfish, they puff up. so it looks like a ball, but no match for the eagle, which just basically picked it up and whizzed it away. The church clock silenced for the first time in 111 years after a single complaint has been fitted with a muffler. One resident complained to the council, and the council went, right, we've had one complaint, and here we are doing our jobs, and we've just had to silence the clock. It was ridiculous. We've also got here a lap dancer suing a surgeon, claiming his boob job nearly killed her. Wow. See, the trouble is, I don't think people should have cosmetic surgery. I'm not anti it, because I understand that there are reasons why some people would have to have surgery. You can have, your willy enlarged, you can have your breasts reduced, you can have your breasts enlarged. But then I've seen them doing it on the television. There was a surgeon the other day, and he was taking out these breast implants from this woman, basically just cutting under the boob and then take it, and it was like a plastic bag. And I remember thinking, oh my God, fathers, why would you ever want it done in the first place? It was, you've only got to look at how awful poor old Jordan looks now, unrecognisable to the fresh-faced young girl that used to sort of grace the pages of the newspapers. Now, she just looks awful. It's like the Bride of Wildenstein. I think people who have cosmetic surgery, and you have to include a lot of the housewives around the world, for all these housewives from New York City, housewives from Cheshire, housewives from Brighton or whatever else they come from. The Isle of Wight was fairly popular, wasn't it? And you look at some of these people and you think, you just don't look natural. You just don't look natural. You look as though you've had surgery, but you shouldn't really have had it. I think people should be honest and say, listen, don't have the surgery because you've had enough done. And if you have any more done, it's going to be dangerous. So, Firm Friends and I'm a Celebrity. Now Jordan North and Beverly Callard are teaming up again. Oh, that's good. Seems quite happy. And former Made in Chelsea stars Millie McIntosh and Hugo Taylor are expecting their second baby. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? And contestants on the new ITV game show The Void are supposed to get hands-on, but for the hosts Fleur East and Ashley Banjo, it was the total opposite, as they were slapped with a rehearsal ban because of the COVID restrictions. Oh, right. Apparently, speaking about the new series, Fleur said, Ashley and I were socially distanced the whole time. We never worked together until we got on camera the first day. That was pretty scary. Having radio experience helps because you have to think on your feet all the time. Yeah, because you're really experienced in the radio world, love. Really experienced. And Emmerdale star Max Parker has quit the soap after 2 years playing. He plays somebody called Luke Polsner. I don't even know who that is. Do you know who that is? You see, I don't know who these people are. He's leaving the show. His character Luke was outed for being gay. Last week, viewers were shocked as it emerged Luke could be responsible for the death of his brother. A soap source says Max was never going to stay in Emmerdale for years. He's already auditioning for new roles and excited for the future. Oh, yeah, I'm sure he's thrilled. Would you like to go and audition? No, not really. I'm quite happy here. But some people just don't seem to sort of stay with the soaps very long. And there was an actor years ago who was in Emmerdale, and they wanted to make his character gay. And he said, no, I don't want to do that. That's how funny people were at the time. They thought that if you played a gay character, even if you weren't gay, but you played a gay... Because, to be honest with you, I think straight people play gay characters better than gay characters play gay characters. And so he opted out of the... That was last we heard of him. Because they thought that it would damage his career. I think he thought it would, and he said, no, I don't want to do that. He said, because I like girls. And we go, yeah, but you're only acting, dear. You don't have to actually go through with everything. I mean, I always thought it was funny that in Queer as Folk, which was on the television in this country ages ago, which sort of pushed the boundaries, all the main gay characters were straight. Every single one of them. The only one who wasn't was the one who was in Coronation Street, Anthony Cotton. Everybody else was heterosexual. And yet nobody ever went, excuse me, I think they're playing gay characters. I don't think they should be playing gay characters anymore. I watched that Naked Attraction the other day. It's really bizarre. There's some really desperately unattractive people on there. I don't know why. Perhaps they're exhibitionists. I mean, nothing on earth would get me to stand there in a tube with nothing on. I just didn't get it at all. And they had a bloke there. He was only 20. I thought, say your parents see this. I mean, honestly, well, exactly. I mean, how embarrassing. Mind you, your mother would just say, yes, all right, we've seen it. You know, it's not very... And there was sort of a girl there. She described it. She was a bit... Anyway, she described herself as pansexual and something else. She didn't identify as either male or female. But, and so the host had to sort of say, you know, do you mind me calling you, you know, woman? She went, no, that's all right. And I thought, honestly, it gets so confusing nowadays. I don't know what to call the producer. You know, I really don't. I've thought of a few names on the programme this morning, but, you know, they've just ordered something to eat because they were out celebrating, you know, the football yesterday. Yeah, great, a really great win. And that's where you stand in a pub with a load of other people you don't know and you shout yourself hoarse. Come on, England, they shout, and things like that. And then all of a sudden, if somebody scores a goal, which they did once, yeah, like that, you know, need to get out more as far as I'm concerned. But they don't, they really don't. Dame Helen Mirren would love to take on 007 as the first female Bond baddie. She might get it. And Charlene White, from Loose Women, racked up so many credit card debts it took her 10 years to pay it off. The telepresenter admitted she blew huge amounts of cash on shoes and rounds of drinks whilst clubbing. Charlene, who's got 2 kids with her partner Andy, so they're not married, she says, we were thinking about buying a property together and linking our finances. I have to admit that I had credit card debts. He basically forced me to work out a plan to pay off the cards. Because that's the one thing. I remember years ago I had a problem. Nowadays it seems ridiculous, but I had £3,500 on a credit card and I was paying the minimum every month, which means you're basically paying nothing. All you're doing is paying a bit of the interest off. And so my accountant said, listen, he said, I'll pay off the credit card. I went, okay, that's a good idea. And then I paid him back. And now, whatever I spend on the credit card in the month, we pay it all off at the end of the month. So because I do not want to get saddled with credit card debts, thank you very much indeed, because the interest rates are horrendous. And I thought, no, try and be a good boy. So it's taken me long enough. But no, I saw a lovely car the other day. I was sorely tempted. It's a Mulsanne, a Bentley Mulsanne, and it looks big at the front. It looks like it's about to eat you. And I looked at it and I thought, oh, that's quite nice. I'm not sure whether to raid savings, and I don't think I will. I don't think I'm prepared for that at the moment. Life's a bit too complicated. Very complicated. Steve, great lyrics in the Peter Sarsted song and still relevant 52 years on regarding the Rolling Stones records. I gave my brother The Herd. You won't have heard of The Herd. But they had hits years ago, and I'd sent off the CD and I gave it to my brother. I said, have you heard of them? And he said, yeah. They had Paradise Lost and... have you heard of The Herd? Yeah, it was H-E-R-D. As opposed to Herd, H-E-A-R-D. Don't try and be clever with me, pal, on a Monday, I tell you. Just because you were shouting yourself hoarse the other day. He wrote to me, he sent me a text, reverse charges, and he said, I think I've lost my voice. I wrote, what a godsend. How marvellous is that? Hello, Steve.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
My friend Ian in America. I like to be in America. Okay, by me in America. He says, I'm glad you're educating people on the wonders of The Herd. Yeah, I think it's either a triple CD or quadruple. But he was listening to Peter Sarsted today. It's either today or yesterday for him. I can't remember. He says, I love that song. Do you also know, I'll buy you one more frozen orange juice on this fantastic day? I do. Mind you, do you remember the singing postman? How you got a light, boy? How you got a light? Molly Windley, she smokes like a chimney. She's my little nicotine gal. Yeah, look. Oh, for goodness sake, honestly, they've ordered food. And it's a big bag has turned up. What in goodness only knows name have you ordered? Look at this, honestly. You've ordered quite a bit. They've ordered, well, one of them's got a quarter pounder and something else. Can't believe it. Does it arrive hot? Or is it sort of... Yeah, you hope so. Look, honestly, this is outrageous. So you've ordered a quarter... What did you order? You've ordered... Mayo cheese. Must be lovely to be slim, mustn't it? Look at them, honestly. They're like diving into Christmas presents this morning. I'll sit here and just carry on. Don't worry. I'll do myself a piece of toast later, probably. Something very exciting. Steve. High Street is a nice place in Richmond. Really? I don't know. Never really. I mean, I just sort of see these places. And lots of mosquitoes flying around London. Well, I've not seen those, actually. I haven't seen them at all. I like the idea of Helen Mirren being the first female Bond baddie. I think she could be very good, actually. She's 75. I don't know. Do you have to be a certain age to be a Bond baddie? I don't know. Lots of people here. Wembley filled with songs as the fans return. That's all we want, isn't it? And lots of people holding up signs. They must make them in their garages or something like that. Ollie Murs said he had a special weekend after completing a hike in memory of Caroline Flack. And he said, I'm exhausted, but we're doing this for Kaz, we're doing this for the Samaritans. Well, that's good. Do it for the Samaritans. They can help other people, because no matter which way you look at it, you know, not enough people spoke to Caroline Flack. You know, they didn't know that she was quite severely troubled. You know, you've got to be severely troubled. You've really got to have, you know, people to talk to. But some people just can't talk to people. Like, you know, my former producer, Joe Lyons, who, as you know, went to work with Roman Kemp and them on the Capital Breakfast Show, and nobody knew that he was troubled. You know, people have issues. I understand that. I understand about people having issues. But some people are just not very good at talking. Men are terrible at talking. You know, especially when you ask doctors, you know, men get dragged in by their wives and they'll sit them down and go on, tell her. Men will not discuss anything to do with their medicine or illnesses that they've got or things that are broken or stuff like that. I don't know why. It's an odd thing, isn't it? Women can talk about it all the time. But unfortunately, men are not very... Oh, blimey, there's a bloke on a beach here. Where is this one? This one, it could be in... Oh, it doesn't really say, actually, where he is. But he's wearing Speedos, but he's way too fat to be wearing Speedos. If you're fat and you've got man boobs, you don't wear Speedos. It's gross. Absolutely gross. But they were saying, actually, 28 degrees. 28 degrees the other day. I don't like it. All my friends go, oh, isn't it great, 28 degrees? I was right back to them. No, it's not. I hate it. Ghastly weather. I'd rather it was freezing cold. I'm much happier in the cold. Much happier. So Little Mix will continue focusing on dance anthems after teaming up with the Dutch DJ Sam Felt for their next banger. Following one-off hit tunes with Nathan Dorr and Galantis, the girls have decided the club is where their future lies. Good for them. Well, now you've shed Jessie Nelson. I mean, you don't need her. You know, you can go out as a threesome and they'll probably have as much fun. I think it's quite sad, though, don't you? That, you know, one minute you're all, you know, a girl group and then somebody goes, oh, I'm going to leave, I don't like it, and all the rest of it. And obviously she didn't like them at all, because I don't think she's even kept in contact. And that's like the Spice Girls. You know, the moment... you know, Victoria left, that was it. She never bothered. At the moment, she's only back with them so she can flog those overpriced T-shirts, 80 quid each, just with sort of, I mean, sorry, for a white T-shirt, excuse me. I watched a great programme last night on Bond Street, and it was looking at the shops, because it's all the shop. If there's anybody's shop down there that, you know, is worth its salt, it'll be in Bond Street. And they had a lot of the people they were talking to are queuing up outside Dior and, you know, all these other different places to go and buy, you know, bling. I wouldn't queue for anything. I'm bad enough in a supermarket. If I see a queue in a supermarket, I have been known to put the items down and just walk out. I can't be bothered to queue, honestly. There's nothing worse than you go into a supermarket and there's one person working on the till. I'm the one person who stands in the shop and goes, is there anybody else serving? You know, because if you're standing there, and we did it the other day. We went to a shop, can't remember where it was actually, but there was one girl working on the till, and obviously because we were all making a bit of like that, because you know what the British are like, we don't like to cause a trouble, but I do. I'm sorry, I'm standing here. I don't want to stand here. Get somebody else on the tills. If it's one of the management, get them over here and get them to do it, because it's shoddy. You know, have loads. I mean, you wouldn't find that in America. I don't think I've ever seen queues in America. They have enough tills open. Over here, it's a case of, so Beryl, could you go on till 3? You know, it's almost like, you know, is it okay if we ask you? Beryl, get your arse round to till 3. I'm not wasting time anymore. It's only because we want to be served. I want to get in the shop and out. In Iceland, admittedly, I could just lift up the chest freezers and fall inside and feel a little bit better about life. There's no L in chimney, says Tom. Unfortunately, darling, there are. If ever you've listened to that song, he calls it chimney. But there again, you're obviously a bit stupid and you don't realise that. Never mind, it's not your fault, is it? Mind you, I'm about to relieve you, Tom, of everything. 0455. Okay, 0455. Tom's just about to disappear. Molly Winley, she smokes like a chimney. That's what he says on the song. But of course, as I say, if you're not intelligent enough, Tom, it's not your fault. But now I'm putting you out of your misery. Here we go. And it's... There you go. Oh, there you go. Bertie in Hampstead. That's a made-up name. Nobody's called Bertie in Hampstead, are they? Says, I think you should stick to presenting, as the old singing is not a strength. I think you find I've got awards for it, Bertie, whereas, in fact, for making up a stupid name like that, you get nothing at all, I'm afraid. Steve, not only Anthony Cotton, also Billy the vicar again in real life. You know, we're talking about Queer as Folk. I don't think Billy the gay vicar was actually in Queer as Folk. Honestly, I'll tell you. Why do I seem to find them? Steve, in your 20s, you can eat a quarter pounder for breakfast and stay thin. Well, he is. That's what they're doing. They don't... My friend used to be married to this girl, and she was stick thin. She could eat a whole box of crisps, Chinese takeaway, Indian takeaway, and not put on an ounce. Where it went to, I have no idea. You know, ridiculous. Steve, you like to talk about the ridiculous. I've just stopped at the same fast food joint that your colleagues have ordered from. And it says here, I couldn't have the sausage and egg in a muffin as I'm too early for breakfast. How does that work? Who would ever want a cheeseburger at 5 a.m? Hello? I'd eat a cheeseburger at 5 a.m. Definitely. We used to eat Chinese food here at about 4 or 5 a.m. Spare ribs. Yeah, if you go on a night out, it's that's... I want to eat everything. I love it. I mean, I love a buffet breakfast. If you go out there, the very idea of having to wait for something to be cooked, I think somebody should cook it all, leave it there, and then you go and, if you're doing cruises next year, then you can really eat yourself. They always say starve yourself for about a month before you go on a cruise, because you're going to come back 10 stone heavier. It's so easy to put on weight on cruises, because you'll be standing there for breakfast. First time we went on the cruise ship, and we went out for the breakfast. Well, we didn't go out for the breakfast. Went in for the breakfast, and they would cook stuff. I had an omelette, and they'd go. You know, what do you want? 3 egg omelette, 4 egg omelette, 5 egg omelette. And so I go for a 5 egg omelette, and they go, what would you like in it? You go, can I have ham and cheese? Yep, you could have ham and cheese, and it was delicious. Delicious. My friend Ian says, if the lines get slightly long in America, they immediately open more checkouts. Customer service is so much better. Absolutely. And they pack your bag for you. Over here, it's a bit of an effort, isn't it? I remember when they first did that in Marks and Spencer's, when they had tills. Now it's all self-service. Some of the people couldn't even pack bags. You know, so they put eggs at the bottom and then all the heavy items on the top. And you go, no, we'll have to take it out again, won't we? Goodness sake, honestly. But at least we get there eventually. Jeremy Clarkson reckons everybody will eventually get sacked for saying something that upsets the woke brigade. The woke brigade. There's a brigade of them now. How fantastic. How fantastic. And if you talk like Danny Dyer or Gemma Collins, you're more likely to be considered a thicko. Yeah, I'm sorry. The problem is where? In that one. There you go, Tom. We were talking about you again. News at 5. Here it comes.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice heavy company. Bob says, totally agree with you about queues in supermarkets. I've left a full shopping trolley before due to only one till being open. Yeah, I mean, we don't seem to have the right attitude to a service industry. You know, I understand how boring it must be, you know, sort of whizzing things over, you know, the magic eye in the supermarket. But to be honest with you, you know, if there's ever anybody queuing and there's more than 2 people, only one till is open, I'm inclined to leave it and go somewhere else. I know they don't care, but then I don't care either. You know, it's a case of I want to get in and get out again. It's like in Starbucks. They used to have a thing, I think they still have actually, that, you know, we will make the drink and get it right for you. And if they don't get it right, they do it again. And I used to order in Starbucks a really, really dry coffee. So in other words, there would be the coffee in there and just a little tiny bit of milk. It's in their manual, actually, on how to make whatever, I can't remember what they call it now. They don't call it extremely dry, do they? There's a name for it. I can't remember. And I ordered it, and I remember giving it back at one time. I said no. He filled it up with milk. I said no. It said it's just a little tiny amount of milk in there. I said I don't want a lot of milk. Thank you very much indeed. I can't remember what they call the blooming thing. What do they call it? Somebody will know. It isn't wet and dry cappuccinos. It's, what do they call it? It'll come to me. Somebody else will order these things. And it just means that you get the coffee and you get a little tiny bit of frothy milk in there. I don't want the thing filled up with, is it called extra dry? Oh, it might be called extra dry. Extra dry, I would go for. I think that might be it. Extra dry. And this bloke... attitude or what? And I said no. I said it's all milk. I said I asked for extra dry. And he muttered something under his breath. I said I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. So I made an official complaint. I thought I'm not having some mouthy bloke who works in Starbucks. To be honest with you don't find that many blokes working in Starbucks. It's mainly girls, which is round our way. Might be the same round there. And Martin says, I've just bought myself a slush puppy machine. Oh, not one of those from that sort of shop in the high street that we all love, Robert Dias, because it's not really a proper slush puppy machine. It says it is, but it's really not. You've got to buy all the bits and pieces, so I didn't go for that one. Dogs are being welcomed into many high street stores to encourage owners to splash the cash again. I mean, for years, only guide dogs were allowed in. You don't even see that, do you? I mean, how many times have you been in a shop and you've seen somebody with a guide dog in there? Not very much at all. But now John Lewis, H&M, Apple, Barber and White Stuff have changed their policies. Well, that'd be good. Owners are afraid if you leave your dogs outside, somebody's going to nick it. Because people do that, don't they, really? And if you talk like Danny Dyer... Because I thought he was just putting it on because he's an actor. No, he sounds like that all the time. Or Gemma Collins, you're more likely to be considered thick. A survey found the Cockney and Essex accents were seen as less intelligent, trustworthy and friendly than any other in England. They asked, I think it was about 200 people. They were played clips of Brits saying the same sentence in their natural accents. Because the trouble is, if you actually sort of listen to the people in Towie, half of them can barely string two words together. I mean, seriously, they sound just illiterate. You know, yous said this, and, you know... No, but in the Towie programme it is. They all talk like that. There's nobody who's got any command of the English language whatsoever. Mind you, I told you, I've been to loads of events down in Essex, and you don't see anybody who features in the show down there. There's nobody tottering about on cheapo heels and slathered with makeup. They're all just normal people. You go to Brentwood, you don't see anybody that looks like they've wandered off Towie, because that's the over-exaggeration bit of it. You won't see anybody like Bobby Cole Norris, thank the Lord, or anybody else. You know, because if you watch Bobby Cole Norris talk it and you analyse it, it's like My Fair Lady. Only the trouble is he's neither fair nor a lady. He just can't speak properly. They need to bring in sort of somebody who can teach him how to talk properly. And most of them, Chloe Sims, because I said like this, and this, and yeah. And that's all it is. You know, listen to some of them. It's really an embarrassment. And when you listen to poor old Gemma Collins, I mean, she's heading the wrong side of 40 at the moment, and she still can't speak properly. Never mind. I'm sure she'll find something. Alan in Tooting says, is it a macchiato? Do you know, I've heard of it, but I don't even know what that is. No, I think it's extra dry. I think I go extra. I'll have a cappuccino extra dry. I think that's what I ended up ordering. And you just basically get a little bit of the froth, because it spoils the taste of the coffee. And also, they've got to make the coffee within so many seconds, because otherwise it goes off. The coffee burns. And some of them, you can see them sitting there with the coffee, and I've tasted it, I've gone, it's burnt. And they've gone, no, I've just made it. You go, no, it was sitting there in its little glass, whatever it is. So I know what it is. I've been to coffee places before, believe it or not. Oh, look, Anthea Turner, telly star. God, no, she hasn't been on telly for ages, has she? She's been dishing up lunch to help promote a charity. The former Blue Peter and GMTV presenter. Good God in heavens, that was the last century, wasn't it? Blue Peter presenter, Anthea Turner. She's 109. She's 61. Way too old for anything. And GMTV presenter. When was that? What year was that? And they still mention it. That's the only thing they can do. The trouble is, she's very irritating. She was the one who used to go on television telling her how to fold towels. And we all remember the disastrous relationships. But, so she goes, that's all she can get now. She gets, gigs like this, which is very worthy. But, I mean, don't put her down as a former Blue Peter presenter, for God's sake. That's just embarrassing. She has done other things since then. So there was a girl who had to be freed from a potty the other day. A potty. She was only 20 months old and she got caught in it. They called firefighters in. The mother called 999, so they used tools to release the 20-month-old child. How do you get stuck in a potty that they have to call the fire brigade out, for God's sake? Have you ever heard of such a thing? I mean, the mum dialed 999 with a cot. The tot got trapped in the seat at their home in Bridlington. Humberside firefighters used tools to release the child. Anything like it. You seriously called the fire brigade out, the mother who couldn't get a kid off the potty. I mean, she must have been jammed in. I mean, couldn't you just sort of pull her out? It would be like sort of pulling a cork out of a bottle, I would imagine, wouldn't it be? Steve, pure lavender oil rubbed in keeps the biting bugs away. I'm swaying in my hammock in the garden, listening to you. How lovely. How lovely, a hammock in the garden. There's something nice about this time of the morning, isn't there? Where you sort of, you look out and you go, what shall I have? I'll have some toast. And then you think, should I just have butter on the toast? Because at the moment, I can't keep the butter hard. I keep it out the fridge because otherwise you can't, if it's hard, you can't really do anything with it. You've got to sort of wait till it sort of thins itself out a little bit. But I had toast the other day and then I thought, no, I'm going to put peanut butter on. But what I've decided to do with toast is put the peanut butter on half it and then just fold it over and eat it like that. Have you eaten your burgers? You've eaten it all? Lord, honestly, God help you. Do you feel really bad now? Do you feel as though you just want to close your eyes and go to sleep? You'll fall asleep on the train home. That'll be the worst thing. No, definitely not on the programme, definitely. Steve, cortado coffee, says Suzanne. No. Is it skinny? No. No, I think it's an extra dry. And I always say to them, but at the moment I haven't had one for ages in Starbucks. I've had their hot chocolate, which I shouldn't have either, but it comes with cream, squirty cream on the top, which is basically air. You pay through the nose for squirty cream, but it just tastes a bit nice, actually. I like a cup of hot chocolate. I see no reason. In any other countries, in fact, actually in this country, hundreds of years ago, chocolate was considered the best drink to have. And so people kept it locked away. It was for special occasions to have chocolate. And I remember thinking when I had a cup of hot chocolate years ago, oh, I loved it. And so I've had a few cups of hot chocolate, which isn't the best thing for a diabetic, is it? But I mean, I've done my best. Goodness sake, you can't have miserable times all the time. Let's have a quick look who we got here. The England Wags. Oh, God, there was one of them. I mean, she's going to look at her picture and go, you just look really old. And her name, I think, is Annie Kilner. Annie Kilner, I think. I don't know who she is. But she was at a hotel. Annie Kilner. She's Kyle Walker's other half. But I tell you, she's obviously had her lips done. You can tell. Because she looks the least natural out of all the poor wags. So, Sporty Spice, Mel C. And somebody was selling all of her stuff. And she was shocked to find her famous tracksuits, photos of the band and demos and home videos, starting bids of 99p. She got together for a reunion tour because what she had was a 40-square-foot abandoned storage room rented by the star in Swindon, on which payments had allegedly been missed. So she managed to prevent the online auction going ahead. It was not clear how she did so. I don't know how you do that, but anyway, she did. But there was one cassette tape labelled David Beckham. There was all sorts of stuff. Imagine, you go, I've managed to pick up something. I mean, it's only because she saw it that she realised it was all being sold. Wow. That's right, I had to have another slurp of my tea, actually, this morning. I'm quite a good mood, actually, today, for a Monday. Normally, after the weekend, I'm in a good... I don't know why, I'm one of these peculiar people who actually likes the weekend, but likes the Monday. I couldn't care less about England winning. I mean, do I look as though I'm bothered by that? I'm the least football mad person. The motorways were chock-a-block. Absolutely chock-a-block. So obviously loads of other people, they were just listening to it on the radio, I should imagine. But I just didn't... I can't get into things like that. It's very nice that we win, but then that's the whole idea. You don't play football to lose. You play football to win. So, you know... And I certainly wouldn't be shouting at the television in a pub with a load of other people. I certainly wouldn't be losing my voice. No, absolutely not. And somebody said, can I get in the game of naming coffees that you're blatantly not talking about? No, and we're banning you as well. Steve, Guy Sinner played a German police officer who was gay. No, we weren't talking about that. We weren't talking about people. We were talking about Queer as Folk, and all the main characters were gay. They were playing gay, but they were straight. So that was the only thing we were talking about. And I'm going to ban anybody else who mentions it again. That'll ruin your day. Richard Hammond blasted over this planned kitchen extension. Who cares? Listen, it's his house. He can do with it what he wants. Nobody's going to go round there and look at it. And police came under a barrage of missiles at a tourist attraction during a night of violence. Heatwave hooligans pelted riot squad cops in a park yards from the London Eye. Beat bobbies were targeted as they investigated a large crowd reported to be socialising in Lambeth at around 9 p.m. Yobs then hurled bottles and other objects. Somebody said it was mayhem, summer madness. Some very thick people, I should imagine. But it's people who can't handle drink. You know, they sort of throw stuff at the police. They think that's sort of part of it. Ridiculous, honestly. 5:15 is the time. Let's get you to work quickly, shall we? I know you don't want to.
This is where we come to get away, to think, to feel, to breathe. Where we can be together, or be alone. Just us, our thoughts, and the trees. Standing tall, always there. Will you be there for them? Join the Woodland Trust for £4 a month to help protect and restore our woodland havens and create new ones too, for our well-being, for our wildlife. Join today at woodlandtrust.org.uk.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Monday morning. It's the 14th of June. Whoopee! He says 14th of June. Steve and Stella says, I love listening to you in the morning, which is just as well, because that's when I'm here. And a crackdown has been launched at Britain's most sexist police station. Sexist police station. The Hastings base has seen a string of disciplinary hearings amid accusations of lad culture. Well, I mean, I suppose, you know, at the end of the day, you have to sort of assume that police officers are normal. You know, I mean, what was I watching before I came on air? I get addicted to YouTube. I wind myself up either with Karens, type in nasty Karens, and in America, there they all are. The most evil old bags you'll ever find in your entire life. The people who think they know it all and they're basically... One of them, she's in the bank and she's not wearing a mask. And the bank called the police. Policeman turns up. So there's people queuing, all wearing their masks in the bank. And she goes, oh, you've come to arrest an old lady, have you? He said, if needs be, yes, absolutely. He said, they don't want you here. I want to close my account. Well, you'll go and put a mask on. Listen, this is a public place. He went, no, this is a private bank. They don't have to serve you if they don't want to. You might have your money in there. And in the end, he wrestled her to the ground and put handcuffs on. And she's screaming, and I love her. I'm fascinated by the whole thing. Then there's another woman who gets stopped in her car because she's texting as she's driving with a little kiddie on the back seat. And she calls the policeman who stopped her every name under the sun. And so she's obviously goading him. You know, oh, so I know the law, she says to him. She's quite clearly had a few drinks. And she shouldn't be there. And he said, well, I'm giving you a citation, and there's a piece of paper which tells you the law. And so she goes, well, why will you not answer my questions? You know, why you stopped me? He said, because I saw you texting. No, I wasn't. He said, I've got you on camera. You know, and of course the police have to keep their cool on things like this. And then one of these women they were throwing out of a shop, she screamed at the police, don't touch me, don't touch me. They're funny about that in America. They're funny. It's a bit difficult to arrest somebody if you're not touching them. And then she claimed that, she said, you just touched my breast. Well, of course he didn't. He was trying to get her hand around the back so that they could put the handcuffs on her. But again, it's these people who go, I know what the law is. I know what the law is. I mean, sometimes the police get it wrong. In America, there's been quite a number of police who've got it wrong, as we all know. But it was just fascinating to watch. People screaming and shouting at the police. They have to put up with a lot of that, actually. Steve, Greek Nescafe Gold coffee with honey and goat's milk, made up in a half-litre insulated mug. From John M. the trucker with neon lights on the A14 near Huntingdon. My favourite place, Huntingdon. My favourite place, Huntingdon. I know Huntingdon very well because I used to live up that neck of the woods. I used to go riding around Huntingdon, which is lovely. I've not been there for years. Perhaps I should do it. I keep meaning to go and do these... Sorry, horse riding. Yes. Well, why'd you... What's the matter with horse riding? Can't imagine me on a horse. Well, it looks like this. I look like that. Yeah. My father used to ride with the Lipizzaner horses in the Vienna riding school. Yeah. Because he was stationed out in Austria and Germany, and he went there and he learnt to ride with them. So when he came back here, we all carried on riding. So wherever we went in Yorkshire or in Huntingdon, we went riding. But because he was experienced, we didn't have to go out with the school. You know, you'd all traipse around a field with sort of, you know, which was terribly tedious. So we were able to go out and gallop around and do all sorts of things. So yeah, I did it for quite a few. Yeah, I've got loads of pictures of me sitting astride a horse, which I'm told is the best way to ride it. So here's this picture of, you know, people, you know, anybody got any suntan lotion? And it's a load of people. And in Bournemouth, some really bad-looking people. They don't ever have those pictures taken again, please. Alicia Dixon has bagged a bumper payday to fly Down Under to be a judge on Australia's Got Talent, all thanks to Amanda Holden, who said she didn't want to fly that far. I mean, it's a 23-hour flight. It's a lot of it. Because, so Amanda turned down the job and Alicia was offered it. And Alicia, I should imagine, is delighted. Delighted. What was this other one here? Oh, this was the church clock. Silenced for the first time in 111 years. And now, one complaint, and the council silenced it. An environmental team declared the chimes above the legal limit. This is in Kenton in Devon. They face being served with a noise abatement order, but now the rector, the Reverend John Williams, said the clock, which chimes on the hour and every 15 minutes, had been fitted with pads to try and dull the sound. Honestly, you went there this weekend? What, to Devon? Oh, right. Oh, yes, you said you were going last weekend. Yeah. Was it nice? You went past the church? So uncanny, honestly. So uncanny. You went past the church that we're talking about on this very programme. I mean, how is this possible, ladies and gentlemen? Seriously. You didn't go to Mars or Venus, did you, over the weekend? Yes, I can neither confirm nor deny, he says. Steve, if you like nasty Karens, look for Auditing Britain. Auditing? Says Terry, the ex-bugle major. Auditing? Or, we don't know what that is. It's either auditing or, I don't know what word it is. What's it supposed to be? Why would it be auditing? It's not auditioning Britons, is it? I've seen people auditioning. My God, there's some peculiars. But there again, you see, I like things like that. It makes me laugh. Because these people are so stupid. As somebody said, you cannot... Do you remember seeing the two people on YouTube? They went on to talk to Phil and Holly, and they believe that the world is flat. They believe the world is flat, and they sat there and argued. And somebody said to me, there's no point in arguing with people like that. They are too stupid. They don't know. They don't understand anything. So, you know... It's worth watching stuff like that because you can't actually believe it. You can't believe that people are that peculiar. But to watch the Karens in America, they're phenomenal. And especially when they get stopped by the police. There was one, you're stressing me out. I didn't know you were coming up behind me. He's wearing a police uniform. What do you think he was doing? And the truth of the matter is she was on her telephone and that's why she got caught out. He said, well, I'll see you in court then. 9:00, week Thursday or whatever. Yeah, she used a rude word. I can't use it because they use it in America all the time. I don't think the producer would like me to use it. Well, I suppose he could always push a little button on me if he didn't like it. I'm not going to say it, though, because it's too exciting. No, we don't want to get to that. It's Monday morning. We want a nice, easy time. COVID lockdown, 4 weeks delay. That's what they're predicting. That's what they're predicting. So I thought that as well. I'm probably going to say exactly the same thing. So the lap dancer we've done. TV presenter Julia Bradbury is calling for a call by green groups for a national litter pickup. Yeah, I mean, you want to go through Regent's Park this morning. I should imagine every single bin is overflowing. People just throw all their litter down. They just leave it all over the park. When we used to go in on Sunday morning to go for a walk round the park after I'd finished doing a programme, we would then go round Regent's Park. If it was a nice hot sunny day, the rubbish that people leave there, wine bottles, everything, nappies, you name it. I mean, just atrocious. So, I mean, I don't know why people, when they leave a place, why can't you take your rubbish with you? Is that too much to ask? You know, and then drop it, you know, by the bins, by the bus stop or something like that. But to leave it all over the place for the street cleaners and the park cleaners to have to pick up is just almost shameful. Almost shameful. It just means that, you know, people like that are just horrible. Just horrid. So life is set to become a real drag for Strictly Come Dancing. Bosses want to shake up and put drag queens on Strictly Come Dancing. I've got no idea what for. Can't think of any reason. Is this the BBC pretending that they know about diversity? A TV insider said, this will be the producer, there's been a real shift in thinking on this in recent years, with contestants having same-sex partners appearing more and more. Oh, how surprising. How surprising. What, there are actually same-sex partners out there. Good Lord above. Because we had to put up with Ian H. Watkins. Well, I tell you, could have knocked us over with a feather when somebody told us he was gay. You'd never have guessed, would you? Craig Revel Horwood has done drag. Nicola Adams formed a duo with Katya Jones on Strictly. And so now they're thinking of somebody called Bag of Chips dancing. I mean, how patronising. How patronising. Oh, we're thinking of putting people on there. You know, drag queens. God knows why. God knows why. Contestants on the new TV game show The Void are supposed to get hands-on. And some of them do get hands-on. Fleur East again. It's only a short while ago she was complaining about, you know, the exploitation of television. Here she is falling into the same thing. And Shane says, did you see the Karen in America who threw doggy-doos at the police? No, but I've seen people fighting and spitting and kicking and everything else. In Australia, there was someone who got arrested because you've got different vans in Australia to arrest people, whereas ours are like transit vans at the back of the police vehicle, whereas yours, it's almost like going into a small Wendy house, which is okay. I don't have a problem with that. I was just sort of thinking, there was this particular woman. She kept lashing out with her feet and everything. Why they didn't actually taser her, I've got no idea. They did it to somebody on a flight. She was effing and blinding all over the place. You know me, I'm a bit funny about things like that. I don't have a problem with people swearing. I really don't have a problem with that. But don't do it on an aeroplane where there's children about and everything else, or in bars. Some people, they're just so stupid. You know, and it's a case of they don't. So in the end, the police tasered her and dragged her off the flight, and all the passengers were clapping and cheering. I thought they really didn't like her. She obviously had a little bit too much to drink. So if you thought yesterday at 28 degrees was too hot for you, spare a thought for this week. They reckon it's going to go hotter. Oh, God. I'll have to stay in. It's all right. I don't mind staying in. I'm actually quite good at things like that. Got a couple of things to... Because I've started... I shall water when I get home this morning. It's much better to water in the morning, I always think. I know people say last thing at night, but no, I've been doing it first thing in the morning, which is good. And a Dame Vera Lynn story coming up after the news.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company this morning. Thank goodness for the Karens, Steve. They are entertaining in America. I don't think we have so many in this country. But of course, what's even funnier is in America, where somebody will see one of these Karens behaving badly. There was one the other day. I mean, she's quite clearly a Karen. There's a kid skateboarding in a city's plaza kind of place, and it's fine. And she's running to try and block him so he can't skateboard. She's a complete stupid person who should have been, you know, taken off the streets a long time ago. But it's when people say, thank you, Karen, and they go, my name's not Karen. And you go, no, your name's Karen. You're a Karen. You're a Karen. And they're really quite mad. Quite mad. I mean, some of them are almost dangerous. There was one guy, and he was delivering, I think, pizzas or something like that. This woman goes, who are you? He said, what's it got to do with you? What are you doing here? He's on one of these estates, because America is full of gated estates. You go to Florida, you can't buy anything else apart from gated estates. And lovely they are too. They are really nice. And she said, well, I'm going to call the police. I don't know who you are. He said, I'm delivering pizza. And she goes, well, to where? And he goes, what's it got to do with you? These people are so nosy. They really are. We were talking the other day about people who live in little villages in this country. They're very sort of introverted people who live in little villages. They want to know what's going on. So, you had a party the other night. What was that to celebrate? You know, was everybody able to drink? Were they old enough to drink? God forbid you should have a firework party. In the countryside, it's a nightmare. But I love it. I love going to the countryside. I don't go often enough. I should do. I bought some things the other day for my parents of my godchildren. They've got a part of their garden which is a wild bit. It's a wildflower garden, and I said you can buy boxes of wildflower seeds, and you just literally take out handfuls and just throw them, and just leave it, and it will happily germinate and grow. But you can also buy them in little. They come in little bags, little tiny bags, and the whole idea is. And I know this because somebody talked about it years ago, and we talked about it on LBC. If you're driving down the motorway, you literally take these little bags and you throw them out the car window onto the verges. And because I've often seen patches of daffodil, I think, where did they come from? Has somebody planted them? No, these little bags that they throw out, and then the rain, and then they start growing roots, and they just look wonderful. So I was quite pleased. So I've asked a friend of mine to get me 2 big boxes of these wildflower seeds, and you can just throw them onto the ground and just leave them. But it's all grown up. I think it's nice, actually. It's very nice. Steve, did anybody actually believe the government when they said the restrictions would be lifted on the 21st of June? Well, I did, because I thought we were doing quite well. I thought we were doing very well, but unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. So I think we're going to go for another month. UK clubs have been forced to make 51% of their staff redundant. Not furloughed, redundant since 2020. Loads of places that can't survive, and I see more and more of them. But have you noticed one thing? I've not seen any coffee shops close down. All the big name coffee shops are still open. Still selling coffee, and you know why? Because they're not paying tax. You know, that's the trouble with these big coffee. Otherwise, how do these people survive? You know, you can't survive on selling 2 cups of coffee. And the truth of the matter is that they had all sorts of problems. People saying, but should they not be paying? It's like Amazon. When people look at Amazon, how much it turns over and how much tax they pay. I mean, good Lord above, honestly, I'm keeping the economy going single-handedly. But you don't see... Have you ever seen a Starbucks boarded up? A Nero? Any of the... No. Round our way, they're all still open, all still going, where other shops have closed, left, right and centre. And that's the problem, you know, for little people. You just get trodden on, and we've had quite a few shops closed. There's a few more opening up. We've now got the German kebab shop we're slightly dubious over. I don't know. I know that they do their kebabs in homemade bread. They don't do them in pita bread. And so we're looking forward to trying it. I'm told it's not too expensive, which I quite like. But mind you, kebab has always been cheap, hasn't it? But you only ever eat kebabs when you've had a few bevies on a Friday and a Saturday night. Still nice. Steve, I went to the cinema last night after 18 months to watch Anthony Hopkins in The Father. So emotional, made me cry. Yes, he does very well, doesn't he, Anthony Hopkins? I think so. So what else we got? Oh, look, it's a picture of Stacey Solomon. She's pregnant, so you can have loads of pictures of her holding her stomach. And it's with Joe Swash, the man who's got the worst smile of anybody you've ever seen. And it's the hair. And a rambler who set a new record for walking 537-mile length of Scotland had to trek another 16 after his ferry was cancelled. Matt Girvan, 29, was suffering from trench foot and in extreme pain when he completed the epic 537 Scottish National Trail. So he's got trench foot. I don't think trench foot's very good, is it? I can't remember what it is. It sounds horrible. Her Majesty looking fantastic. The Global Summit. Biden says the Queen is a lot like my own mother. It's not very nice to say, is it really? Because Mr. Biden is getting on. We know that the Queen is 95. How old's Mr. Biden? How old is he? He's 78. Because the wife, his wife looks so much younger than he is. But the Queen is there. This is my castle, thank you. This is, and showing him round there. And whether he stayed there, I'm not too sure. But they had a helicopter sort of to get them in. So I'm assuming they must have flown off back to the either the American embassy or to the governor's residence. Steve, Twickenham Rugby Ground are advertising an event on June the 26th. They must have thought that freedom would be on the 21st. And Karen says, why are you making fun of me? We know who you are. You're a Karen. You're a Karen. But they are the American ones are fantastic. There's a name for men, isn't there? They call the girls Karens, and the men, what do they call them? I just thought something very rude. The Queen is a fan of the BBC drama Line of Duty and chatted with aides about the plot, which is good news. And here's Michelle Keegan going out with her photographer and her friends on a girls' night out to celebrate her 34th birthday. Whatever happened to just sort of going out and having a meal with friends? Meanwhile, here's husband Mark, and he's looking a bit more casual for a night out with friends in London, and there's some girls hanging around with him. And he's got definitely a roving eye. Definitely a roving eye. And also the law change bid to give free TV licences back to the over 75s. I'm all in favour of that. They won't do it though, will they? They'll never do that. Get something for the BBC. My goodness me, honestly. I could do with a free TV licence. I suppose you could always fib and say you don't actually have a television for watching anything. You try and get away with that one. And also Willie Thorne's widow is auctioning one of his trophies for a cancer charity of which he was patron. I'd forgotten that he died, actually. All these people, you just assume, because you see their picture in the paper, that they're still with us. But he died in 2020, 3 months after being diagnosed with leukemia. Shame, really. He was only 66. Not very old at all. I've just bought a book about Victoria Wood and about her life, and I shall plough through that, actually. Because a friend of mine said you've got to get the Victoria Wood book, and also what was the other one? Oh, Stanley Baxter I bought as well, who remarkably came out. He'd been married for God knows how many years, and then he came out as gay much later in life. Obviously, I thought he had immense talent, so I'll be interested to find out what his life has actually been like for ages and ages. 36 million people have been victims of scammers since January. Citizens Advice said 68% of Brits had been targeted by crooks with an array of cons, including bogus offers of fake investments and get-rich-quick schemes. The charity revealed there had been a 123% increase in scam reports. In one case, an elderly man, and these are who they target, sent £240,000 to an account he thought belonged to his bank. £240,000. It's terrible, really, because the people who scam this money, and the over 55s are most likely to be targeted, but the under 34s are 5 times more likely to fall victim than older people. Citizens Advice have launched the annual Scam Awareness campaign with the Consumer Protection Partnership. And it's so easy to scam people, and they do this, call your bank and get the money transferred into this account, and then it'll be safe and it'll keep it well away from them because they've got your account details at the moment. It's the ones who phone up, and they're all over YouTube, phoning up saying, listen, if you don't pay this money which you owe to the IRS, which is their revenue, it's a case of they're going to come round and arrest you. And you get these fantastic conversations with somebody who's following a script quite clearly, and she goes, no, and he goes, can you confirm that this is your account number? And she says, I'm confirming nothing with you. Absolutely nothing at all. But unfortunately, some people do. Some people do. They, you must advise them if you've got elderly parents and they're suffering from dementia or something. They might give away details of their bank account because they probably keep it written down somewhere. I used to. So I can never remember blooming passwords, and I've got so many passwords running. It's so complicated. I couldn't get onto one site the other day because I couldn't remember the password. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'll live without it. Another picture of Anthea Turner, the star. Pfft. Anthea Turner. Very irritating, I'm afraid. Not for us. Not for us.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Apparently McDonald's in Australia, Steve, has all-day breakfast. So you can have a sausage McMuffin anytime. Oh, that's okay. You see, I think that's fine. I don't have a problem with things like that. I was complaining the other week, if you remember, that, you know, when I go in the morning, if on the odd occasion I force myself to have a double sausage McMuffin, I don't have the egg in it. I'm not a huge fan of the egg. And they do that without any problem at all. But I want a portion of fries. I don't want a hash brown. I want a portion of fries. And I might want a milkshake, because I've worked all night. And I quite fancy it. And of course, they don't do them till 11 o'clock. Well, I might not be there at 11 o'clock. I would just want, why they can't do it all the time? And also for breakfast, I want an apple pie. I haven't had a McDonald's apple pie for ages. I should have asked. I'm a fool to myself. When we had the huge delivery in the huge lorry earlier on, I mean, seriously, enough food to feed a small third world country. But no, I just fancy, why can't you have fries in the morning? What's the matter with chips for breakfast? Seems quite normal, doesn't it, really? I'm made to feel like a pariah. No, we only have... what if I asked for them, whether they do me some? Probably not, actually. So, it's a public holiday here today, Steve, for the Queen's birthday. Oh, right. And Roger says it's the Gallagher rugby final on June the 26th, apparently. Oh, right. I wonder if they're going to be doing that. Greg in Holland Park said it's too hot, and I'm therefore sitting with a frozen pack of Waitrose posh buttermilk pancakes on my bald head. Partially successful, but I would welcome better head cooling concepts. A hat, I would think. A hat. I don't know why, actually. I mean, you put something on your head? Slightly odd, isn't it, really? I don't know. I mean, I don't sort of think about things like that. I don't get that hot. But my arms definitely got a little... I'm just waiting. If this blooming peels in the next few days, I'm going to be in a very, very bad mood. Steve, the lifting of remaining restrictions is a complete no-brainer. Cases are doubling week on week. So to me, surely we need to be adding restrictions again, says John. Not leaving things as they are. Who did I hear the other day? Somebody very well known saying they couldn't believe we ever went into lockdown to start with. They thought it was a pointless exercise. And I remember thinking, are you mad? It's like the people who are at most at risk of getting what used to be called the Indian variant, and it's now called Delta. And you think to yourself, if you haven't had your injections, you stand a very good chance of getting it. A very good chance of getting it. And yet you get people who go... I mean, as I say, I go to Waterloo Station every day. The amount of staff at Waterloo Station not wearing face coverings, and they're talking to the public, and I begin to think, they can't all be asthmatic. They're obviously just, a case of, well, we're not going to put it on. We don't think we need it. Hope to God you don't go down with anything. I really do. I forget how many cases of the Delta variant they've had now, but it's certainly a lot. We had 7,500 the other day, didn't we? 7,500 new COVID cases, 400 admitted hospital. And then, did I hear one presenter on LBC, I think I did actually, saying young people don't need to be inoculated to have the vaccination because they're able to fight it. I thought, what? Never heard that one before now. Thank you very much indeed. The Daily Mail, ecstasy and agony. The good news, England make the winning Euros start. The bad news, fury as Boris set to confirm June 21 is off. I mean, there will be some businesses that this will be the worst news that they've ever heard because they will not be able to survive. My brother's youngest daughter is a wedding photographer. In August of this year, she's got 19 weddings to photograph. I mean, she is like super, super busy. And, it's practically like one every day. Because I was talking the other day, and these she's got a team of people who, she'll go out and photograph them, but she has to meet the people. They have to look at, places in the hotel where they take the photograph. She's very meticulous, and she's very good, and they all get on very well together, and they all... pay a deposit. But in August alone, 19 weddings to do. I mean, that is just so many. And she's got loads. I mean, in the course of the year, and whether or not she's able to get round to them all is, a little bit embarrassing. Little bit embarrassing. And here we go. This is Matt, who says, good to hear you. En route to Bristol Airport for a work trip to Glasgow. How lovely. How lovely. He's actually he's a friend. You know who he is because he's actually a friend of Ian, my friend over in America. Everybody's a friend of Ian over in America, which I love. I love things like that because he's a content director. Makes you sound all posh, Matt, doesn't it? I'm all excited by that, and he takes a very good picture actually, and he's in fact a very good picture. He's another one of these infuriatingly thin people. He's been in this building. He's been in this building quite a few times actually, but he's slim. It's like working with I mean, honestly, these people. Why don't they put on weight? No, not you. No, listen. You will put on weight. Oh, good. Can you let me know when? You won't put on. I mean, I didn't put on weight till I was 25, and then up until that time, I was like you. I could eat anything, and I remember thinking, "Oh, this is." Well, in fact, you don't even think about it. It's just automatic. You can eat a lot more. Whereas the older you get, then you sit there and you go, "I'll just undo an extra button." And I bought some jeans the other day, and I've gone down a waist size. I've gone down 2 inches, and I like the jeans so much. They're skinny. I mean, seriously, I know it's ridiculous, a man of my age, but they're sort of skinny type jeans. Well, no, they're not ripped, but look, the bottom of them is sort of skinny. How much are these jeans? Okay, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not sort of a jean fanatic, but they're sort of quite nice. So I'm just showing them at home. Talk among yourselves. I mean, they're actually quite. How much are these jeans? Okay, 40 quid. Good guess. £100, £22.50. Marks and Spencer's, £22.50 for a pair of jeans. I'm going to go and get 3 more pairs today, just in case they stop selling them. Because once you find something that you fit into, the only problem I've got with it is you have to keep hitching them up at the back. I've obviously got an odd-shaped bottom. And I mention that now, I'm being perfectly honest with you. And I was sort of thinking the other day, when we were trudging round Tesco's buying all this stuff for their barbecue, which they had the other day. I mean, you try negotiating a trolley that's got Peroni beers and Corona and boxes of this and all the fruit juice and everything. Seriously, I was having a very stressful time. But we did it, and at the end of it, I didn't think it was too expensive. But because of the coronavirus and the pandemic and everything else, we bought everything so that if people had a packet of crisps, they didn't have to put their hands in and take things. It was all individual packets of everything. It's good, isn't it? I quite like that idea. Because I did say, should we get peanuts? And they went, no, not necessarily in individual packets. And also, who eats peanuts at a barbecue? They had a hog roast, for goodness sake. But I noticed that the boos were drowned out by cheers and applause at Wembley when the England team took the knee. My friend Ian says, is Matt messaging, trying to get more airtime than me? Well, it's working. It's working. He is, but he's on his way. He's on his way to the airport. Bless his heart, honestly. I like it when people contact. Ian's got quite into this. He was saying to me the other day, he said, I feel part of the programme, which is how Matt feels as well. But again, he doesn't seem to put on an ounce of weight. Loads of people in Cornwall. Do you know, I've always wanted to go on one of these boards. Have you seen these boards where you stand on it and then you sort of almost pole it along something? Well, I saw somebody on the Thames in Richmond the other day on one of them. Paddleboarding. That's what it's called, is it? Oh, right, there you go. I mean, to be honest with you, today, in the south, hot, plenty of sunshine, 84 degrees Fahrenheit. Today. Not much fun if you're sleeping. I haven't put a fan on in the bedroom, though, at the moment. You're about to, yeah. I've just bought 2 little fans. They were... I'm such a sucker for advertising campaigns. And it was on JML, and they were called Chill... Oh, thank you. Chill Breezer or something. 20 quid a fan. And you plug them in and charge them up. And it gives you 6 hours. So you can basically have it clipped onto the bed and sort of playing over your body, and I thought so I bought 2. It's not quite a ceiling fan. No, I'm not big on ceiling fans. I always worry it's going to drop on the bed. So I've got one that sort of oscillates, but I bought one for my brother, and it oscillates in a peculiar movement. It doesn't just swing left to right or right to left. This thing goes up and down and does all sorts of things. So it keeps all the air moving. Because if it just goes backwards, sideways, left to right, right to left, it just moves the air in that particular... But if it angles upwards and it moves, it sort of does a little figure 8. It's very clever. But I'll let you know about the JML ones, because I was desperate. They said yesterday they've sort of been dispatched. Now we have to wait and see where the postman's going to hide the blooming things. But I quite fancy the paddle boarding, but not at this time of the morning. Not at this time. So tomorrow, dry and sunny with cloudy spells, high 26 degrees, so about 79 Fahrenheit. Wednesday, oh, here we go. Very warm and sunny with thundery showers later on. It's going to be 86 degrees on Wednesday. I mean, that is just too much, isn't it? On Wednesday for the north, warm and cloudy with showery outbreaks of rain. And that's about it. But today, hot, plenty of sunshine. In the north, dry and sunny with some showers in western Scotland. 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Here we got 84. I know where I'd rather be. But it makes me sound a bit mean. If I complain about the weather, people say, you're always complaining about the weather. But I don't necessarily. It's just that I have to sort of go with what makes me feel more... Oh, here we go again, honestly. Makes me feel a bit more comfortable. Definitely. Also, the twins' carefree river jaunt just before the crocodile attack. I mean, to be honest with you, they were so lucky with that. Absolutely so lucky. And the couple's desperate at the big weddings ban after the G7 leaders' bumper barbecue. People are so desperate, they don't even know if their wedding for 80 people will go... And that's quite average. That's quite average. Will go ahead. So let's wait and see what Boris says, but I think it's going to be another month. And how many businesses will fade and go under? I think quite a lot. And Rishi says, I won't give furlough any extra time. Not looking promising, is it? This is the news at 6.
Ah, nothing better than a perfectly clean kitchen. But things always find a way to get a little messy. No point crying over spilt, well, anything. Hotpoint's new induction hob has a unique Clean Protect coating. Just wipe with water to clean. That's farewell food stains, adios halos, and ciao to harsh chemicals. Plus, it's 5 times more resistant to chipping. Finally, no extra protection needed. To learn more, visit hotpoint.co.uk. Hotpoint, your trusted partner at home. Claims against chipping are comparable to Hotpoint non-coated models. See website for details.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. So what's going to happen today? What's going to happen? We think he's going to go for another 4 weeks. That's what we think he's going to go for. I mean, it can't go any longer, can it? Can it? Some people have said that if it goes another 4 weeks, they might as well just close their businesses down. Because I see it all the time, and I can always tell if a business has actually gone, because not only do they take the signs down, but they remove every stick of furniture that's inside, and then up goes a board saying, freehold for sale or whatever. I mean, it's difficult for how some people have survived. Lord alone knows. It's ridiculous. Steve, another one who remains stick thin is your friend Christopher. Yes, I was just saying, actually, to my assistant producer, I said, you're very lucky. I said, you don't put on any weight. He said, he will do. He will. Graham in Essendon says you were spot on about the weather in Manchester. Just got back there, and first time I've been where it hasn't rained. Yes. And then somebody says, Steve, it's coming home. Pass it on. And Robbie says, because I'd heard this before, I don't know if anybody else knows this, that Santander is voice recognition, so your voice is your password. But that would be easy. I mean, if somebody recorded your voice and played it back down the telephone, would it still work, or would it not know? I'm slightly dubious of that. Steve, at the risk of asking the patently obvious, why on earth wasn't all travel from India stopped immediately the Indian variant was detected, says Richard. Well, that's what we said. I think if you tuned into LBC at any time over the past few weeks, people were arriving in and somebody said, but this is ridiculous. There is now all these cases, and they listed all these different areas where there is a huge percentage of people who'd come back from India. Hounslow was on the list. Mainly because there's lots of people who live in Hounslow who work at the airport, and people were sort of coming back from India, and there didn't appear to be any sort of way to sort of halt it. And, we're going to see huge numbers of people. Whether or not it leads to people being hospitalised, I have no idea. I'm not well up on it. I just know that it would be better if you got the vaccine, and it would be even better if you got 2 vaccines. But some people don't bother with it. Some people seem to think that it's not going to make any difference. And those are the ones that we're at risk from. Steve, I'm finally a first-time buyer, says Dean. Stamp duty, very expensive. Well, first-time buyers, very expensive. My godson, he reckons in 2 years he'll be able to get onto the property ladder. He's being very good. He's saving his money, and he's making sure that he can sort of get onto the property ladder. Because in London, it's just ridiculous. I don't know how anybody affords anything. I really don't know. But up north, how far up north? I've got no idea. You can still buy places relatively inexpensive. I told you on the television the other day, they had one of those programs where they buy stuff at auction, then they do them up. And they were selling a 1-bedroom flat for $25,000. I thought it was a joke. Dave says, I use my fingerprint to get into my bank account. Yes. That's it. Oh, really? Oh. I've never heard of that before. You do the same? Do you do the same? You get the app on... Oh, right. App on the phone. I never get into my bank account. I never bother with anything like that. The funny thing is that you use your branch less and less nowadays. More and more people are using internet banking. I mean, I can go to a machine and I can get my money out of a machine if I need a load of money out, which I don't. But branches are disappearing left, right and centre. But I'm with Royal Bank of Scotland, so we own Coutts, Drummonds. They've got quite a number of banks, and we also have got NatWest, and so there's loads of, and also you can use the cash machines. Remember at one time they used to charge you to take your money out of a cash machine. Now they're all free. Every cash, I've never paid to take money out of a cash machine, but you know, if you want anything over whatever your daily limit is, £400 or whatever, you just go into the branch. And have you noticed now? You're not standing in front of a window. Now, the machine that you're dealing with somebody who's standing at what basically is a lectern, and they then, I'll say, £600 in 50s, and they push a little button, and from the depths of the bank up comes £600, and then I always say, can you print me out, accounts, all the different accounts I've got and things like that, so I just know where I stand. And you can do that, but you can do all that online. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to visit the branch. But some people out in the sticks who don't have the luxury of that have to rely on the mobile banks which go round. I mean, it's a very difficult situation. And so I'm seeing, some of the banks that we've got, and I think we've got around our way in Twickenham, the busiest branch is Barclays, because they've closed loads of Barclays branches, so everybody has to come there. And if you don't get seen by the time the bank closes at about 2:00 in the afternoon, you've had it. You've got to come back the next day and get there earlier. So there's always people queuing for Barclays Bank. And I thought it was perhaps people were so desperate to get their money out. And then somebody said, no, they've actually closed I think they've closed 3 Barclays branches. So people have to come to Twickenham, but they've got they have to queue for it. So at any one time, there's about 20 people queuing. And because the bank doesn't open till I think it's about 10:00 and closes, I'm sure it's about 2:00. Something I could be. You need to check that if you were thinking of going to it. But I thought they stayed open till 5. That's what you see. I only ever use the diddly dip machines, which are sort of all over the place. But then you've got to be very careful, because sometimes people fiddle the diddly dip machines and they put fake fronts on, and it's basically to trap your card, because they're looking for the information on the card. So I'm very wary and you should be as well, if you take money out of a diddly dip machine, that there's nobody standing right behind. I hate it if somebody's standing behind me. I say, excuse me, you're too close. I'm quite good at saying that to people. Shane says, I also use my fingerprint to get into my bank account on the mobile phone. Fantastic. Lewis says, my wedding is on the 11th of August this year. What do you think my odds are that it'll go ahead as normal? When you say normal, do you mean normal amount of people going to the wedding, or that the wedding will take place? I think we're going to see, it's going to be a long time, isn't it, before we get, absolutely, maximum number of people at weddings. So at the moment, what is it, 30? Is it 30 or something like that? To be honest with you, I don't know whether they're going to go up to 80. There's a couple in the paper today, and they're very keen to make sure that they've got all their friends, because sometimes you have to say, right, this many can come to the wedding, this many can come to the reception, and then some people, there are some people who actually say, and we don't want children at the wedding. They don't, nobody crying. Jerry says, my 19-year-old daughter Steve had her first vaccine at Stansted on Saturday, so that's good. It's good. Just make sure you get the second one as well. And in fact, both my goddaughters have them because they're celiac, so they have got. I think they've already had their first ones. And Steve, I've now got to cancel, says Chris in Northampton, my big family luncheon, followed by a party at night for 125. 20 hotel rooms were booked. That makes, since lockdown started, my 2 daughters cancelled weddings twice, 3 friends' weddings cancelled, on top of all 3 holidays cancelled. I've worked through all of this to help the country keep going and feel it's the last straw. What happens if in 4 weeks' time coronavirus mutates yet again? Well, that's why I'm saying to everybody, get those vaccines in. I know they've done, 50 million. But never was it ever more important. Never was it ever more important. But of course, and I was talking to somebody about Portugal, and I said I felt very sorry for Portugal the other day, and somebody said, why are you feeling sorry? They don't feel sorry for us. We're not in the EU anymore. We don't need to worry about them. I said, but they all thought that we were going to go over there on holiday. And they ended up with Gemma Collins, didn't they? Poor souls, honestly. And so all the hotels bring in all the stock, thinking, great, because the Brits make up most of the people going to Portugal. And they bring in all the stock for the hotels, and then they go, we're not going to Portugal anymore. With another avenue of pleasure denied us. I'm just waiting to see the planes. I was at Stansted the other day, and there were loads of Ryanair planes flying in, and we were trying to work out, you can't tell, can you, how many people were actually on the plane. I reckon they weren't full. I don't know where they were coming from, but I mean that's what people want. People want to have, all the people back in the country, all the London hotels opening up again. There's still people sitting outside. I do see people sitting outside and having cups of tea and cups of coffee, but we need a few more than that. Can't just sit there, can you? When we had our afternoon tea the other day, me and the Groovy gang, there was quite a few people in there, which I was quite pleased about. It's nice to see things are slowly getting back to normal, but we don't want to go backwards again, do we? Read Andrew Lloyd Webber in the papers today. He's fuming. He said if they don't allow us to do this, he's prepared to push it as far as he can, because the people who own the shows and the theatres, you've got to look after them. All the people whose restaurants are closed, desperately waiting to find out if they can open. And this socially distancing, apparently Gemma Collins, sorry to mention her again, but she's going on tour. God knows what she can talk about. Herself, I should imagine, which is probably the best thing to do. Now, whether or not it's going to do business, I've got no idea. No idea. Steve, we live in Somerset. I don't know why I do that. Every time I say Somerset, I do the same thing. It's Somerset. I can't help it. You live in Somerset? Do you? Oh, right. Whereabouts? In Ilchester. Oh, wow. That sounds like Midsummer Murder, doesn't it? We live in Ilchester. It just sounds like a made-up name. I know it's not, but it just sounds old-fashioned, doesn't it? How lovely. We live in Ilchester, which is a bit like on Ilkley Bartat. Have you ever heard of a place called Turville? That's not down your neck of the woods. It's in Buckinghamshire, but it's because it hasn't changed in hundreds of years. They use it for a lot of filming. Vicar of Dibley was filmed in Turville, and Went the Day Well, and quite a number of other films have been filmed there, because it's like stepping back in a time warp. It's fantastic. I love it. And so we live in I'm doing it again. I'm so sorry. I do apologise. We live in Somerset, and if you need to go to the bank, it's a 34-mile round trip, as they've closed all the village branches. If we want to take cash out, we'd have to go to the local garage, and you've got to pay $1.99 to get any cash out, says Ian in Somerset. Well, that is it. You see, that's it. We tend to forget, don't we, about the people who live in the countryside. There are advantages and there are distinct disadvantages.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Steve, I had an email yesterday, says Catherine, from my daughter's school. First COVID case there for ages. Masks back on today. Yeah, I mean, I really think that, we should still be wearing masks. Obviously, I can't do the programme wearing it. It's going to feel a bit silly. But on the train, I've got my mask on. I shall wear it on the bus. But I still see people getting on buses without masks on. I think it's selfish. It's selfish. Steve, love listening to your show when I'm awake, says Vicky from Reading, feeding my baby daughter. I bought Victoria Wood's biography too. I can't believe she's gone. No, I mean, I wanted to read it because I interviewed her, and she's probably still available on my In Conversations. And meeting her was a bit of a thrill because she was exactly the same. I felt talking to her. I was in the middle of one of her sketches, which I quite liked, actually. I liked being in one of her sketches, and her love of brass bands. I love a brass band. You can't beat, I mean, all those colliery workers, there'd be a brass band. I'll tell you what they showed on the television the other day. I don't know whether or not people who schedule programmes on television listen to LBC, because I mentioned something and then blow me down. I turn on the television and there is the film. And the other day they did Brassed Off, which was about a brass band. I used to play brass band. And... yeah, well, I mean, and then yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before, Steel Magnolias was on the television, which again is one of my favourite films, because it's just so beautifully done and the music's great and you just want to go and live there. In this place, it was like sort of middle America, but everybody knew everybody. I thought it was just fantastic. Steve, my mum, Astrid, tries to listen to you every morning, but she keeps nodding off. Oh, it's an age thing, Annalise. Yeah, if people start nodding off, they've either had a heavy night before, it's difficult, Yeah, I mean, she needs to be taught how to get podcasts back. Oh, it's so simple. The podcast is about the simple. A 3-year-old could do it, I promise you. You just go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk, download the LBC app, free. It'll take you but seconds, and once you've done that, you can then download all of the podcasts. I've got like 7,000 podcasts. It'll run for years. If you listen to one a day, 18 and a half years it'll last for. Okay? So, no excuses. I'm going on holiday, Steve, and I can't listen to your programme. You can always listen. Just go to the LBC website. There you go. If I've tempted you to do that, it'll be good. Steve, talking about extending the lockdown for another month, I applaud Boris for doing it if he needs to add more testing too. People that moan about it, I've got one thing to say. I'd rather be locked down for another month than dead. Well, every time I see people, Mike, who are not wearing their masks, and I've said before 1,000,000 times, and you can say it till they're blue in the face, what would you rather be, alive or the other option? Believe you me, living is a lot better. Ask families who've lost people to COVID, where they can't breathe. And it's not just in India, where they've had record numbers, but it's around the world. People are dying of COVID. It's as simple as that. And all you've got to do is have an injection, which takes about a second. It's so fast, and you don't feel anything. What are you eating or cut out to have lost 2 inches, says Andrea. I don't know, I think it's being ill. I'm convinced it's being ill. Because everybody said to me over the last 2 days, when I went down to see my godchildren, the parents said to me, because I'm wearing skinny jeans, they said, you've lost weight. You've lost an enormous amount of weight. I said, well, I don't really feel as though I've lost an awful lot of weight, but I must have done if I've gone down, and I keep wanting to say 2 dress sizes, which I don't wear dresses, Not that it would be any problem, I want everybody to understand that. And then when I saw my brother yesterday, he said, you really look really good because you've lost weight. I suppose it's that kind of thing, but occasionally I get a bit carried away. I've got to wean myself off bacon rolls. Bacon rolls are my fatal thing. You get there and you have Richmond. I thought, I'm going to get a bacon baguette, extra bacon, and then you think, no, stop it. It's a bit bad because bread's bad for me. But I mean, sometimes I don't skip lunch, but I just have something different. Something different. It's the way it goes, isn't it? I could be like the boys next door, just gorging on quarter pounders with cheese at sort of, 4:30 in the morning, 4:45, which is lovely, which is very nice. But we used to have spare ribs years ago when I worked all the way through till 6 o'clock. We'd have spare ribs and then we'd just eat them in the last hour of the programme. It was delicious. Delicious. We got loads of young people here, pupils at Darnhall Primary School in Cheshire, going around picking up litter, because if there's one thing that drives me mad, it's people who they just drop litter on the streets. They just don't care. They walk along, they open a packet of cigarettes, and then they just drop it on the streets. And you think, can't you put stuff in a bin? And the answer is most of them can't. They'll be at a bus stop, and they'll be having something to eat, and they just leave it on the ground. There's a bin right now. You feel like saying, I'm terribly sorry, I've got a ray gun here. Bzz, there you go, you disappeared now. If you can't really be bothered to put your rubbish in a bin, you're a peasant. So there you go. That's the way I feel about it. Paul O'Grady celebrates his birthday today. TV presenter and comedian from Birkenhead, found fame as Lily Savage, started out as a civil servant, then worked as a social worker and in an abattoir. What you see with Paul is what you get. That's why his books, his biographies, phenomenal. People queued around the block to get them because he just likes chatting. He was one of those sort of people. He was like Barbara Windsor. She liked chatting to people. If you took her to any event, like the Lovely Lady Rattlings or anything like that, it'd take you hours to get out because she wanted to talk to everybody. But he wants the Avengers theme played at his funeral. Mike Yarwood is still going. Mike Yarwood was an impressionist. Born in Cheshire, he had a TV series for 17 years, got audiences up to 22 million. The Queen is said to have delayed her Christmas meal to watch his festive special. And he's 80 today. So many happy returns of it. Actually, inadvertently, a few years ago, I thought he died. And I remember saying, we've lost Mike Yarwood. And somebody wrote to him, no, he's very much with us, which is a bit embarrassing. What else we got today? London Bridge, 1984, June the 14th, London Bridge. Always proved irresistible to visitors. And yesterday, the Navy frigate HMS Jupiter crashed into it, dislodging a granite section by 8 inches and denting her side. Jupiter's only been in service for 3 months after a 4-year, £68 million refit. So now you know. And what first aired on June the 14th, 1968? Basil Brush. The Basil Brush Show first. It was the Glove Puppets Fox first aired. I'm sorry to ruin it for you, just in case you weren't aware it was a glove puppet. And the first female Chief Constable of Lancashire, Pauline Clare, in 1995, was sort of given the job, which is good, isn't it? And Charlie Chaplin and Edward G. Robinson in 1947 are going to be subpoenaed to answer charges of communist interests in Hollywood before the Congress Committee on Un-American Activities. Author Miss Dorothy Parker will be called to give evidence in September. They had a lot of trouble, actually, and I think Charlie left the country and he went back, and they finally honoured him and went, and he sort of said, I think at one of the Oscars, oh, you sweet, wonderful people. It was Charlie Chaplin, for God's sake, he was the pioneer of just about everything. What else we got here? I think I quite like the Queen's wearing an outfit, the like of which you won't have seen before. When she met Biden, it's a patterned dress, and she doesn't normally wear patterned dresses. She normally does block colours, blue, pink, green, red, and this is sort of pink with. It's very nice, but I prefer her in block colours. But that's just a personal thing. Here they all are, a lot of people, England, because it's coming home, isn't it? Which is good, very nice indeed, and. What else can they affect? Inflammation caused by COVID-19 can result in hearing and balance problems, according to a study. Oh, God, honestly. It's always something, isn't there? And this sausage war sizzling on. I've sort of lost track of the sausage war. But do you think Biden was very impressed when he came over and saw, that the Queen still commands, all this respect and everything else? But the nod to war of words after the Lilibet clash, the Queen would no longer keep courtiers silent if inaccuracies emerge from the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's camp. I mean, the trouble is, I don't know where we are with that one. They say one thing, the palace courtiers say another, and Buckingham Palace officials have now been instructed to dispute what they consider to be inaccurate claims fed to a largely unquestioning US media. Well, they didn't question anything. The Oprah Winfrey was the most feeble interview I've ever seen. She didn't challenge anything that Meghan Markle came up with, the old claptrap. Harry rang his grandmother first to tell her the baby had been born, but sources excuse me, close to the monarch suggested she was told rather than asked about the decision to use her highly personal family nickname. But he sort of does it like he just picks up the phone and sort of chats away. I don't think it's like that at all. Hence, as far as everybody's concerned, certainly at the palace, he can stay over in America.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Scorcher today. So if you were thinking, if you're on holiday, that's okay, because you can go to the coast, you can, or sit in the garden. It's going to be about 84 degrees today. For me, ghastly. But for other people, probably enjoying it. But if you're going to the coast, go now. I mean, at least if you get down there, you can avoid the crowds, because I couldn't believe how busy the motorway was yesterday heading to Bournemouth. I mean, that was absolutely phenomenal. And we kept stopping. And then, strange enough, in the other lane, coming back the other way, I've never seen so many caravans in my life. Literally, we've got a caravan epidemic. And it's all the people who'd been on their holidays, and you take the house with you, which is quite nice. So they were all coming back. And then I was listening to the radio on the way back, and they were saying about, if you're coming down to Bournemouth, try and get down early because there's people queuing for the car parks. And that's the worst thing, isn't it? You get to the seaside town that you're going to, be it doesn't matter where it is actually, and you go, right, now we need to park the car. And so you've got to find, how long can we park here for? You can only park for an hour. Well, that's no use, is it? The kids want to go on the beach, and you want to go to the amusement arcades, and you want to get fish and chips, you want to do the whole bit. But no, today would be a good time to go and, if you haven't got any suntan lotion, try and sort of borrow or steal or get it when you're actually down there. But today would be good. So all this week, you should be okay. You should be fine. Joan Collins, keeping shipshape during the pandemic. She's on a yacht break in the south of France. She's so glam. She really is. She's a Hollywood icon. She's 88. She's 88. Percy is 57, and it just works brilliantly for them. But she's well known for playing, of course, Alexis Colby in Dynasty, or as they call it in America, Dynasty. And during lockdown, she gave Westminster City Council both barrels. As scaffolders seemed to flout COVID rules, she wrote about workmen on my balcony not wearing masks. So there you go. But she's on... France is on the amber list, so she's got to isolate for 10 days. But that's okay. I just think she just knows how to look glamorous for 88, and you don't see that in many people nowadays. Mind you, I know an organisation who are very glamorous, apart from my Lady Rattlings, the Concert Artists Association, and the chairman Kay says we've opened our club again, still socially distanced as instructed by the government, and she says that you have to phone to get a table upstairs or downstairs. But I went to the the CAA a long time ago. Long time ago. I'm an honorary member, which I'm quite pleased about. I haven't been for ages because of my work hours, but I think about them all the time because I used to go there and have drinky poos with Pamela Cundell, who, you would see in Dad's Army, and she was Robbie Box's mum. Oh, she was Pamela. Pamela was the most show business woman I think I've ever met. She was so showbiz. She'd phone my answer phone at home. Steve, darling, she'd say. She didn't have to say anything else. You knew it was Pamela Cundell. And I bumped into her all over the place. And I think I bumped into her at the Lady Rattlings. I'm pretty certain. One of those great character actresses, who was sort of around and was sort of legendary as far as I was concerned. So Dame Helen Mirren has her sights on giving 007 fans a thrill as a female Bond baddie. I don't know what it takes to be a Bond baddie. She's an Oscar winner. She's 75. Why the... Something gold. What, to be a Bond... Oh, to be a Bond villain. Something gold. What does that mean? Something? Oh, gold and... Oh, right. Yeah, but what does it take as a person? I mean, some people... Because there was somebody in one of the Bond films called Rosa Klebb. And she looked a little bit Wagnerian. She was quite butch and sturdy, but she had a knife in her shoe, and she flicked it out, and it came out of the front of the shoe, so she could kick somebody with it. But and she was a villain, but I suppose you could have somebody like Dame Helen Mirren, who could be sort of evil in a different sort of way. I don't know what, because I'm not sure what makes a great... She could be a scheming villain, couldn't she? You don't have to be physically nasty. She says, why don't they have fabulous female villains? She could do poisoning or something like that. I don't know why I thought of that. What a peculiar thing to think of on a Monday at 20 to 7 in the morning. She says, I've not played a lot of villains. So it was Lottie Lenya. Lottie Lenya, what a fabulous name, isn't it? I mean, that's a good show business name. Who starred as psychotic Rosa Klebb in From Russia in Love, while Sophie Marceau was treacherous Electra King in The World Is Not Enough. And there was also Grace Jones as Mayday. She was Mayday. She was very odd, Grace Jones. I mean, she was even more peculiar in real life than she was in A View to a Kill. But now Helen is ready to sink her teeth into the role of villainous Hespera in the new Shazam movie. She said it was about time to do a fantasy blockbuster. Do you know, once you're in this show business malarkey, people tend not to leave it. Shane in Sydney says, Steve, I don't watch Oprah anymore. Well, to be honest with you, the American interviews are poor, to say the least. And what they did, they just let Meghan Markle ramble on about it. They couldn't get anything right on it. It was a bit embarrassing. Hence the Piers Morgan discussion and debacle over it. And now Buckingham Palace have basically said what Piers Morgan was saying. It's a case of if they start telling fibs about something, because I don't think anybody's ever told them off before. Certainly nobody's ever told Harry off. Who would tell him off? His father didn't have any control over him. His mother died long before, so there was no chance of him learning right from wrong. So he's always done what he wanted, which is a bit of a shame, really, because he could actually turn out to be quite a nice person. Steve. Somebody else telling me about Oprah. And also nice to see a respectful president meeting the Queen after the last rude one. Oh, what, Trump? No, I think the worst one was I can't remember, Nancy Reagan, who didn't curtsy to the Queen because she thought she was on the same level as the Queen. Nancy and Ronald Reagan, my God, they were a peculiar couple. He was a former Hollywood film star, but I mean, not of any real great consequence. But it was Nancy Reagan who didn't curtsy, and I think it was at St Paul's Cathedral. They met the Queen, and you're supposed to. I mean, I know you don't have to, I realise, but you thought Nancy Reagan would be quite good at something like that, but she wasn't. She was obsessed with herself. Stick-thin insect, she was. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I used to be a surveyor, Steve, for CAA. Used to have meetings with Pammy. Always in the bar at 11. David, darling. Gin and tonic, says David. Oh, she was fabulous. She would leave me long, rambling messages from home. And we all know that little Pammy enjoyed a drink, or 3, or 10. She would hold court at the bar, and she was a bigger than life, larger than life character. And she was lovely. If you don't know who she is or what she looks like, go on to YouTube. You'll find Pamela Cundell on there. But fancy you being the surveyor for the CAA. Oh, God, I've seriously not been there for so many years, but I went there, many years ago. And they offered me a job, actually. They offered me a job, and I turned it down. Because it was I thought it was way out of my comfort zone. There are loads of people, and they've always been really lovely, but they've got, in Bedford Street in Covent Garden, they've got their own premises, and you go inside, and they used to have posters on the walls, but they were glued to the wall. They'd sort of stuck them up there. They weren't framed and everything else, with a bar upstairs and a function room downstairs. And I believe there's a nightclub in the basement, because they wrote about it, which is very lovely. The BAFTA Boars are a video nasty too far. They've got somebody writing for the Express today, who says, why do the winners have to make such pathetic speeches? Well, I suppose people are quite pleased to win something, aren't they? You know, I don't know why, people... I mean, I quite like the BAFTAs. I do quite like. I like the BAFTAs, I like the Oscars and all the rest of it. But this particular columnist says, I'd rather watch Butcher of the Year, Greengrocer of the Year, Salesman of the Century, and even the Curry Awards than anything else. My goodness me. Here's a load of people. Horses cooling off on a beach in Dorset. They take them into the sea. I suppose they quite like it, don't they, horses? They go into the sea and they're very happy. But you look at the beaches yesterday, it's going to be the same today. chock-a-block. You see, I wouldn't enjoy that. You don't want to be with the great unwashed, do you? Not all in one place. You don't mind seeing a few people. When it's as busy as this, what is the point of going there? You can imagine the amount of rubbish that's left. Kids like it because kids, they don't see crowds or anything else. Posters are still there. Are they really? Mrs. Fox on Dad's Army. Yes, she was having a fling, wasn't she, with the butcher. She was lovely. Simon says Grace Jones was a baddie in A View to a Kill, but then did the right thing in the end. Oh, I don't know what that happened. Steve, that's why the army suited Harry. He learnt right from wrong there. Well, he didn't. That was the trouble. He still can't get things right. He's making mistakes all over the place. God knows what. Well, at the moment, they're actually resting. It's all too strenuous. Biden was rude, arrived after the Queen, which isn't protocol, says Helen in Market Drayton. I missed that bit. I think he must have loved all the sort of the pomp and circumstance and everything else.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 7. A scorcher. Apparently Lottie Lena got a mention in the lyrics of a song. It's on the tip of my tongue, says Russ, who's stuck on the M2. Where in goodness only knows name is the M2? I've no idea. Steve, Joan Collins used to go to a fantastic, still family-owned Italian restaurant on the Fulham Road called Lucio's, near the old Queen's Elm pub, now a bathroom showroom. Doesn't sound as exciting, does it, really? Does not sound as exciting. I'm still waiting for Joe Allen's to open. Seriously, I mean, that's my big dream. And, we live in hope. We live in hope that things might get back to normal. But I've a feeling today Boris is going to keep the COVID curbs until most adults have had 2 jabs. I think it's going to be 4 weeks. That's what I think. I mean, he might come back with 6 weeks. Either way, if you get the opportunity of having the jab, have it. Have 2. I've had 2. It's just being safe. It's just being safe. So today we're all going to swelter. I wonder how many people are going to go, oh, good, Steve, 84 degrees. Let's take the day off work and we'll do that. I don't feel very well, kind of thing. And then people will sort of why we head for the coast, I've got no idea. I suppose because it's water, isn't it? We like sit, and also you stand a very good chance of you get that nice sea breeze that comes in. So you could go, I mean, in London we're actually quite fortunate because you can go, well, quite a number of places, but you just prepare yourself for sitting in traffic. The traffic is going to be the thing which is going to be the thing, especially if you've got kids. But of course nowadays, I mean, the good news is that even though, and I never thought I'd be saying it, that what with mobile phones, most children have got mobile phones now, so they know how to play games. It's just charging the blooming things up all the time. But that's what people do, isn't it? And so it keeps them amused in the back of a car, whereas years ago we used to play car games. If you were sitting in the car and you were going on a long journey, your parents would have to find things to amuse you. And so one of ours was polo mints, fruit polos, a packet of fruit polos, and you'd have to put it in your tongue and try and keep it as long as, and the moment it broke, you were out. And it was very tempting to sort of to not suck on this polo mint. But that simple games like that, or cricket. We used to play cricket in the car with pub signs. If it had legs, that was how many runs you scored. So if it was the coach and horses, you did quite well. If it was the jolly swaggler or whatever it was, you get 2 legs. And if it had no legs, you were out. It's as simple as that. It was all good stuff. Lottie Lenya features in the song Mac the Knife, says Terry in Bournemouth. Blimey, you're in the best place, aren't you? If you live in a seaside resort, that must be quite good fun, actually. My friends Johnny and his other half have got a hotel down in Bournemouth, as you know. And we like sitting on the pier. I used to see pictures of people sitting on the pier years ago, and I used to think, oh, that looks quite nice. And then you think, no, it's just old people, isn't it? I've got to that stage. If somebody said to me, you can have a deck chair on a pier and just sit there staring out to sea, I'm quite happy with that. Cup of tea. They did it in Blackpool, ghastly place. Blackpool had it. All these people sitting in deck chairs. It was like rows of little soldiers, and they looked fantastic. And people did it because we all went on holiday at the same time. Nowadays, not really anywhere to go on holiday, is there? Ibuprofen beats pain better than codeine, apparently. Ibuprofen, the cheap over-the-counter anti-inflammatory pain relief drug, outperforms the more widely prescribed codeine. Good Lord above. Never thought about it. I just thought ibuprofen, and that's apparently a cheap over-the-counter anti-inflammatory. It just sounds quite expensive, doesn't it, really? Which is very interesting. Very interesting. Booing is bad. Yes, I mean, people did boo the other day at the match, but they were sort of silenced by the people who were clapping and cheering, so that was good news. Why would you want to boo? I mean, are they simpletons? I'm assuming yes, they are. Easing of the lockdown delayed by 4 weeks. See, they're all guessing 4 weeks. That's what the papers are saying. And if they're saying 4 weeks, I'm thinking 4, but it could go 6. That's what I'm thinking. But I just don't want to see any more sort of businesses going under and people losing their jobs. They've furloughed a lot of British Airways staff at the moment. So there's thousands of those that have been furloughed, which is not very good. Steve, my family played the Eddie Stobart game. What's the first person to see one? Shout out Eddie, and the person with the most wins. You do see them. You're supposed to, if you see an Eddie Stobart lorry, don't ask me why, you're supposed to wave and flash your lights. And they wave back at you as well. Because a lot of the lorries are named after people have had lorries named after themselves. And it's about one of the only companies where sort of kids were encouraged to wave at the lorry drivers. Seriously, I don't know why. We never waved at lorry drivers, but what we did was we waved at other caravanners. We waved at other caravans. If you saw another caravan coming towards you and you could see it had the caravan club sign, you would flash your lights and wave. And that was as good as it gets. Now, as I say, it's the Eddie Stobart lorries, which are all over the place. I don't know whether we just get them down here. The amount of lorries on the roads, though, yesterday, I remember thinking, there's loads and loads of these lorries, and they're everywhere. And there's big signs flashing up on the motorway, have you had your COVID jab and all the rest of it? Most people, obviously, yes, I think. Richard Hammond blasted over this planned kitchen. Poor old Richard Hammond, honestly. I feel a bit sorry for him. But Historic England said the move would create unjustified harm to the listed building. So conservationists have opposed the bulldozing of an existing conservatory for a larger glazed kitchen. Wow. A larger, glazed kitchen. And here's Marks and Spencer. We did that one. The Marks and Spencer's cake. There's the thing, isn't it? Miley Cyrus is more than £2 million better off after signing a promotional deal with an ice cream company. She'll be doing ice creams, and apparently the source said her huge influence stretches far beyond music, and her mega deal with this ice cream proves just that. She's been paid over £2 million to promote them. Phenomenal, isn't it? They've got Barbara's bikini coming up, which is going to go for auction to raise money for Alzheimer's. I wonder where that's been all this time. I don't know if Scott had it, but it was the one that came, when she went out, chest out, and then it pings off. And that's coming up for auction. I think it'll go for really good money. I've got a feeling that's going to be good money. And the family of Dame Vera Lynn are launching a fundraising appeal to build a memorial to the late singer. The sculptor Paul Day has been chosen to create it for a site near Kent's White Cliffs of Dover. That'll be nice. Her daughter Virginia Lewis Jones, 75, says, "We're committed to keeping the memories alive for future generations." Good. That would be the ideal place for it, wouldn't it? The White Cliffs of Dover. It'd be very good. But Julia Bradbury is backing a call. Oh, thank you very much indeed. Backing a call for people to go around and pick up litter. I've got to go. I just looked at the time. I'm sitting here chatting away like I've got all the time in the world. I'll be back with you tomorrow. Today on my Little Bit Extra podcast, Jessie Nelson goes out to celebrate her 30th birthday. Unfortunately, she has a bit too much to drink. Harrison Ford splashes £4,500 on a new watch That's asking for trouble, isn't it? And Orlando Bloom is spotted with his wife Katy Perry on a boat ride in Venice. Makes a change to see him fully clothed.